Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は44日目です。It is day 44. We're starting with Bunpro today on account of WaniKani's schedule is not until 11 p.m. local time. So we're gonna go through Bunpro and HanziHero beforehand. Alright. And now we're gonna start with our new stuff. So let's door 5 from yesterday. We had oof. Nope. Yeah, Henji reply or answer. Nope. Missed a stroke already. Oh no, wait. Right. Tanomu request to request and oh, yeah. Shikoku being be late. Yep. Yes. Yeah, Nagai for Wish. Yoji business, a different type of business, like matters business. Okay, those are our 5. They're good enough. Okay, let's get to it. 20 lessons, and it's before midnight. We did our last lesson after midnight, so this is probably why this shows up. Okay. Bone fracture. So Setsu Setsu was Koto? Yeah, Koto. No. Oh. Huh. Kotsu. Dang. Okay. That makes sense for the Setsu. Alright. What in the world? Oh, tempura. Oh, tempura ends up being half and half. My thought is probably pura deals with the fish part. So it could be referring, or like the technique or something that is not, that could be foreign. I have no idea why I ended up using input. Oh, it could be a verb related. Interesting. Oh no, Portuguese. There it is, it's right there. Hence the kind of like the multiple things. Kutsushita. Okay, fair. This should be. Oh. Sus. That's not quite. Okay. I am not familiar with this being used. Oh. I mean, it is sa. I wasn't thinking it's sus. Oh, it's just sa all around. Okay. Okay. Can be tricky. Aji is fine. No, we got orange. Wait, did it? Okay. Yeah, 自動車. Ooh. Ojogatsu. Oh no, Oshogatsu. 正月. Yeah, 正月. There's Okay. Honorific. That's fine. Samaho. And right. Shogatsu, the non-honorific. Yumeji. Actually, let me.
有名人
Yeah, Yumeji. Meiji. That's self-explanatory. Shatsu. Shatsu. Explain. Good enough. And yeah, T-shirts. 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 Oh, T-shirts. I figured it went back down, but Tarada. Oh boy. What's this? Ketsu. Uketsuke. Oh man, Uketsuke. Or is it like uket? Uket from like ukeru and skeru, right? Ukeru and skeru, uketsuke. All right. Ikidashi. Right, this one's also kinda wonky too. Kyuko? Fair enough. Alright, we have Asako-han. Alright. Hanami. What? Buncho. Okay, the act of damaging a bone through various kinds of trauma. Okay. Okay. So, kosetsu. A type of frying that is typical of vegetables and various other foods in Japan, right? They use the tempura. Something worn between shoes and the feet for both comfort and hygiene. Tsushita. And my kutsu is kind of weak. for something to push outward or penetrate outward into another space, often spreading out within that space. Yeah, this one's gonna be rough. Okay. Small tasks involved in the daily running or maintenance of a house. Oh. The color of the sun and other hot things such as fire. Really? Okay. I see. A somewhat formal way to refer to a car or similar vehicle. Okay. Because in video games, the time moves by an hour. They don't change their reset time, they just change it. So P5X is overseas, so they don't change based on US time. So when you play games like Japanese games or Chinese games, the reset time shifts by an hour. Actually, that's also not really true for US games either. Like some US games, depending on where they're headquartered, they don't change reset times. So technically local time, it would change reset times. So for like parts of the year, the reset time would be at a specific time, and then for parts of the year, it would be at a different time. So right now it's 3 p.m. is the reset time for P5X. But when the whole daylight rolls around again, it's 4 p.m. I know this because P5X started in the second half of the year last year. Am I 5 hours behind GMT? I am right now. It's 5 hours behind GMT. It will be 4 hours in March. So we'll be 4 hours apart. No. Early savings time. Chosha. I have no idea. I don't keep track. Sometime around the what do you call them? The spring equinox. No, the spring solstice. No, equinox. Something like that. It's spring and fall is when daylight savings times happen. We'll know when we will know. Or, you know, let's find out. March 8th. March 8th. So March 8th is when everything's gonna be an hour forward. Daylight savings time is removed. You can the phrase daylight savings time is referring to like saving daylight during the day. Since winter day gets shorter, in order to provide more daylight, you turn the clocks at an hour back. This is how I remember which direction it is. I often get it mixed up. But daylight savings time is to provide more daylight during the day, hence the daylight savings during the winter time. And then when the spring rolls around, the days are getting longer. So like even at 6 p.m. right now, after 6 p.m. there's still daylight out because the days are getting longer. So then you fast forward an hour, as in remove the extra hour away. So will be 4-hour difference starting March 8th this year, which also means that the P5X reset time will be at 4 p.m. and not 3 p.m. You didn't realize the time change is unique to USA? There's daylight elsewhere, I think. I'm not sure. Hang on. Pretty sure there is, because only in specific countries where I have to take account for that temporary change. Also, could you have a peek at the trim? You had a haircut today? Oh, yeah, we shave everything. Pick a buzz trimmer and you remove to the same length all around. And it'll be 6 months. It'll be a little after Otakon before I get another haircut. I typically go from like 6 months. My hairline is straight. Yeah. That's take a trim. That's a good sign, I suppose. So I forgot what the UK. So I know that there are daylight savings is 70 countries. There are more than the United States. It's not unique to the United States, but I only experience and understand daylight savings when it comes to arranging times with other people overseas. I know Germany, we have to sort that out temporarily. And then the UK was temporarily as well. So that, like, wherever there's temporary discrepancies is how you know the daylight savings time is different. As far as I know, though, the reason why, like, Persona P5X, right, which is Chinese actually, Blackwing Studios is the developer, which is a subsidiary of Perfect World, which is located in China, and then PSO2 is Japanese, so they don't observe daylight savings time. So that means that it's guaranteed that if you have a game that is arranged in that way, it's going to be not. Neverwinter Online technically is run by US headquarters now. Like Art Games is headquarters in the US. However, that used to be Perfect World's thing and all the other things. Like, there used to be a handler overseas, so I think they just stuck to it. That's what they do. So their thing, I'm not sure. It goes back and forth. So that's kind of why I know about the daylight savings time discrepancy. Not sure how often you play video games nowadays that are overseas, but typically, at least from my perspective, it's fairly common to take into that account that people who play overseas games that have like rolling updates. I don't actually know if Hearthstone adjusts to daylight savings time. You've heard it has quite an impact on the economy. Yeah, it does. Most there, you know, it's a controversial point, but some prefer psychologically to have abolished daylight savings time, largely to the idea that it's coming from a perspective where if you're not concerned with the physiological or the emotional or behavioral impact of sunlight or having sun during a work period, simply adjusting to that would be the idea, where you remove daylight savings time and take the absolute time, right? I mean, that's also very similar to the debate about using a 24-hour clock as opposed to a AM PM function, because AM PM has historically dealings with the idea of the sun as well, and then most of aspects of time deals with astronomy, right? The lunar cycle, the solar cycle. It's interesting. I actually am I'm not that well versed in whether there were particular studies regarding like daylight savings time. However, there are fairly corollary statistics dealing with the impact of sun, like sun exposure or visible sunlight on human emotional output. Like, that's not to say that human hasn't developed behaviors that would mitigate or compensate for the lack of sun. It's really interesting. I mean, I'm not entirely sure if there's any direct connection other than the association with like melatonin and serotonin, like the cycle, right? Circadian rhythm, with the concentration of neurotransmitters, various neurotransmitters that deal with mood. Sunlight versus bulb, is there a difference for vitamin D? There is, but I don't think we're not really talking about vitamin D when it comes to what I just mentioned. But in terms of vitamin D, like the triggering for vitamin D, I have been told, or there has been claims, that you can still trigger it. It's a very specific wavelength, so you can still trigger it using a bulb. The thing is that the thing that triggers vitamin D is also the thing that triggers skin damage and cancer. So like it's kind of a double-edged thing. So you can still simulate it artificially, obviously. Like, for example, like a tanning bed would probably trigger vitamin D. It would also trigger skin cancer, or like skin damage. Usually that's kind of how the vitamin D thing works. That's true for sunlight, of course. Which then would go back to that long digression about the functionality of why would it make a difference on vitamin D production? Photons are photons in your ignorant view. Photons, oh yeah, that's the physics thing. Because the wavelength matters, I guess. There must be an emergent property with the wavelength. And like maybe, like, I don't know, but photons are photons, but they come in different wavelengths. And because of the different wavelengths, that also affects how penetrance works. So like if you're thinking purely from a physical standpoint, which is what physics is when you're defining it as a photon, my suggestion is probably because photons don't take into consideration whether the photon permeates the intensity or the properties that's outside the photon, like its velocity or something like that, takes into account how much of that interacts with a biological barrier, I suppose. Like, for example, the difference between microwaves and infrared, right? More so when you're characterizing a photon, it does not take into account its wavelength. Like, you don't have to characterize it by its wavelength if you're thinking about the photon as like a particle, right? And we've already, I suppose, what was that theory called, where like photon and yeah, the photon and wavelength or photon and frequency relationship, which is like Planck's constant and all that stuff. I don't remember this stuff, but there's a relationship. The double slit experiment, I don't think that explains the relationship. Like but it's a photon wavelength relationship. Anyways, I'm not gonna talk about that, but generally speaking, if you're imagining the particle itself, then it can't explain that. Like, I'm not going to watch anything about the double slit experiment. It's not part of this discussion. Your dad drilled that song into your head from young. I can picture what that song. I can imagine what that song is like. Or I'm probably not gonna look at that video. Oh god. An expression that signifies the new year and the period soon after. An abbreviation for modern mobile phones. The period of the year that comes after Christmas. Oh yeah, this is why did they use a different summary for this? Extends in the first period of January. Okay. Same thing without the honorific. A person that is very well known. Okay. We have it's the electromagnetic spectrum song. Fair enough. A simple short sleeve garment that is worn on the upper body. You know, that describes the t-shirt too, though. Casual clothing with short sleeves. Okay. Fair enough. A dish that usually contains many different fresh, uncooked vegetables. One way to describe it. A place that accepts the registration of names or receives arriving guests. Place that accepts the... Right. I like the inclusion. Well, it says accepts. I like the inclusion of accepts. Oh no, that's the wrong radical. Something that is designated to be drawn outward towards oneself or the act of getting money from an ATM. Something that is designed to be drawn outward toward oneself. That's interesting. Starting to really get into the groove of reading a different way. There is a game that I played a while back where it's called a Monsters Expedition. And I feel like they were intentionally British or they're not, but they used a British deadpan humor, like a deadpan humor in the sense of describing things. So it's a puzzle game and they had these display cases, and what they did was they described human things, but they described it in a very like from a different perspective, like a non-human perspective. And in order to do that, they simply described it in a manner that is not natural. So when you're describing, like, for example, this is a drawer, right? You're pulling something. You could describe it as, oh, it's something that slides open or slides open from pulling. But you could describe it as something that's designed to be drawn outward. Right? And then for the humor is that you go around and you look at these display cases. You discover these display cases and they would describe things like the keyboard. It is a board designed with plastic caps on which one can push downward forces on buttons. Or like, they wouldn't describe the button, but push down on cubical plastic caps on top of long lubed tubes. And then they would have a spin on it. They would say like, it is designed so they deliberately misinterpret what it does, right? So they would describe like a keyboard as, oh, it's a specialized finger music sound machine equipped with plastic cuboidal caps on top of like tubes with springs or something like that. And I thought it was really cute how they did it. This kind of strikes me as like and it was British humor because there were a lot of things that dealt with like British references. I don't know if the developers were British though. They struck me as British. Anyways, something that's designed to be drawn outward, so... Okay. Alright. This feels very similar, where you're describing things differently to describe words that... Sorry, you missed a part of that? Oh, I was just reminiscing about how you can describe things differently. That's kind of part of critical thinking and problem solving when you try to describe something differently. So whenever you're reading like definitions and whatnot, like to understand a different language, you also have to know how to describe things differently, even in your own language. So in English, whenever you're reading these new summaries, like these Bunpro summaries, it's not like really far into the deep end, but in comedy, in lots of forms of comedy and humor, especially deadpan humor utilizes like the contrast between it in a very eccentric opinion, like interpretation, and a like straightforward interpretation. For example, like earlier on, it was describing a drawer. A drawer is something that is designed to be drawn outward. One could also say a drawer is a storage location in which you pull to slide open. So the idea is that oftentimes the contrast between deadpan humor, like, you know, the funny man, the deadpan guy, and then the funny man, the straw man, the two duos, which is a very common setup for Japanese as well. Japanese, I forgot the name again. Manzai? I think it's like Monzai or Manzai. It's a very common setup where someone would say something and it would be interpreted differently to contrast the two perspectives. And when learning a language, learning a new language is very similar when you're trying to translate something between the language. Like whenever you hear, to me this is also a form of deadpan humor, but I don't know if it tracks. But when you hear like martial arts films, like kung fu films, whenever they say something like the cricket leaps over the river and steps onto a blade of grass, like that is kind of very similar. The idea is that if you're used to understanding what that illustrates, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is when translated. However, it can be very humorous coming from a different perspective. Like how do you like illustrate suppression or like oppression, for example? Might, pressure. So when you have might and pressure, you're oppressing something. So you have might plus pressure, right? Or how do you bully someone? Insult and disgrace put together. Insult, disgrace is bully. So that's kind of the idea here, where like, oh, okay, that's an interesting way to describe a drawer. Something that's designed to be drawn outward. And I think some of this stuff is kind of lost in the world of the internet, because the internet is hyper objective now, and like nowadays a vast majority of the stuff is looking for a singularity, a coalescence of ideas and expressions to create consistency, right? Targeted consistency. And the more consistent things are, the more predictable they become. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I really love this game, yeah, so, and then when you hear the description, it would be like 95% overlap with anything else served to you on the internet. Because if you watch something, they would serve you something very similar, and not too disparity, not too great of a disparity between the thing that you like watching versus the thing that being served. Do you like the humor in QI? I think it's okay. I enjoy it when it's not all the time. I think QI QI is quite heavily dependent on its guests. For myself, I like it. It's smile funny, not laugh funny. I think it's entertaining. I don't usually find things like outright funny. I'm not a laughing kind of person in general. Like, what I mean is, even things that are meant to be funny, I'm not quite a laughing kind of person. I'm more of a haha and a giggle kind of person. The majority of the time that I laugh is usually for catharsis and response. So whenever someone has the intent of wanting me to laugh is usually the times that I laugh. I don't typically... I take things more seriously most of the time. I'm more of a preponderance kind of person. So things are funny when they're prepondering. So for QI, for example, I favor chemistry in unlikely places. So QI has this inherent nature of having similar people. Like, what I mean is they work on chemistry based on compatibility. a lot more than chemistry based on intellectual discussions. However, there are certainly varying guests, and those varying guests are the ones that really shine to me personally, because they would have to be smile funny at the same time flexing their intellectual diversity between the two. Which what I mean is I often find things funny and entertaining when it's more diverse, and QI isn't necessarily always diverse in that manner. It's an incredible show though, for its like content and whatnot, much like how Taskmasters is situated, where it's dependent on the guests, right? And the guest rotates, or not really rotates, but they are very much like the current trend of talk shows. And what I mean by talk shows, not in the sense of US late night television, but more like a talk show in which there's a consistent host with more or less one rotating trend, like a group of trending or multiple or singular interview, kind of like with a task at hand. And talk shows nowadays do have those type of things. They first do the interview process, then they have a task, and that task is used to like showcase whatever is going on. So the content creation side is very similar. Some of the most well-produced things are like, I'm gonna plug Hank again, right? Hank Asks Anything, that's very similar. But the task that they have is asking questions and answering questions in a different manner. Or you could say Hot Ones, right, with Sean Evans, which deals with eating wings and then doing the interview process. And then there's Mythical Kitchen that does last meals. It's a task. So there's a theme and a task that they perform while intellectually interacting with each other. And the idea is that the guest and the host are remarkably diverse from each other in a way that they are able to intellectually flex and be diverse, like charmingly communicative despite being desperate in background and experience. You think traditional British humor has an aspect of ego in it due to its implicit trend? Yeah. So my thing is that it's not like I'm obviously sharing my personal bias or partialness to it, is the idea that I like different people interacting with different people, not the other way around. I don't particularly find it as interesting. That doesn't mean it's not entertaining. I don't find it as intriguing when it's a groupthink situation where you have lots of chemistry based on compatibility versus chemistry based on like improvisation, like natural ways of communication. Like I like when people are able to communicate through their differences, share their differences. There's an exchange going on, as opposed to what is the new term now is called glazing. That's the word that I hear a lot. So as opposed to like a word like shilling or flattery, right? Glazing. This word is kind of like encapsulating my thought, where you invite, when the host invite hosts that are easy, as in they are already in the wheelhouse, like they are of the same mind. Now that's great and very entertaining too, in their own right. There's chemistry in that way. I simply find it a lot more intriguing when there are two very different people in the sense of their background and their experience, and that chemistry is coming from their mutual ability to communicate with each other. Like, charismatic could be a compatibility thing. I don't know how you would weigh that compared to compatibility based on similar interests and like similar history. Usually chemistry deals with, it's like a lot more emergent than simply like, oh, you're a comedian, I'm a comedian, therefore there's chemistry. That's usually not automatically assumed, right? And QI has their guests can rotate. Their guests are variant, so I would say QI is very similar to the other type of it applies to pretty much most kind of talk show-esque format these days. Like Hot Ones, there are going to be particular guests like, oh yeah, it sounds like, all right, it's a content creator and a content creator who influence each other, and it's like, okay, cool, right? It's very wholesome. I would call it wholesome, probably a lot less interesting. And then it'd be like the host decide to host someone who doesn't like YouTube content, but they grew and exchanged from that and found mutual greater appreciation from that interaction. I really like those things, like transformative events. And it's not due to personal prejudices, but more like curiosity. Like when someone explains, oh, you know, I've really often haven't ever thought about this, but I really wanted to come on this show to try it anyways. You always find with shows like Hot Ones that the guests, especially the more popular ones, seem to have some sort of mask on in terms of their behavior that makes it difficult for you to be invested in it. That's intriguing. I do not have that impression. I think it's less so than being on shows like QI. So that's kind of interesting thought. Yeah, the popular ones, I guess it really, I'm kind of curious who you were referring to as the popular ones. I think the vastly popular ones, they are the most consistently charismatic ones with their typical behavior. Perhaps there are very specific ones that put on masks, like you're referring to the ego ones, the people who do egos. But I think the most charming ones happen to be the ones that are the most popular. Yeah, like Kevin Hart is not one of them. Oh well, Kevin Hart has been on Hot Ones, I think. I didn't watch the Kevin Hart one, but that was, I don't remember. I'm not sure if he's been on Hot Ones. I didn't watch it though. I'm not in, like, when you're talking about like masks, I'm not entirely sure if you're referring to a particular personality, because I can kind of see what you mean, at least from my perspective, what you mean by the mask. But I think the mask, it might actually be the person's personality. So I don't know if you're particularly turned off by someone's personality and it's viewed as having a mask. I mean, I can't tell. They're celebrities, or like they're people that I don't have any personal connection with, right? However, if you're talking about a mask in the sort of not being able to know their behavior, I would say that's true for nearly every single thing that is behind the frame. Unless you know them personally. So one could make an argument that everyone has a mask, Like right now, I have a mask. I kind of say this often, and I'm slightly going a little too deep into this, but generally speaking, anyone who grew up in a face culture, which by the way, becoming a celebrity is a face culture. It just happens to be also universal in like a celebrity standpoint. However, in Asian cultures, at least in my opinion, in Chinese cultures, for example, everyone wears a mask. It's expected you wear a mask in public. Personal and professional life are norms, and I don't know if that's something that it's considered abnormal. Like, you're saying mask as though that it is difficult to be invested in, right? And yet I don't see how the things you refer to are not masks in that way. Like, when you're consuming a content, I do not see how you don't see it as a mask if you're making an argument about their behavior, right? Like produce shows, like production shows, I'm trying not to convince you that you should accept these things, but like, what type of show, like a professionally produced show, do you consider not having a mask? I think that's a better question. When you're wearing a mask, you're wearing a mask. Unless you're telling me this is how you behave 24/7. Based on a lot of things you mentioned before, I think you do try to code swap and whatnot, depending on the environment. Otherwise, I think it takes a person with very strong ego, self-confidence, maybe even to a point of arrogance, in order to not consider wearing a mask every once in a while. Yeah, you didn't express what you meant well. It's the certain type of mask that come across as sort of cliche. Yeah, that's probably what I was trying. That's my first inclination. I thought that's what you might be referring to. I swapped the term afterwards. Like, for example, like mask, you know, mask can be like something hidden, right? But there's also professional masks. And I think when I think of, like, when you mentioned Kevin Hart, I think that's him, right? That's him professionally, which that's what I was referring to when you say maybe you're just referring, like, it's a specific personality that you don't particularly find worth investing, which is perhaps whatever characterizes the professional etiquette that is Kevin Hart, I suppose. I agree with that, honestly. Like, for example, what's a mask that I would say is very home to me? The Twitch mask. And it's very similar to what you're saying, the sort of non-interesting cliche ones. And it's not that they're not good or bad or like exciting or not. For myself, I'm a person of diversity. Personally, right? I have a preference for diversity. So I'm more of into like eccentric masks. People who are eccentric, which is, and eccentric is not a specific thing, right? It's not a static situation. And what's cliche is also not static, they're dynamic. So some things that are cliche now could be eccentric then. So right now, I spend most of my time not trying to target the same thing to my face, basically, because the internet does this better. This is better at being done. And for myself, in order to balance that, I look at eccentric things. So, for example, there was a time when talking about FromSoft, was eccentric. It is not that time anymore. It is not that time. So whenever someone expounds upon the intricacies of the influence that FromSoft had on the gaming industry, I am not as interested. It is not as interesting to me, so I do not invest in it. That sort of thing, right? Whether this is the mask that person wears. Like, I could talk about Souls-like game in a manner that is also like wearing a mask. Like, oh man, you know what's the most satisfying thing about Souls games? They're very difficult. They're difficult in a way that you just gotta get back, make that run back, and then it feels so good when you've been trying like 100 times, and then you're getting that one smash. That's a mask to me, right? But it's the cliche mask, the one that is most overrepresented. So whenever you hear like a top 100 most exciting game, and of the top 100, like 50 of them you list are Souls-like games, that is a mask. That, I guess, in my opinion, that's what we're talking about here. It's the more cliche ones where like, oh, what are they gonna do when they say Souls-like game? It's hard, whatever that means. It's hard. It has great level design. Like, well, what does that mean? It's I forgot what other cliche words, but that is what I would prefer as like refer to as like the professional mask. I totally agree. There are definitely specific masks. Like for myself, if I had to describe myself when I'm talking, I put people off because I speak very agreeable. And agreeability is another cliche for public figures, especially public figures that are more inclined on the educational side. Right? I mean, I certainly don't sound like a British monarch or a British politician. However, I do sound like a inherently neutral ChatGPT kind of thing, right? When someone says, oh yeah, ChatGPT has this training tendency where it's overly positive, or it has a positive lean with a consistent neutrality, right? But a slightly positive lean in encouragement. That's typically what my public mass is like. I speak with a slightly encouraged lean towards getting someone to respond and provide more information for myself. And I rarely express an opinion of my own until asked for that opinion. And even then, that opinion is like, with the lack of a better word, masked in other people's opinions. Agree that you do always, if not nearly always, wear a mask. Yeah, you do code swap often as well. Yeah, and I'm not sure how much I like or dislike that now that I think about it. Here's a meta thought about masks, right? I think my metagame here is I like people that have lots of masks, as opposed to relying on one mask. So whenever I'm referring to like diversity, the natural habit is to lean towards that code swapping. So when I watch those shows like QI, for example, Mythical Kitchen, Hank, anything with Hank Green, it's how many masks that person wears. So it's maybe this is a little bit this is bias, and it's with all due respect to the guests, the people who like come on to the shows, but my inherent focus is the extent of diversity of the host. It is the host, for me personally, that I have the longest attachment to. So I get invested in seeing how well the host continuously adapt to the guest. And that's why when you were talking about like some of the guests that come on, you have a problem, like difficulty to be invested in. And my first thought is the guest is the least likely person to be invested in unless you already know the guest. As in, like, you watch Hot Ones for the guests, it would mean that it would only be particular guests that you would ever watch Hot Ones. You wouldn't ever invest in the show because the show's constant is Sean Evans, not the guest. And then it is Sean Evans' choice, you know, like, and his editors and whatnot. They are the ones who creates that predictability and diversity in the guests that they have. So whenever someone asks about do I find certain shows interesting or whatnot, I'm usually thinking about the most consistent part of the show, because that's where you are able to invest in something. And then on occasion, some of those guests, when they come on, they happen to be people that I've already invested in. So then they, instead of classifying them as a mask that is cliche, right? A person's mask is only the extent of your exposure to them. So Hank, for example, Hank wears like 40 different masks to me, largely because I've invested in the person. I have followed the person parasocially, as opposed to looking for any instance in time. Or like, I don't know Kevin Hart. I know him as the comedian who shows up every once in a while in a movie that was recommended to me from someone else. He wears a very specific mask, a very hyperactive, smiling, slapstick comedian to me, and that's the mask that I've seen him wear most of the time. I haven't ever seen him in any other situation. Sean Evans, I've seen him in like 3 or 4 different ones. Josh, I don't know his last name. Josh, the host of the Mythical Kitchen, he has so many, like, Mythical Kitchen has so many formats, and that guy has to like respond and adapt to so many situations, and it's incredible. So naturally, because of his ability to adapt and get along with like the format of Mythical Kitchen's thing deals with like doing a segment with very varying different guests. The whole idea is to challenge the host and the many recurring casts, how well they adapt to different situations. And I enjoy that probably the most, because it allows you to discover the depths of the mask they wear, I suppose. And myself, I think ultimately I've only shown like 2 or 3 different ways, different parts of me, I suppose. Like there's no way I could ever channel my old self. I tried every once in a while, like to project my younger self, or like situations that don't really come up. Like for example, when you'll probably rarely ever encounter me acting in a part of being in a classroom anymore. Like it would be kind of fun to be able to show that in the future, maybe. But generally speaking, as cliche as it sounds, I'm a pretty walking cliche when it comes to someone who came out of graduate school and have to interact with strangers on a daily basis. I wouldn't say I sound remarkably different from other people. The thing that makes me not cliche possibly is because it's not trendy. It's not trendy to sound like me. Otherwise, then I would be the cliche. So then I would be wearing the mask of cliche. So one of the things that I often thought about is, here's a thought protocol. So how do you find enjoyment if the most accessible things are cliche, right? Because that's kind of what cliche is. Cliche is the most trendy and acceptable things. They eventually become cliche due to their frequency. So how do you enjoy things that are popular consistently, and then also enjoy the things that are eccentric? And for myself, obviously you probably have your own system. I find that as opposed to whenever we're talking about cliches, I play a game with myself, and others might find this a little pretentious or not. Whenever it comes to something that's cliche, like something that's trendy, right? I want to test this trend. I usually play a game with myself and I test this trend by challenging my profiling skills. And the whole goal is to find the eccentrics, the eccentricities. So when someone asks me, when someone comes by, it's like, oh yeah, did you hear? Like, man, this person is hot garbage. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that is currently a very trendy remark. It's hot garbage. Like this particular controversy is hot garbage, right? All right. Now I test the limits of my profile of this cliche to find the person's eccentricities. That's the way I go about making things entertaining. So like, for example, if I find Kevin Hart, for example, like this is hypothetical because I don't really know anything about Kevin Hart, nor do I know all their many masks. Like I don't follow him. Like if something feels basic, right? The other word would be is basic. And again, basic is not static. What is popular today will not necessarily be popular tomorrow, and what's cliche today won't be necessarily popular tomorrow. So when someone's basic, the goal is, if I needed to invest, like if someone says like, oh yeah, this guy is really cool, like the way I invest is to find out if there's eccentricity in it. And then vice versa. Whenever something is very eccentric, I try to see if there's anything that is cliche. So most of the time, that's how I go about it. And that's how I can sort of play a game with myself and find, like, if I need to invest in something, it would be investing in a manner that will get me interested. So when someone tells me like, oh, do you like, for example, Gecko. I haven't talked to Gecko in many months now. He's usually very popular, right? That game is so pretentious, by the way. Yeah, it's supposed to be. Because you're pretending to be interested until you are interested, right? So, when you think about pretentiousness, right? How do you know how to like something if you don't? Well, there's one way. You could say you just don't like it, and then you could end the line of thought. Right? You could do that. Right? That's kind of your eyes are coming across as confident. Yeah, fake it until you make it. Yeah. So what you do is when you pretend, you can pretend long enough to like the thing you are pretending. Now, oftentimes when someone says fake it until you make it, it's often referring to the person who doesn't end up reaching the final step. They don't believe in the thing that they're confident in. They're usually pretending to deal with something, to cope with something. Now, that is something that is responsive. What makes this sound pretentious, what I'm saying would make it sound pretentious, is because it's proactive. But the thing that is truly pretentious about faking it until you make it is when you're responsive and you're trying to compensate for something. Which is based on the thing like, oh, well, I don't have a choice. That does relate to a struggle you have sometimes in terms of masks. When you wear all these different masks for so long, you have trouble deciphering what expression is your true self. Yeah, well, yeah, in my opinion, when you're saying you're struggling with having a lot of masks, it's how many things you're compensating for, what you're responding to, in my opinion. So, like, for example, oh, I need to fit in. I need to fit in. So here's a story, like, right? Like, for example, you're group X. You're in group X, so you're the eccentric. This is the idea of wearing masks, right? In one sense. And you want to fit in group Y. So what you're going to do is you're going to fake it. As in, you interact with Y, and Y will give you feedback in order for you to better interact with Y again. I'm not saying that. That's not even close to what I'm saying. For me, X, I have the skill. So when I see Y, I figure out what Y is that's interesting to me. Like, so I am doing something that I decided to do. So I'm putting on the mask. I'm not studying something to create my mask. So this can fail. I totally understand that. Like, you could fail to interact with the thing because everything, the source of your mask is coming from something outside yourself. You are less committed. You are compensating. Like, that's... you do both. Obviously, people do both. The thing that you're saying about, like, that type of advice, which, by the way, I didn't say it was advice. That's kind of like the important part about all of this. I preface in most cases, like, if you're interpreting as advice, then you can interpret it any way you want. The fake it until you make it advice, or the interpretation would be this. which is when a person wants to fit in, and their true self is not the actions that they took. It's the response to what they want to be from outside themselves. When I was talking about trying to find the eccentricity in something, I like eccentricity. So when I see something that is cliche, I want to see if eccentricity exists in that cliche. Therefore, then I can appreciate both the cliche and its nuance. So that's what most people would refer to as an investment. When you get caught up in something long enough to know its nuance. Now, the reverse is also true when someone shares with me that something that is very eccentric. When it's very eccentric, it's unrelatable. Like, I have a really hard time relating to it because it's not normal. It's very eclectic. It's hard to get into, right? Like a hardcore niche, for example. It's very hard. So what I do is I look for the cliches. It is the cliches that will help me relate. Like, so I'm looking for a lot of things I know to be true in something that isn't. Like something that's really hipstery. It's so hard to relate. Like I have no idea. So I'm trying to project myself into this. So in both cases, I am looking for something that I am interested in order to form a connection and appreciation and incentive to viewing and acquiring or assimilating, maybe a better word would be adapting the things that I'm interested in. So I'm creating interest in the thing. I'm not waiting for something to be interesting to me. So whenever someone says I'm pretentious, they're talking about pretending to be something they are not. In a way, I'm doing both. My confidence comes from the idea that I am smart enough and skilled enough to find something interesting in something that is otherwise not interesting at first. I don't have to do that though. You know, like I can choose to walk away. That's fine. Like, oh, you really like Elden Ring. I can choose to walk away. That's perfectly fine. So why do I consistently do this is because it's the person I want to invest in. So whenever someone approaches me, it's like, hey, do you want to be friends? Like, are you sure about this? Are you serious about this? If you are, then yes, we can be friends. We are more likely, I will try very hard to be friends, because the idea is this person has already decided a point of investment. I'm not waiting to decide whether that person is interesting to me if that person has already chosen to invest, right? I will still be able to try. Whenever someone says, oh, hi, and then say nothing else, then I walk away from it. So that's kind of what I mean. I know what my true self is because I am choosing to do those things. And it can come off as pretentious because from a perspective of someone else, they might think that I'm pretending to be them, but I'm not really pretending to be them because I'm not interested. I'm interested, therefore I'm pretending. Two different things, right? I don't wait to be interested. I look if I am interested. And then that pretending and getting, practicing and participating is part of the process. So fake it till you make it. Yeah, two big difference. There, whenever someone says this in an interview, fake it till you make it, you can definitely tell which type of person, at least two. There's two dominant personalities. And I really like the one, to me, that's charismatic. And the charismatic one tends to be the proactive one. Personally, like what's charismatic to me is not charismatic to you or other people. The one that is proactive is the one that's charismatic to me. The one that is responsive, or not necessarily responsive, but reactive, has a feeling of pity, especially self-pity. And that to me doesn't strike as charismatic. Not that I actually, so when someone feels self-pity, I feel sympathy for that. Typically it elicits, I become sympathetic. This charismatic and proactive, I become empathetic. So if it has to be a competition, I have a preference for charismatic, proactive people. Like when someone asks me, how do I fit in? Like if I go and visit the United Kingdom, right? If I go and visit Great Britain, like UK, right? If I go there, what I would do would be, I'm probably going to be very pretentious to someone who thinks that I'm just trying to fit in. But the idea is I do that because then I can get to understanding it quicker. Like I am a person who embraces, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. That is fake it until you make it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. There are so many idioms that deal with proactive pretentiousness versus responsive pretentiousness. And am I being agreeable because I don't want to get involved in your issues? No, I'm being agreeable because I do want to get involved in your issues. So whenever someone says, I have a problem, I'm like, huh, may I ask if I could, I hope it's not too personal. May I ask, like, why is your day so bad? And some people could say, oh, yo, dude, this is like so cliche. This guy's just trying to be like politically agreeable, so that to seem like they care. It's like, yeah, I do care, but it also starts with that too. So whenever I try to be careful and very polite, self-censor myself, it's not being pretentious because it is pretentious to other people, and I can see it as pretentious. That is a part of my process. I can't like force myself way in and say, dude, you know what? Let's just be straight up honest with each other. I don't know what you're talking about, man. We're like, you're Gen Z. I'm like a millennial. Like, this is what millennials say. That could be quote unquote. That's not dealing with fake it till they make it. That's honest. You know, this is a double standard about communication. Being honest and genuine is somehow deliberately direct and abrasive. Like, oh yeah, that guy is just expressing their opinion. Like, I like that. Straight as an arrow, right? I'm being straight as an arrow. The thing is, I don't have to be a pointy arrow. I mean, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of an arrow. So, fair enough. I'm more like a Nerf gun, okay? Like, when you take a Nerf gun and you get hit by one of those, like, plunger things, it sticks to you, but it doesn't hurt you as much as a pointy arrow does, right? When in Rome in Japanese. Holy, I can't read that. Heard it a lot in sweet. Oh. So go ni itte wa go ni shitegae. Ooh, I kind of like that. Interesting. Yeah, so that's probably Procall. Listen, like, hear me out. This is a hear me out part, so we'll be straight here. When I was a teenager, And like up to, let's say, the 20, up to like teenager to 20, that was my response. I legitimately, I kid you not, this is a true story. When the internet was still going, I looked up for multi-personality disorder. Because I genuinely felt that there wasn't anything that was my true self. Like, I didn't know what my true self was because when I was growing up, it was a face culture, right? I grew up with a face culture. So what happened is that there's only a very small moment in my life that I felt that it was my true self, which is the idea that when I'm at home and isolated, right? Isolated, being with the culture that I was raised, which was the Chinese culture. That's when I felt like I was my true self, right? The whole idea is that I grew up in a household that was different from whenever I step out of the house. The moment I stepped out of the house, I'm wearing like 40 different masks at a very young age because no one knows what it's like to grow up in a house where I was, right? That's the whole idea of multiculturalism. So you wear all these masks, and the masks outdo your inside. Like whenever I'm home, it felt like it's a representation of a smaller of me. So at some point, all the masks that I wore as a response to others, they weren't me. Like whenever I talk about, like, it's not true now anymore, but it used to be. Like when I go out, I'm talking about like how good girls look. Like for example, like, oh yeah, that girl's hot, she's like 10 out of 10 or 12 out of 10. Like that's a mask I wore back then. That's a mask that I wore. We're like, oh hey, like you guys want to go and try to see if we can I don't know, loiter in the Walmart parking lots and do some shenanigans or something, or like, oh, let's go and play some football. Those are masks that I wore because the only time I wore those masks was in response to the event. So I wanted to fit in because I don't have enough experience, right? As when I'm younger, I had less experience. So when people talk about a younger or more closed off mind, they would think about faking it to get enough experience from the response. Well, let's just say after many years, and then we tack on another 18 years, there was a transition point where instead of making a response, now I go for a discovery process. So now every time I'm responding to things, I'm also looking for something. So when someone asks me like, oh yeah, 67, or no, wait, is it 76? Wait, is it 6'7" or 7'6"? Well, anyways, whenever someone says, this is how, like, right now I'm out of touch, right? Out of touch. But the thing is, I'm being pretentious right now. Oh, it's 6'7"? Okay. So 6'7", right? So, okay. Now hear me out. I just screwed up, right? Some kid is gonna yell at me now. It's like, it's 6'7", not 7'6", you pretentious millennial. And I'm like, yeah, can you tell me more about 6'7"? How does this make you feel? Because I'm gonna own it. So I'm gonna own 7'6". And how am I gonna own 7'6"? He's like, well, hey, you know, my 67 guy, have you played a game called Fallout 76? Because the reason why I remembered 7.6 instead of 6.7 is because I thought about Fallout 76. And now, if you want to talk about a game that was originally released as hot garbage, you should really check out how much of a hot garbage it is. Right now it's doing pretty well, so hey, check it out. I think it's free to play. So the idea is, what would I have done now? What I have done is, I'm not really changing myself per se. I was trying to be relatable to someone that I have to put on a mask. But that mask is, I'm fishing for myself. I'm fishing for a point of cliche. So if 67 is eccentric, as in something that I'm not familiar with, right? It's eccentric. I set things that I know to be relatable to the thing that I'm trying to relate to. So in essence, every time someone brings up a new piece of information, I'm relating it to something I already hold dear to myself. Like, and when I mean dear, I mean, I know Fallout 76 news more than I know 67. The thing is, these two things are connected now to me. And in order to get attached to something that is eccentric to me and have someone relate to me, I meet halfway. So when something is eccentric, I connect with something that's cliche. Cliche things are things that I know really well, because they wouldn't be cliche if you didn't know them well. So whenever you talk about like, oh yeah, I've seen this all before, it's the same thing. How about 69? 69? 96. And you might be wondering like, what's wrong with 96? Oh, there's just two people sleeping facing the other direction. The 69 thing is a millennial thing, so then there's the 96. And what would I bring up in 96? 1996. Oh boy, do I have some stuff to tell you about 1996. I mean, I don't actually know if there's anything that happened in 1969. I'm not entirely sure what happened in 1969, but I would probably take a dip into 1996 and talk about the 90s, what it's like to grow up in the 90s. That's what I would do. So at any point, I do wear a mask. The moon landing happened in 1969? Really? Oh, well, yeah, we might as well start with that then. Dang. That's a good one. And there you have it. At least that's what I would do. And what Procall, when you said that that does relate to a struggle you sometimes have in terms of masks. When you wear all these different masks for so long, you have trouble deciphering what expression is your true self. I think for myself, like, again, this is not advice. This is not advice. This is my past. So my past, after a while, I stopped. After a while, I gained so much experience. I gained enough experience where whenever I'm looking to wear a mask, it's part of me too. So the mask, right, is divided by me and the thing I'm looking at, the other. So every new mask that I'm wearing has both me and the other thing. So whenever someone says I'm pretentious, that's exactly what I'm aiming for. Because I am part pretentious and also the part that is looking to connect with the person. One cannot do all of one. I do, like, what is true to myself is that if you are always you, and if you are always other, that to me is truly pretentious. Like this is pretentious. I know I'm using the same words. So this is what I mean by pretentious, and this is what I mean by egotistical. And on the internet, you're either A or you're B because of hyperpolarization. You're either honest, therefore both arrogant, prideful, and egotistical, and genuinely a straight arrow to a fault, or you're pretentious. You're a shiller, a glazer, a for-profit influencer, right? Someone who's sponsored, corporate greed, etc. Right? Someone else is pulling your strings, right? So you're either these two. And the truest of myself is that I am both of these. I'm both A and B at the same time. So at any one time, whenever someone says I'm a boomer, I'll probably pull up some Zoomer stuff. If I'm talking to a Gen Z, right? Or when someone calls me out for being out of touch, I will try to find something that's in touch. Or frame something that is out of touch and explaining how I'm out of touch in order to reach a point of empathy at any time. So that, in a way, for myself in the past, have grown out of feeling like I'm pretending most of the time. And that's kind of the idea. Like, no more pretending. Or, yes, more pretending, but also myself at the same time. And that might be more confusing, honestly. Like, if I had to take another perspective, someone might think this is even more confusing than just being yourself, quote unquote, just being yourself, or just pretending so you can live, right? You can, maybe when you pretend long enough, it will become you, versus, or you just stick with whatever you care about and hope that one day others will understand you. That's up to you. Those are your choices, right? Or like, those feel like the only choices people have. You either say, oh, I'm always honest. I'm always honest. Which makes you narcissistic, right? Bad or good, right? You're always honest, so therefore then other people will always know you. That is not true. Because that also means anyone who don't like you don't care about you. Right? So that's what you have to tell yourself, in my opinion, when you're saying, I'm always honest, I'm always projecting. If you're constantly projecting, then yes, the others that you'll meet are you. Right? And I kind of like this one quite a bit as a form of therapy, or like a form of therapeutic self-evaluation. If you're someone who strives to be you, right, always you, like always sympathetic to yourself, right, empathetic to yourself, then the people you surround yourself with are a reflection of you. And that's where I start, actually. Online I start like with other people. I start here. This is the cliche. When you're not a professional, so you don't work professionally in a public eye, so you don't work in public, as in you don't have to put on masks to be politically correct, or some sort of like having to be agreeable with many different people. So that's what I mean by not professional in public. Then you, in my opinion, from my perspective, I act on the cliche route. I imagine this person cares about their own opinions, right? Their own opinions. They always put their legacy first ahead of someone else. they always say that honesty is the best policy. Like there are various situations. And then what I do is I try to reach a point of empathy. So then I would act honest, straight as an arrow. But then I would be looking for nuance of professionalism. So I connect by pretending, but it's really not pretending. It's like half pretending, because it's both. When someone is very honest with me, I will be very honest with them. However, that's not all of me. The idea is in the future, I will likely talk about, hey, you know, sometimes I try to censor myself because there might be children around. I know that you always be honest, so you speak your mind and you would swear around children or like just lose yourself in your own creative mind. But let's talk about what happens when there are kids around. Like, would you be open to trying to come up with a more dynamic behavior like that is different? And you know, I spoke to tons of people who's like, well, why does it matter? Those kids are gonna hear swear words in their future anyway, so you might as well do it now. That person is being honest with themselves, right? They're projecting how they grew up. And I would ask something like, so what makes you think this way? Like, is that how you grew up? Like, were you okay? I mean, it sounds like you've been very successful despite, you know, like you're going against the grain, so to speak. Like, somehow it really doesn't matter how vulgar you are or how genuinely honest and you always speak your mind. It worked for you. Now, is there any chance that you think other people who are around you, who are growing up or learning something, do you think they'll have the same situations and opportunities you have? And I'll let them answer those questions. But generally, answering those questions is where I'm looking for the nuance of this person. So then this person becomes less of a cliche to me personally, and I'm willing, and that's how I invest in them. Now, if someone is incredibly eccentric, like they would say something like, oh yeah, like I like live service. That's not trendy right now. That would be something that I would hear less about, right? But someone comes up and say they like service. I'm like, oh hey, I'm usually mid on a lot of things, like so I'm like, oh okay, well I have something. I play P5X. P5X is a live service game. Let's talk about P5X for a moment. If this person like, I could say something like, oh, you know, an honest person, a typical honest person in this day and age, this trend, they would be like, you, dude, live service is garbage. And then this person will say, I'm just telling you the truth, man. Like, I'm being honest. Live service is garbage. And then the other person will say something like, well, I like live service. And then it would end there. That's how the conversation ends. So no, yeah. Right? Instead, I would start with something that is eccentric. Now, if I like P5X, and guess what? P5X is on the internet. More people voice their disagreements and dislike of P5X than liking P5X. So that's kind of the idea where, so if I'm gonna be eccentric, I'm going to take something that's cliche to me. And what am I going to talk about in terms of cliche? Well, let's talk about all the negative things about live service together. But I'm going to be talking about it in a quote-unquote potentially a pretentious way to someone who likes live service, because to someone who is being honest, I am being pretentious because I only listed like one live service game, P5X. And then they would think that it's like, oh yeah, the rest is garbage though. The rest of live service is garbage. You're just cherry picking. It's like, well, that's the point. This person likes live service. They're being eccentric. And the eccentricity must be matched with my abilities to relate, right? So in both ways, I'm still looking for something. So like when I'm talking to this person, now I'm going to try to find the stuff that they like about live service that's similar to the way other people like live service, or like that's similar to the way other people like things. What's something that this person is probably going to like about live service? It's free to play. The word is free. And if I had to connect someone who thinks live service is garbage and someone who likes live service, they both probably can agree free things are kind of nice. And there's the bridge. So what does this kind of look like? I'm in the middle. I'm in between the two. Is it a gacha? P5X is a gacha game. Yes. I also play Neverwinter Online, which uses a loot box system. I also play Hearthstone, which uses a card pack system. It's a CCG, a collectible card game. So all of the free-to-play models have some sort of monetization. P5X specifically uses a gacha system, the banner system that's popularized by, I guess, MiHoYo. So Genshin Impact and stuff, like banners where you draw. New characters are released with every patch, which is what I'm doing this evening. Hopefully I get to it this evening. Pro call, it's Friday, by the way, James. This is kind of like a normal ritual now. It's become a regular ritual. It's Friday going to Saturday, and then possibly Saturday into Sunday. We kind of have this routine of like meandering about topics. I don't know if I'm gonna change this into something, and maybe we'll just yap on weekends. But Pro call has like weekday things and all that. But we usually end up spiraling into something like this. Today's conversation started with one of the bigger triggers started with actually we did talk about science at first, but then we talked about QI, which is the first question that Procall asked about, like what I think about QI. QI is a British show, a long-running British show. I'm not sure if you're familiar with QI, James. It has a consistent host, and then the host interacts with a cast of guests, and there are at least 4 guests. And what they do is they enter intellectual discussions while doing... Oh, you do watch QI. Okay. Yeah, it plays on TV. Nice, James. Procall introduced me to QI. And I watched like the first 1 to 2 seasons, largely because I mentioned Hugh Laurie before. And Hugh Laurie was part of the first cycle of guests. Recently, I brought up QI again, circa 2025 to 2026. QI, one of the QI, Hank Green, spoiled it on his vlog that he actually did one of his things that he always wanted to do to get on QI. So he was there. And I have yet to see that episode. But this is the most recent thing. And we were talking about how to invest in shows. So the conversation went to, I talked about QI, how I treat QI. I really like formats like QI where you have a consistent host in which you invest in. And that host is what I focus on a lot of times because the guests are who they're interacting with. And then that led to the discussion of pretentiousness. or not really necessarily pretentiousness, but the idea of a cliche and eccentricity when it comes to mask wearing, like professional masks. And I was trying to clarify, and there are many different ways to interpret masks, and I think Procol and I was trying to read into it, so I was describing the different types of masks, and the particular type of mask deals with whether you are pretentiously adapting or you are proactively adapting. And I was trying to describe the two sides because it's very important to make for me personally, it's an important thing to distinguish between them. When I was younger, I was adapting through pretentiousness. So the whole fake it until you make it situation is like, I thought I'm multi-generational American, so I pretend to be one. I engaged in like cars, golfing, hunting, barbecues, right? Fireworks, shenanigans, like those things I needed to learn by adapting to them. So I engaged in them like responsively when I was younger. Basically, if they happen, I could get pulled along, and I'm wearing masks. I'm developing a mask based on my need to belong. Nowadays, though, I am proactively pretentious. So this is the irony here. This is the paradox. When I'm proactively pretentious, I'm being honest. How am I being honest? I'm being proactive because I like pretending. That's the whole point of trying to be honest. If you want me to participate in your football game, for example, I could sit there and say, oh, I don't like football. Like, I've never played football before. No, I would go in there and I would try my best and respond and like really try to commit myself to understanding why people like football. And when I mean football, I'm talking about soccer, because I'm really terrible at kicking things, like those specific like ball kicking things. And the idea is that this is the charismatic generousness that I'm talking about. There's a difference between charismatically pretentious versus pretentious as in guarded defensiveness. So whenever someone asks me, how are people potentially perceived as more charismatic, they are unapologetic is the word I would use, as opposed to honest. And unapologeticness, what does pretentious mean exactly? That's a good question. I don't know what pretentiousness is defined as. Oh, attempting, it's apparently, here's some keywords. Attempt, affecting in a manner that has a greater importance. Importance, talent, culture, than it actually possesses. Right? So basically, like when someone says, I don't know, I love Japanese language learning. It's like, oh really? Me too. I think it's fantastic. That could be pretentious. And that's how I sound most of the time, honestly. When someone says, oh yeah, dang, Japanese is really hard. It's like, yeah, you're right. Like, I can kind of see what you mean. Like, that Japanese language learning is quite hard. But hear me out. And then that's when I flip the script, right? Like, I would first start well, hear me out comes a little bit later. I was like, oh, by what do you mean by hard? Like, can you describe to me why it's hard? And then they would say something like, well, there's kanji, and then there's the multiple reads. Like, oh yeah, you know what? That's a really good point. Let's use this character. Let's use this word as a example, right? You could say this is kyuko, but then this side has kunyomis, and this side also have kunyomis. Like, how would you know? Is this a e? Like, that's potential pretentiousness, because despite me not saying I agree or disagree whether Japanese is hard, which I haven't said anything yet, the idea is that I am invested to be agreeable to the person that's coming, and then I share something of my own. And what happens is that person's mask, so the mask that I'm wearing for this person is a bit of them and a bit of me. So in the adult life, most of my masks are both me and the person I'm pretending, technically, pretentiously trying to elevate their importance. Because it is important to know that what they think is important is also important. If you're not unapologetic about it, then you could be the other pretentious. What is the other pretentious is how I feel that most people are focusing on. So what is the other pretentious? The other pretentious is when you're 100% you or 100% them. And the easiest one to spot is when you're being pretentious to be 100% them. That's the thing that comes off often as cliche. And then the thing that is 100% you comes off as arrogant or overconfident. Some might say honest and genuine. Like that's fair. Like these are the things. And then cliche as them would be cliche, agreeable, glazing, like try hard. There are quite a lot of terms for this. And then to spin some positive thing, right? Agreeable, diverse, cultured. There are other words, right? Do you think the bit of them that's in the mass becomes a part of you for a different mass? It does. Yeah. The idea is that when I keep me and the other, this is the new mask. This is the new mask. Like that's why it's difficult for me. Like, hear me out. If you're wondering, well, why then do people say 100% you or 100% them when it comes to pretentiousness? Because remember, when someone's arrogant and prideful, they can come off as pretentious. Like, for example, hey guys, I'm a super genius. Just listen to me. Everything I say is true. Like, because I'm the smart guy, so whatever you're thinking, that's wrong. I'm the right guy to come to when you need answers. 100% you, arrogance. That's a pretentiousness. You're elevating your own importance to a degree that it might not actually be that important, right? It's overselling yourself. When you're 100% other people, it's like, oh, that's cool. I absolutely love everything about you. Like, man, can I just be you? Like, I would love to one day be just like you. Sycophant. Pretentious as well, right? And if you stick on that consistently, then you remain pretentious. So that's, you either wear someone else's mask, pretentious, or you wear your own mask, still pretentious, because there's no empathy. No eventual empathy or sympathy for that matter. Neither, or it's kind of like, not like truly, because when you think about empathy and sympathy, there's a connection between these two. You're not making the connection between these two. So rarely would you ever feel like your true self this way. And then when you think about your true self this way, right, in the form of forming masks, what are you wearing your mask for? You have no mask. So no mask means that most other people will think you're pretentious because you're only wearing the mask that you want, right? So whenever you're going around, in my opinion, you're unrelatable. Unless when I say no mask, the one mask you wear is also the one mask the other person wears. And that's perfectly fine. So that's what projection gets you. So you have a smaller scenario, but you can still be happy. Like if you meet your soulmate, for example, right? Like whoever it is, you meet that one buddy that's wearing the same mask as you, you collect together, right? That's super solid. Now, if you're unhappy that you don't have a lot of friends and you're unhappy that all your friends are like angry or egotistical or narcissistic or something, though, that's part of the deal. When you have people who only wears one mask and it's their way or the highway, and you project that is your one mask and one way or the highway, know that one must also be happy enough to be appreciative of the rare times that you meet someone who is a reflection of your true self. For the record, I don't really know how this feels. Like that's my conceptual understanding. This is my conceptual understanding. When you're constantly projecting one mask, you're expecting to encounter a limited number of people who projects and reciprocates that one mask. If you're truly genuine and honest and always straight as an arrow, then you would resonate with someone who is projecting truly honest and straight as an arrow, despite like the characteristics of it. Like you could have a bad temper, then other people around you will have a bad temper in a similar way. My natural state is a combination of these two. So those people that are around me would have those tendencies too. And then when you're purely empathizing, then you're going to be around, like what I mean is purely people who have no true self with themselves, then they can still hang out with other people who operate the same way. But there's a different dynamic, right? These are inherently zeros and ones. Usually humans are somewhere in between. And for myself, I tend to exercise something in between. It's the realistic outcome. And with each person, the reason why if you're doing a 50-50 all the time is it's really not that scalable. So there's no scalability to this. If you want me to make a case for why these exist, like 100% them, millions and millions of people. You can scale up to millions and millions of people. Because what you're doing is you're basically trying to adhere to the cliche that reaches the largest audience. That's mediocrity, right? Or temporal mediocrity. And what does mediocrity mean in this case? Average. So if you're trying to appeal to millions of people, your products, your services, your things that are trying to reach a lot of people become more generic. The generic, consistent things are the things that appeal to the most amount of people, because more people makes it generic and cliche, right? So this is professionalism 101. When you are making a product and you want to expand your community, you have to reduce the nuance, technically, of the product and increase its general appeal. That's the mask you also wear. If you want to be more politically agreeable, you are more politically neutral in your conversations and you cater and become more agreeable to the other people. When you are genuinely yourself, it's a hit or miss. You're going to be divisive, right? However, you will have a niche, nuanced, loyal selection. So when you meet someone and they're an influencer that always speaks their mind, know that when you're communicating with them, their community will also be incredibly loyal, foolhardy, right? Like very trusting and like in that person. So they will come to defend that person rigorously and whatnot. And they're usually smaller but louder, right? So these are the balances. And obviously no one's 100% this and 100% that. What happens is when you start getting professional, when you become more professional and like for profit or sustainability, you start gravitating from being 100% you, from creating a basis for community, right? Like to get started, you often want to project just yourself, find a hardcore community, right? That nuanced community, and you build, and then eventually when that community expands for commercialism and all that stuff, you become more and more cliche and generic, like commercialized production. Like when you start, it's more personable, it's incredibly charming and whatnot, and then when you become successful and you know that type of success, like monetary success, it becomes more corporate, cliche, and expanding. So oftentimes when I say I may change up my tune in the future, it's because this is not scalable. This would require that every time you meet someone, you have to form a new mask. And how many masks are you gonna wear? That's a lot. So eventually these masks are gonna become more generic. And you're gonna try to make one mask more appropriate to a larger number. So you start adding cliches to the mask. And then what happens is those masks, then you will have dominant masks, right? Like, for example, ideally, I would say I wear 5 different masks that cover approximately more than 50%. I want to say 50% to 70% of my interactions. 30%, the other 30% are a range of like 10 different masks that I use in order to diffuse the more nuanced stuff. Like for example, one of the masks that I don't typically wear is instructor. I don't wear that. It's not like I don't know how to instruct people, right? What else? Chinese. I don't wear my Chinese mask very often. And you might be thinking, oh, these sound generic already. Yeah, because look, it's 5 and 10 masks. The more generic they are, the less masks you have to juggle, because you're trying to cover a large range. Otherwise, it's going to be insane. Like if you try to generate a unique connection with someone, which is based on your mask, a unique connection with everyone, it's not possible. You're gonna run out of time. It requires so much investment just to generate one, and I do this a lot. How long the average time do I take to generate a first connection? 5 hours per session, per encounter, over 10 sessions. That's when I think I would have invested significantly enough to establish like enough information from the other person and from myself so that we can combine and create a new archetype. And from then on, basically what I would say is, oh yeah, you know, we talked about this, right? Like, or, oh hey, you remind me of a conversation I had with Procall the other day, like three weeks ago. That's where the new mask is. That's the new mask. When that mask is established, it's how we interact with each other, right? This includes language. A mask includes a friend, I forgot what they're called, social act. It creates a new social act. So immediately I try to establish those things, right? We talk about our schedules, how we're keeping categorization of the discussions, and eventually that becomes unscalable. So whenever someone says, like, if someone is cliche and they wear a lot of masks, it also means they're popular. These are coinciding. So when someone has an aspect of popularity, then their professional mask is often cliche because it has appeal. When someone is like, this is not all the time. We're talking about coincidences, like percentage of coincidences, or you could call them correlations, right? Behaviorally, whenever someone says someone has a really cliche mask, it's probably also because they're popular. It wouldn't be cliche if they're not popular. Is kind of one of the defaults. Again, not all the time, but substantially most of the time. All inherent correlations in behavior. Yeah, I do that. You try to mimic people, but oftentimes it doesn't work, as the other people usually receive as unnatural. Do you know the term LARPing? Yes. Now that I consider your previous comment about true self is fanciful. Yeah. So, the unnatural thing, right? The unnatural thing. I think this part kind of unnatural often is tied to the one characteristic that I was talking about, which is trying to establish a point of empathy. And in order to establish a point of empathy, there's also a side load of sympathy. So whenever someone is trying to respond to something, right? When you put on a mask, when you're trying to respond and try to synthesize a mask, right? The only way that mask, in my opinion, will be effective is if the thing you're pretending, so when you're responding, right, you're pretending. So say you're going full in 100% them. Oftentimes the unnatural part could be that there's not much of you in it, not enough of you, right? That could be one way to view it. Not enough of you. So they're saying you are behaving unnatural to yourself. Alternatively, they could be saying your behavior is unnatural to them. And that also is involved in a point of sympathy and empathy. They can't sympathize with you because you are not behaving like yourself. Maybe, right? That's part of the equation. But they are unable to empathize with you, so whatever behavior you have is unnatural to them. And that's kind of why when I talk about things, when you respond to things, you combine it with seeking things. Because when you seek a point of interest, and that's not meaning do exactly what I'm doing. I'm talking about whatever it is that creates that point of interest to you. when you seek a point of interest, that is natural to you. And then when you're responding to something, while it may be unnatural to you, right? Because you're adjusting to something that it's not you. When you're combining these two, what happens is they have a point of sympathy because they know that you are consistently seeking a point of interest. So there's a behavior that is routine, that's natural to you. While also when you're doing that unnatural thing, it creates empathy. Because now you're seeking something that's behaving naturally of you while participating in an activity that you both will share in the future. So like someone is talking to me, like for example, Procol, you were talking to me about Jordan Peterson. Well, it is. You asked me, do I watch Jordan Peterson or get in that? Well, it's actually unnatural for me to watch Jordan Peterson. Like I already mentioned that. And so do I continue being unnatural by saying, oh yeah, like I don't really watch Jordan Peterson? Do I end it there? No, I don't end it there. What I do is I frame Jordan Peterson to what is natural to me. Then you had a point of sympathy for me because I was explaining, oh, well, you know, what you do on YouTube and stuff when you watch videos and stuff. I have a sympathetic and an empathetic tether to that. I explained how Jordan Peterson comes up for me in a context that is natural to you and me. That's a point of empathy. And you can sympathize because I described a situation that involves watching Peterson that would occur with something that's unnatural to you too. Like sometimes the YouTube algorithm will recommend you a Hank Green video. That would be synonymous with sometimes Jordan Peterson comes up with me. So what I did was I described how Jordan Peterson came up while I'm watching people I naturally watch. I'm basically playing back the conversation that we had 3 days ago. When you asked me, do I watch George Peterson? I explain how I end up watching George Peterson through clips and stuff because the people that I watch also talk about the things that Jordan Peterson talks about. So naturally, that YouTube algorithm that you are very familiar with will serve me Jordan Peterson things. So even if we might not empathize with Jordan Peterson, we can empathize with what's natural to me, and you can have a point of sympathy because now we have an analogous shared tether. So something that is unnatural, as in I don't watch Jordan Peterson, but you do. So it's kind of unnatural. That's kind of weird. It's like, dude, Jordan Peterson is kind of weird. Just watching for that. But it's not that weird. That, to me, covers both the major factors. These are two of the major factors. Either you're behaving unnaturally because you are trying to adapt into mass. Again, there are other things, but I think these two are the primary focus for the thing between us. You're either feeling unnatural because you're engaging in a activity or like a line of thinking or something that's unnatural to you. However, there might be a lack of point of sympathy because you haven't introduced anything of yourself in there that is both sympathetic and possibly relatable to them. So either it is unnatural because the way they do things and talk things, you are still trying to learn that, but there's no point of empathy yet. You have to do it long enough to be able to empathize while at the same time appear natural in doing so. But if you're constantly trying to adapt to something that you're not naturally used to, then there's no part of you in it. So either or makes it feel unnatural. So whenever you have to talk, right? I usually focus on talking because there's no way I can get in the same room with people anymore. So when it comes to talking, like over a mic or a conversation, That's the point. You need a point of sympathy, or one requires a point of sympathy, which could address a point of empathy. Alternatively, there is trust. There's also trust, so we'll throw in trust. A trust me bro situation would mean that you go through a path of unnaturalness to develop the point of empathy, which then can go back to empathy of something about you. That's usually the type that people, this is like the luck. This is like the lucky take it opportunity. Like if that's offered to you, then absolutely go for it. I think many times when people want love and like fit in, they're talking about this pathway, which is you meet someone and your friends or your family, or like you're born into family, right? And then family connects you with things. There is trust already, or unconditional love. And we're not talking about like strictly intimacy. I actually strictly am not talking about intimacy. We're talking about like platonic love. And platonic love, unconditional platonic love, deals with the acceptance of trust. So that is the type that I feel when you're a teenager or someone inexperienced, that's what you're acting on first. And if you get used to that and continue to do that, that cycle gets hard, like more difficult, because trust, when you get older, becomes more nuanced. They're generally more nuanced. Trust is harder and harder to come by, like unconditional, because people got older and older. They have more and more experience before trust is given. So what happens is when you talk to someone, you got a stranger, and then you're like, hey, I just want to like participate in your thing. If there is trust, then it doesn't matter if you're unnatural or natural. They trust you. And then when they trust you, you do the things enough to create empathy. And that empathy makes things natural. Like, oh, that's just the way he is. Like, oh, that my best friend, that's just the way he is. Or that's just the way she is, right? Because there's unconditional trust. You shared the experience, so it becomes natural because you have shared the experience now. That is the route that I feel quite a lot of people stay with. And that's totally fine when you don't have to interact with strangers later on. So like when you're getting older, right? When you become a professional, for example, and that professionalism involves public, then this becomes unreliable. Why does it become unreliable? Because it is inherently unreliable. It relies on luck, right? Because when you are born into a loving family, like, sorry if you don't, I don't want to like sound like too privileged or lucky, but I do genuinely wish that everyone was born into a loving family. So let's assume that, with respect to all those people who did not have the luck of being born into a loving family, when you're being born, it is your circumstances. So those circumstances give you early day unconditional trust and love. That's kind of the idea. And when someone is raised with a lot of unconditional love and trust, that creates a great foundation. However, if you stay small, right? Like if you're like, for example, if you're able to stay small, then all things are great. And now in this world that we live in, it's not that scalable. This is not scalable, because for every stranger, as you get older, how often do you think strangers are going to give you unconditional trust over and over again? By the way, I'm a sucker for trusting people much older. Like when I was in my 30s, I was continuously trusting, and yet I will continue to do this. Like I do often do this. But I will tell you now, the only reason I know it's not scalable and it's unreliable is because I continue to do this, not because I avoid it. When you openly trust people as you're getting older and older, it becomes less and less reliable. I know that because I'm proactive about it. So I'm okay with people betraying my trust and throwing my trust back at me over and over again, because I understand that. And how do I deal with it? I do the other thing. It's balanced by the other thing. Like, I can get people, quote unquote, I can get people, this is going to sound like a really terrible humble brag or pretentious, I can get people to like me. That's how you offset it. I can get people to like me temporarily so that sooner rather than later, they get to find out my true self. If I can get people to like me sooner, then we can figure out if they really are ready. If they're not, they leave. So how do I do that? I start with a point of sympathy and immediately go into a point of empathy. So whenever, like for example, Bree and I, we really don't have that much things in common at first. Bree and I talked for like well over a couple months, and the idea is I start by being invested in what she has to say. Like, then I find as many things that I can find that's common in between us. The cliche stuff. Like, she thinks it's really hard to trust people online or make friends online. I think that too. Like, some part of me think that too. The reason is I'm looking for reasons why she thinks that. And I look for reasons why I think that too. Despite knowing all the reasons that I don't think that. Because you have things that you can agree upon or things that you seek. The things you can find in that is also your true self. So like Procol, you're British. I'm American. But there's something in there that makes us similar. Right? If the person that I'm talking to is consistently thinking we're different, I start with that. Yeah, you know, you guys over there, you do this kind of thing, right? Thanks for saying soccer, by the way, despite the Americans now have adopted soccer, which, by the way, here's a point of sympathy and empathy. I'm like filling in the blanks. I wouldn't say literally this, but did you know that the origins of the word soccer actually is British? Isn't that kind of humorous? The things that make us different is also the things that make us similar. By the way, I don't know if you knew or other people knew, but soccer is British English. It came from Great Britain, not the United States. It just so happens that the United States end up adopting the word soccer as opposed to the word football. Funny. And that's kind of what I mean. Like, you do both. And this way is far more successful. It's not the best. Yeah, as a contraction of football association. Yeah, soccer. Yep. Football association. What'd you call it? This is far more successful in terms of its consistency. But it is not great at efficiency. For like this like deep connection, right? You don't form deep connections by trying to be a flatterer and then working your way. It's multiple steps, right? A lot of times people would say, oh, well, aren't you just like A and B, right? Aren't you just describing A as just making friends making friends with extra steps, right? That's kind of the lingo, you know, making friends with extra steps, as opposed to just jumping straight in and creating empathy. And then you get friends that way. Let's think about this. By the way, this is the net norm. This is the IRL norm still. Or we call it the adult, I'll call it the adult professional norm, where you have to create what is A that I just described? Rapport, making rapport, spending time establishing rapport, and then finding opportunities for empathy, which is participation, co-participation. That's a common interest. And then you test trust through the common interest. Net norm is you establish empathy through a common interest. And that common interest is obligatory. Then you become friends, and then you test trust and honesty. How does this work? Like, what are great ways to say? I would say greater than 50% of the time, people are connected through their common interest first. Like, for example, a video game. Or literally PvP. Or literally a protest. Literally a controversy. In which they all participate on a forum, but they don't know anything about each other. They know that it's obligatory that they must express their obligation in that task. That is where the tenuous nature of friendship starts. It's like, oh, we're friends because, oh, they're like my Minecraft friends. Like, oh yeah, they're my Discord moderator friends. Oh, that we used to play Overwatch together. Like, oh yeah, these are my streaming friends. Like, you know. And then after that friendship, if that friendship loses the common interest, the test for trust and honesty happens. And that is less consistent to follow through near the end. Here, in this way, you're establishing trust and like sympathy and empathy first. So you have to establish rapport, which is sympathy. You have to at least be sympathetic to establish rapport. Like, oh, I noticed that you seem to be really upset each day. May I ask, if it's not too uncomfortable for you, can you explain like some of the details of why you're really upset? I really want to get to know if there's a way that I could at least help you or like be of some useful service, like as a, you know, friend or something like that. So you're creating sympathy with the opportunity to create empathy by sharing an experience together, right? So you have to go through all of that, which then creates the common interest. The common interest is through the attempt to create empathy. So you have to initiate empathy. Empathy is not created out of circumstance. Like, it's not a circumstance of self-interest. When you want to play a video game and you just so happens to need opponents in a video game and then you become friends out of that, that's a self-interested system. And then later, immediately later, you have to create the mask. Because then when you become more than friends due to a common interest that is self-serving, you then have to form sympathy and empathy with that person. So it's not guaranteed because it could end right there. When the common interest disappears, you're no longer friends. It's like, oh yeah, I used to have this friend that played Minecraft, but then they started playing Valorant, so we stopped being friends. I mean, to me personally, no offense in a way, you weren't friends to begin with because there was no point of sympathy or empathy. The convenience of circumstance and self-interest was the reason why you guys were locked in that situation. It's like your coworker, right? You both just happen to work for the same company, or that coworker could be your best friend. There are two different situations, right? There's that coworker that walks around giving cookies and introducing themselves, and then everyone thinks it's cringy except for that one coworker that says, oh, that's really nice, right? Inefficient. This side is inefficient. It takes a lot of attempts. It starts by doing a lot of trusting, right? Creating sympathy, and it's rarer, but what you create is you establish the trust that is both you plus the other person immediately. So later down the road, you're testing the trust. You're not trying to test and establish. Sorry, the word should be establish here. Establish and testing the trust then. And I do the other side. I do this side most of the time. When someone asks me, you don't talk like this. Like someone asked me before because they said like, you behave different. You behave not like a streamer or not like other streamers, right? The cliche streamers. And my first thought is, yeah, with its pros and cons, like depending on what you're looking for, there are pros and cons to this. I'm not like other streamers because what I do is not possible for other streamers. You have to understand that other streamers want lots of viewers, right? They want, that's a lot of viewers. So let's just stick with like 50,000, right? And in order to do this to 50,000 viewers, that is like, I don't know how you, I don't know how it's possible. So it's highly improbable you can do that. So that's kind of the idea with its pros and cons. So the very nature of what we're talking about now is not scalable to that other one. And that's probably why it's a lot easier, at least in my opinion, a lot more appropriate to talk about this stuff in this format that I have. Now, does this mean I am genuinely, this is 100% me? The answer is no, it's not. You have to be me to be 100% me. You also have to be in my life approximately 100% of the time to know what it's like to be me. So the idea is we wear masks. How many masks we have, like how many, is often what I like to explore. You have a bunch of cliche masks, and then you have a bunch of edgy masks. And that's kind of how I want to take that metaphor back to the original comment. Right? And I don't know if this will change anyone's outlook on life. But for myself, that's how I go about it. For now. Like, one day, if someone that knows me, like all the people that know me now, and they see me later, right? Now, I use A. Later, if I use B, the people who know me now, I like to believe that they're not afraid of B. They will understand that B is necessary for later if it requires the appropriate professionalism. The idea is, though, I don't wait for that to happen. I have a mask that I can help with A because I've already been there. This is my professional mask. And then we have a mask, right? We have a mask for a personal, like a more personal relational stuff, right? So it goes into that. It helps me prepare for B. That's different for someone who start with A and they suddenly became professional, you know, they became famous and stuff, and now they have to adjust. They have to respond to B. Well, now they're just going to shoot their mouth, right? They shoot their mouth until they get into trouble. And when they get into trouble, that's when they learn a new mask. And that works, honestly. Like, the internet is kind of adapting to that. The idea is like, if you were, you know, you're 15 years old, right? And then you suddenly become famous. And then when you were like doing whatever you wanted to do, talk whatever you wanted to do, and then eventually when you're 22 years old, you realize that there were a lot of things you did in this time period that got you into trouble. That's where new masks are born, right? It's experience, response. And the things I'm talking about is a response to what I've done before. I can earnestly tell you, I know what it's like. I know what it's like, in my opinion. In fact, the whole LARPing thing, that would be kind of really apt, because LARPing is exactly what I did. When I was younger than 20, I was LARPing most of the time. And hear me out. Around 20, it's a coincidence that it ended up being around 20. I met my best friends. My best friends forever. And I wanted to be them. What I mean is, I finally found something that interests me, and by luck, by the way. I genuinely believe that the best friends that I have, I met them by luck. And that luck dealt with going to the same school and whatnot, because I wasn't choosing to do things. I wasn't proactive still. Like, I didn't go to a college that I wanted to go to. I went to a college that I could go to, that I know I was able to go to, based on the luck of the people that I knew, because I was a kid, right? I didn't know what to look for. I saw something and I chased after it, right? Then I got to that college and I saw people that are very successful, that I wanted to be something like them. So then eventually I kind of end up being like them. In fact, I'm not even sure if I influenced them at all, or if they influenced me. I should have a conversation with them sometime. Like, when I was younger, they influenced me far more than I've influenced them. For the record, there's also 3 of them, so like, just by sheer number, they had more influence on me. So most of my behavior was influenced by them. So there was more of them changing me than I think I've ever affected them. I don't think I've ever, to this day, I'm not even sure if I've imparted any lasting influence on them. You would have to ask them, because I genuinely, it's very difficult to know. Like, I like anime. They liked anime before I met them. They liked Evangelion quite a lot. In fact, one of them was wearing an Eva shirt, and I didn't even watch Evangelion before meeting them. And so many of the things that I would say I'm like myself, I don't know if they picked up any of the mannerisms. I suppose that came from them. if they start saying fair enough, maybe. Like most of my speaking patterns actually were inherited by them. So if you're wondering like what does it feel like to LARP until you become that person, before I was 20, most of the stuff was LARPing. The imitations and the impersonation, I'd say like, oh yeah, you know what, yeah, she's really eyeing you, bro, she's really eyeing you, like she's getting that side eye, maybe you should go and get her number. It's kind of like a 8 out of 10 scale. Why not, right? Give it a go. That type of thing. Or like, yo man, I was just walking down the street, and there was this incredibly well like souped up Honda Civic, like we're talking about 90s converted, like a racer, right? Slightly derogatory now, but it had this just inappropriately large muffler. Sound like a constipated car running down the thing, right? Running down the street. Unnecessary. But that does bring back a lot of nostalgia for our childhood, doesn't it? When you guys were like souping up the repurposing Honda Civics in the car. I still remember our conversations about the S2000 when it landed. And that, to me, those are the things that I remember, but I don't know if I had any interest. I went to Halo parties, right? Like I'm still, my high school friends are gonna literally, I don't even know if they knew that. The Halo parties, I love being, I like being there, but not for the reasons that my high school friends might think. I didn't like being at the Halo party to play Halo. I didn't like Halo. I'm sorry, like, to all the other peeps who are like, a millennial that grew up in the United States in a white suburbia America didn't like Halo. It's like, no, I didn't like Halo. I didn't like playing Halo either. Like, I still don't like it now, honestly, but I got to hang out with the friends. Like, I just sat there and observed them. That was why I like. And for the record, the most extended conversation I had were with their parents, because I was a high achieving student, and one of the high school friends' parents, their mother is a science teacher. So one of the most in-depth conversations I've had that was closest to my thinking teenage brain was having conversations about academics and scientific pursuit with their parents. Yeah, you just sneak it in every once in a while, you just talk about like academics and whatnot. Meanwhile, they're having the time of their life when they're playing like Halo and whatnot, and that's perfectly fine. I participate in it, I kind of like, oh, there's some shenanigans, or oh, you know what would be really fun, like tossing this in the air and watching it collide onto the ground. It's like, yeah, okay. Or like being good at video games or being good at sports, I had no real motivation for that. However, I tried my best. So like when someone gets angry at not performing, I try to see if I can do that. Like, do you get better if you get angry at performing, or like trying to put your skin in the game? Those are the things that I had to learn. Like, I tried them. So do I get angry when I fail a physical task? I genuinely still don't. I can certainly demonstrate what it's like when you throw something for the 1000th time and somehow like you screwed up on the 1001th time, and then you start like chucking the thing at a wall or something, and it makes you feel better. Like, I've done that, or I tried to do that once in a while, right? Or something like that to see what it's like. But I genuinely, like, when someone asks me, do I feel reward for being like really physically athletic? I don't. And they kind of, I imagine they kind of know that. So whenever someone, like a stranger, this was recent. It was like 3 or 4 years ago. We had a meetup. It was a total stranger. It was a stranger meetup. It's like a friend of a friend situation. And this person spent quite a lot of time talking about how they were like kind of indirectly talking about how they're athletic. And I had a shoulder injury, like kind of like a shoulder stiffness from something. And they kept talking about things like, oh, you know, like out of the three of us, you know, I'm kind of more naturally athletic. And my first thought is like, I guess. And then the person that I know better, we like look at each other. It's like, I'm not sure what we should say about this. Like, I think we just nod and agree because neither of us really care about that principle of athleticism, right? So those are the things, like natural situations, right? And then we did something that I know how to do, and that person spent a lot of time trying to negotiate how they're still athletic because they tried to make an argument that they don't usually do this. And I'm like, yeah, I don't either. It's been like 10 years since I've done this. Like, well, you know, but you played before then. It's like, I don't, okay, I suppose. I mean, 10 years is a very long time, but there's a age discrepancy too. I'm also 10 years older than the other person who's in their mid-20s, and that's kind of how we had how it feels a lot of time. You still do the same things. You're still wearing masks, being unnatural. Only now we know how to play it. You know, we know how to play it off and whatnot. And perhaps you'll find your way of doing things, Procall. Or sure, fake it until you make it. I can certainly tell you that I am not going to fake popularity until I make it. That's, maybe we'll do it as a really fun little thought experiment. Like, what would it be like if we were doing like a fake it and make it situation? Well, I mean, there's quite a lot of superficial things you can do, and superficial not being like being used as lesser, but more like on the surface. We can do a lot of surface things to present ourselves as cliche. And the funny thing is, while we constantly try to pride ourselves on nuance, right? Zeros and ones, like nuance. Oh yeah, nuance is the best, right? Nuance is the best. And me too. Nuance is the best because they stick out. But in reality, the things that are cliche occupy more than 50% of our routines. That's the whole reason about routines, right? Routines are cliche. So coming to terms with these type of things, like what is unnatural and natural? Cliche is natural. Nuance is unnatural. Might not use those words. People have different euphemisms, you know, in the English language to portray this. Nuance could be uncommon. And then cliche or natural could mean common. So these things do exist. They're different euphemisms. And when one can think about it that way, my first thought is, huh, that's interesting. If this is cliche, I'm kind of curious, what are the patterns that make this consistent? And that's what I do with cliche things. I turn it into an unnatural way of looking at things. For example, if someone tells me, oh, that's cliche, I want to know about the depths of how that is cliche. And when someone is nuanced, I want to know the depths of why they think it's nuance. Back and forth. And anytime this happens, we're putting some part of them and me, or me and them. And because of that, to me, it's like breathing. It's very, like, this is, nowadays, it's very difficult for me not to speak as though I'm speaking for someone else unintentionally, right? Whether they like it or not, or trying to read their mind. Like, a lot of times I get the comment where like, oh, you know, you always seem to, these are comments I've heard before where like, it sounds like you already thought about this. Did you already think about this? Like, yeah, I have. Like, but like, how would you know that? Well, it's trying to pay attention to the other person. Like, the idea is you have to synthesize these things, right? It's like, but then do you agree with them? It's like, no, I don't have to agree with them. But I could make it I could build it so that we can both have different opinions about the same thing, and then still share that space because there's a commonality that underlies the disagreement, right? There are things that we agree upon even within disagreement. And if you find that, then what happens is, despite disagreements or agreements, you normalize that. It is your thing. So most of the time, I rarely ever feel like I need to remind myself to do that. Like, I haven't said like, oh man, you know, why am I so in my own head? Like, it feels like all I did was project my opinions onto someone else. Well, that has gone away, obviously. Or like, it just feels like I'm just playing along and they never understand the true me or something like that. It's like, nah, they always understand some part of me. And the goal is to, you know, share as much as possible between two people or like a group or however you're doing. The goal is to be understood, right? However, the process is the most important thing to me. If you think that someone will always understand the true you, it's hard for me to sympathize, but I can sympathize partially, right? Because telepathy is it's going to be a hard thing to navigate. Having like pure telepathic connection with someone. You can have telepathic like connections, I suppose, like some people who believe that they're so alike that you can read each other's minds. For myself, I get that comment despite not having the intent of reading anyone's mind. The goal is, if someone says they're super special, I will learn that super specialness by also looking for what makes us similar, or makes what's similar to other people. And then when someone says they're really similar to, like, everyone's the same, I will make it my duty or interest to see how we're different, using what is similar. So then at some point, it will be as though we can share both our agreements and disagreements. It never, and again, we have to emphasize this. It's not efficient. It's not efficient at all. It should be something that you have to choose to invest in. So then we wrap it back around to the first thing that started most of our discussion today, is that it's understandable when you're choosing not to invest in a parasocial relationship, especially if that parasocial relationship is on a show where you're focused on the temporary part of the show. That's like, in a way, gambling on a poor investment. However, However, our previous conversation protocol, way back to QI, you have already demonstrated that to me. Where when you're watching shows, oh, actually, maybe it's Gecko. Now that I think about it, you and Gecko are kind of similar in this way, where when you watch a show like QI and you become interested in the guests, it allows you to discover new people in order to invest in. So that's one way to positively spin the other way. Like, you might not be interested in the host, but the show is giving you a format that gives you a lot of guests. And then one day you might encounter a guest that is electric, right? Like someone who's just happens to pop on the screen, and then that gives you a discovery process. So these shows also offer opportunities for discovery. Like, for example, Hank Green showing up on QI could be a great boon to Hank Green, because then people might be interested in Hank Green and then they might pursue other media for them. So the reverse is also true. If your intent, right, if the intent is to watch these shows for the guests, my intent would be to look at who's interesting and then follow up and invest on them. So that's another way to empathize why, I guess, what is a deeper motivation for someone to focus on the guests. And then from my perspective, if someone's recommending a show to me, I focus on the most consistent part of the show, because I'm trying to get why they like the show, like, consistently. And oftentimes what's cliche about that is the most consistent things are the things that create that investment in a show. So the consistent part is not the guests. It might be like the overall nature of the guests. And then that goes back to my statement about why I think QI has a very consistent guest schedule. As in, despite the guests being different people, they tend to be very consistent with their guest selection. And that led to my conversation about why I gear towards more programming that involves interacting and testing the range of the host, not the range of the, not necessarily the consistency of the guest. They should, like, I like hosts that have to interact with cliche people, interact with maybe honest people, or interact with controversial targets. If they are able to do all of that, then I have a parasocial empathy. I have an immediate parasocial connection with that person, because I genuinely believe that what makes my life incredibly rich and exciting to me personally, like the true self that you're talking about, is interacting and having to adapt to many people, many different types of people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this discussion. Actually, I think Drama would be comfortable with this. Early on in a stream, when I met Drama, I said this thing about multiculturalism. The idea that people stay for maybe like a year or some extended time with me is the idea that it's the other parts of me that is interesting. The part that whenever we have a conversation, it feels like we always seem to be talking about the same thing, but somehow it's different each time. It's different, but the same, right? And that is the idea of trying to remember what other people think, what they're interested in, but still keep on sharing things that you yourself have, but you're putting it in the context of it being understandable to the other person. So while the other person might not have to change their opinions or whatnot, I can still introduce things so that it feels like it's something understandable to them. And that's kind of why, yeah, I could be cringy. That's fine. Eventually, that cringe would be like something explainable by the other person, right? So something unnatural becomes natural, and it doesn't stop because you could explain why I have this unnatural behavior, which makes it natural to you because you can explain it. So if someone had to describe me in a way of how they know me, they would probably be able to describe me accurately on the mask that I wear, right? Or very consistent. I'm very consistent, and I'm consistent in the context of the person I'm talking to. Now, it does get a little weird. I feel like there's gonna be a challenge here. I mean, James, Proco, I'm sure you guys can challenge this in a way. What happens when you have, like, for example, my closer, like, people in my workplace and stuff have challenged me before, where what happens when you have 3 people, right? 3 separate people who have 3 separate masks, and I am interacting with all 3 of them. Like, what happens then? Like, would they see a different side of you simultaneously? And that used to be a problem. Like, what I mean is that used to be like shocking or blindsiding, where like one of my best friends, right, meet up with another one of my best friends, and they both interact with each other, and then I interact with them differently. Like, I interact with one best friend in a certain way, and I interact with another best friend in a certain way. And then the person would say, wow, I've never seen this side of you before. Like, how come you never interact that way with me? Situation, right? And that used to be a problem, because I wouldn't have thought of that being a possibility. Nowadays, it's more like, hey, by the way, I've been talking about my best friends, this best friend, and I have been talking about this best friend. So when they get together, it's almost like they already knew each other, because I already explained all of that. So when you get to know me, you also get to know everyone that knows me. That's like, eventually that has to happen. And when someone says, am I pretentious? Am I hiding something? It's like, you'll know if I'm hiding something, or is it because you don't talk to me enough? So there's a difference between being pretentious as keeping things from someone versus pretentious as in I'm trying my best to make sure everything is important, because it should feel like it's more important than just me. It's also important to you. So whenever someone talks about things, you know, how hiding, scheming, like, oh, that's my other friends. Well, we don't have to talk about them. It's not important. Like, but what if I meet your other friend? And they're like, nah, you'll never meet them because I'll never let you meet them. I'm like, okay. No, they don't really actually say that. They would say, nah, you'll never meet them. And the subtext is, I don't see why it's not. I don't, like, if we're gonna be best friends, how are you like compartmentalizing this? Like, I used to do that though, but not necessarily intentionally. I used to do that unintentionally because I don't understand my friends as well as I think I do, and I don't care to share until prompt about my friends. So nowadays, when someone finally meets together, like one person crosses another person, it would be more of a aha moment, where when another person that knows me meets another person, it's like, oh, you're that person. And then the first thought is, I hope you didn't say anything embarrassing about me or nothing. Like, it will probably be they would be realistic portrayals. I don't necessarily talk people up, nor do I talk them down. I talk about them in the best way I understand them. So if I say the most I can about the things I understand, then I'm unapologetic. I'm unapologetic So in a way, when someone says I'm being pretentious or I'm being dishonest or like I speak in half-truth, like I can't even begin to say what that is like. Like I don't even know what that is like, where you would like how can you get into a state of mind where you have to not say certain things about yourself because you have a great reason to keep something from another person that you're willing to invest, right? And you might be arguing something like, well, you just did that. I'm like, no, I didn't. Time. Things take time. So if you want to share a telepathic connection with me, then you can be unreasonable and say, well, you never told me this. It's like, yeah, I never got to it. We didn't get the opportunity to do that. So to me, whenever NetSpeak, when someone says, oh yeah, you never told me you played League of Legends, it's like we didn't get the opportunity to talk about League of Legends yet. So when I'm talking to someone and they're constantly saying like, oh, you never told me you were good at Japanese, so you were just pretending to be bad at Japanese, or you never told me you were Chinese and you had parents, so we didn't get to it. Now, here's the thing. If one of your friends behave like that, the question is, will that become a problem? If that becomes a problem, and I see as a problem, we talk about it. So like, hey, you know, can I understand that it's great to need to know everything, right? In the internet, when you want to know something, you hope that you get that information. How about we do this? Let's compromise. If you wanted to know something, let's exchange some stuff. If you ask me one thing, I'll ask you one thing too. And then we'll try to come to understanding and try to empathize that when we try to get to know each other, it takes time mutually. So let's practice that together, because we both want to know all the things so that we don't get blindsided. So let's start. So you've been so on and off listening to what you've been saying. I don't know if you're still talking to me or a YouTube. Oh no, I'm just talking in general. Broke off. Are you still sieging it up? Did you say siege? Were you playing Siege? Yeah, are you still... I think it was Siege, right? Anyways, yeah, I'm probably gonna change up the schedule here for this, but I was gonna do HanziHero, but now we're gonna go to WaniKani after this. Yeah. No, I was just chatting, like rambling. Anyways, I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember all these, but we'll see. Let's test how good our encoding is. Alright, to do something as fast as possible, or a way to refer to trains with limited stops. Okay. Alright. A meal eaten early in the day often consists of cereal, toast, or other similar foods. Sounds a little bit Western with that cereal comment. Alright, this one's fine. To view flowers often with a group of friends, used especially in regard to cherry blossom. Right. So but you went off call and you think you said that? Oh, you went off call? Okay, and then you just come off Overwatch, I see. I equals to custom matches talking with people I see. You don't mean, and I think I said that in a bad way. Oh, that's fine. I actually don't remember. So I had to scroll up, and the thing about Twitch chat is yeah, it only goes, wait, no it doesn't. He keeps everything. I was trying to figure out what you were playing, and I remember reading Siege somewhere, and that's as far as I got. A singular specific idea or argument put into text that may consist of several pages or just one sentence. Saku. Oh no, it's Bunsho. Wrong one. Okay. Alright, well, let's go find out.
Kossetsu.
天ぷらを食べる。
これはあなたの靴下ですか？
光が差す。
毎日家事をします。
オレンジを食べる。
あ
なたの家には何台の自動車がありますか？
お正月を迎える。
Have you learned any word phrases in Japanese that you ended up thinking about the word phrases meaning in a slightly different way? It would be very interesting if you did, similar to the fact that names or colors may change how we see colors. Yeah. I can tell you a really cheap one, like a super cliche one. Well, actually, maybe it hasn't changed too much for me, but it does change the perspective of other people. When you think, here's the idiom, if you're familiar with it. And I pulled my ears because you've heard the idiom green behind the ears, right? Or something like that. Something of that nature. Green behind the ears. In Chinese and Japanese, it's blue. Like, it's blue. Like, it leans towards blue. Green behind the ears? Yeah. Like a soldier. A soldier that is green. Like, you're still green situation. When someone's green, they're sprouts. Or newly formed leaves, so to speak. Or they're green behind the ears. As in, like, inexperienced. Spring. Green is spring. Or go or spring, you know, like spring plus spring chicken, right? Things that are green are in the beginning of life, right? Well, in Japanese in Japanese and Chinese, it's blue. It's also blue. Blue and green are overlapped. So what is blue is also green. So all the euphemisms about life, new life, amateur, rookie, like youth, it's associated with blue. And I'm using your words literally. So just because you mentioned color, so I do have an example for color. It's green and blue. Also red and black. Red, lots of things that are red are black. Like for example, a sunset and twilight. Like when the sun is setting, is both red and black. It's most red before it becomes black. And then there's also tea. Black tea is red tea. So just to provide some color things. Now, did it happen in a slightly different way? It did, because now I know the writing for red and black. So I literally know, but I heard it before. Like whenever I'm saying black tea, I'm saying red tea in Chinese. So like those things have kind of existed. And in Japanese, it's similar. So whenever, like for example, orange is red. Orange is like a kind of like a lighter red, sort of speak. It's kind of like a more saturated red. Orange is sat red. And then pink is not pink, it's the light red. So like for example, if you ever visit like in Japanese, you probably saw like the tori gates, right? Tori gates are they're red. They're not orange. But if you go to Japan and you talk about architecture and stuff, they're gonna say they're red, not orange. And that's why today's, and if you're wondering, what does this have to do with today? One of the words is orenji. Literally, the Japanese word is orenji. And the preference for saying orenji is because orenji is akai. It's red. So it's different shades of red. Akai is the, you could add a modifier to akai to get orange. You don't need orenji for the moment, but since orenji sounds like eigo, sounds like English, right? Is because the concept of orange is like, There is now you might be thinking, well, is green the same? Sort of. Like there's midori. Midori is not the same as the concept of this green. There is green for green. And then midori has adopted into a color thing, but its use is kind of different from the universal use of green in English. So there's that too, which I don't think green showed up here. It was I think it was yesterday we got the word green as one of the colors. You watched a short today featuring Neil deGrasse Tyson. He wondered if we bleed green, what color would traffic lights be? There's only one correct answer. Pro call. This is a joke. Warning. There's only one actual color combination. It's blue, yellow, and red. That's traffic lights. Blue, yellow, and red. Fight me. They are actually blue, by the way, just for the record. I'm not kidding. Like Asian, it's blue, yellow, red, or red, yellow, blue. Yeah, they're blue in Japan. Yes, Blue traffic lights. I mean, they could kind of look green, I suppose. But they're blue lights. there are blue lights. Oh, you thought of something. Genghis Khan and the blue splat. Coincidence? No. I don't think, I'm not sure if that's a coincidence. Do you know whether Oriental Asian language stem partially absolutely from Indo-European? I have no idea. Yeah, it would be cool to add a linguist, like a linguistic expert or like a language history person. Probably that's under linguistics. Yeah, I don't know. I actually am a dilettante when it comes to knowing historical facts, like in general. Like my history is, it holds, the well of my history is like 10%. 90% of my memory is dedicated to application. If hear me, like, I don't know if you've ever watched Mythical Kitchen and if you like food stuff, but Mythical Kitchen, the host, Josh, he's one of these guys. His charm comes from historical facts. Like he like rants and spews random references and like, yeah, from GMM. Yep. From Good Mythical Morning, that Josh. Like he just spills eidetic like recall all the time. Like random sports statistics, like spouting historical origin stuff, which is that's his like bread and butter. For me, I'm like the other way around. I'm usually nearly everything is subjectively connected. So I rarely have. It's not to say that I won't try. I often try, but you don't watch it, but you used to love GMM and Red and Link. Yeah, so Mythical Kitchen is a branch of GMM, right? So, and then Josh is the person that ends up in charge of the Mythical Kitchen things. And he talks about facts all the time. Like, there is a, with Sorted Foods, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Sorted Foods, but they're kind of like the British version. Those guys are really incredibly charming. They had a crossover too. They collaborated and whatnot, and a lot of the stuff talks about like American history and like food culture history, American history, and okay, what a foods, sorted foods. I think they're just called sorted something. I watch them every once in a while, like when it comes up on the feed. I think it's called Sorted Foods. And sorted is funny because the word sorted, it's very British. To me, whenever I say, "Oh yeah, we got to get sorted," right? Like that's proper British right there. Like saying things are sorted, like sorted foods. You know, you could say like arranged foods or organized foods, but then when you get to sorted, I'm like, yeah, I feel like that's proper British right there. They do very similar things. They're kind of like bros now, like across the pond bros with Mythical Kitchen. I watch Mythical Kitchen a lot. I enjoy people who are like, they're charismatically adaptive. So whenever there's a host that does that, they constantly adapt themselves to things. I often look forward to the next thing they put out because it could be a different situation. I think humans are so vibrant when it feels like they're very comfortable in their own skin. You feel like GMM and the branches from has become so cliche millennial. For the record, there's a really funny bit on Mythical Kitchen. Shout outs to Mythical Kitchen, by the way. maybe one day on a bucket list when I'm 70 years old, we could, if they're still around, there would be a chance that I get to meet them. They literally do a boomer, Gen Z, and millennial bit for many of their segments, just to break out of that cliche. Literally, they do this. They legitimately have boomer, Gen Z, and millennial behavioralisms, to the point where they would invite critics, which is very millennial, like food critics, and then like 67. Do I have to say more? And then boomers are like, I actually absolutely love boomers because I have a soft spot for older generation. That's probably more of a cultural thing than anything. I very much love hearing the wisdom, however, life experience of people who are much older than me. Breaking news: Cycus and Silky Simmermoth have been removed from the coal carpals. Which one is? I'm gonna tell you now. I don't remember either of those. Wait, Silky Simmermoth is the Death Rattle 6-star. Get a. Oh no, that's the beetle thing, right? It's the beetle thing. That boosts beetles thing, and then Cycus. Don't. It kind of looks like a purple moth, like this, probably. Yeah, okay. And then, I don't know what Cycus is. I don't know which one Cycus. Submit to the 67, stick your tongue out and shake your head while altering. Stick your tongue out and shake your head, alternating, moving one arm up with the arm down like this. What? Like in what way? Like this way? Like your hands are elevators. Palm facing up. Oh, okay. The juggle. You know what's funny? You're describing like your hands, the elevator like this, right? Or like, you know, like it's the juggle. This used to be like the juggle sign. Yeah, juggle is far better to describe it. Yeah, you're like juggling or going, oh, okay. So 67, and then you stick your tongue out. Since when did that happen? Which, by the way, they in Mythical Kitchen, like MK, right? Mortal Kombat. Sorry, that was a millennial joke. So in the Mortal Kombat arena, Mythical Kitchen, right? I'm surprised Josh didn't make a Mortal Kombat reference yet. Maybe they already have. I don't know. So in the MK tournament, they do have representation of 3 generations. So they're 1 generation, and gonna be real, it's very difficult for me to resonate with the Gen Z representation. Occasionally they would have like children, like family friends who are like have children taste test the food and whatnot, so they do have a bit of Gen Alpha branching. That's kind of the thing now, to try to get representation. So this is not out of their range per se. Not out of their range. That's kind of funny though, the juggling and the sticking out. I'm not sure about sticking out of the tongue. I'm a little uncomfortable with the whole tongue thing. That's interesting.
スマホを使う
You swear this is the only example you could find? Alright, here, let me see. Oh my goodness. Wait, but how does he say 67? Oh wait, do you say 67 and then you do that? Oh my gosh, that's... Dude, that tongue is flap. Maybe less intense than that. Alright. That's a little that's a loose tongue, man. You know the expression hold your tongue? Let's just say my tongue is very, very stiff. Is that wording questionable out of context? Nah, I think we're fine. No, you do it all together. You couldn't find a video of someone doing it though. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Alright.
That's
so weird.
カフェに有名人がいます。そのシャツが欲しい。
T シャツを着る。
You're surprised you're even entertaining the idea of doing it? How are you surprised at this point?
私はサラダが好きだ。
How are you still surprised by that? After our lengthy oh my gosh, lengthy 3-hour discussion. How can you be surprised about entertaining anything from me?
Hotel の受付で働く。
I get that a lot though. I'm not trying to gaslight you, but I do get that a lot. When someone says like, why, like maybe 2 or 3 times when someone says, yo, you know, you sound like a millennial. So then I just decide to type like a Gen Z, and they're like, wait, you can type Gen Z? And I'm like, well, I mean, yes, I mean, like, you see things, don't you? Yeah, that's a good point. Although after you understood the tongue thing, you quickly stop attempting it. No, the whole tongue thing is like, I don't think I can get my tongue to get like, ow. I think my jaw just clicked. I don't think I can get my tongue to like do that. It doesn't work in that way. Tongue do not mechanically work that way. Express train. Oh. He's just trying to find me in some compromising, out of context, behavioral misconduct here, Procall. I see you. Oops. Have you seen the mid-season Hearthstone patch? It's still Time Warp, but also anomalies, plus a load of hero and... I played one yesterday. I played Hearthstone yesterday. And the anomaly that I got was... I've got what it's called, but you can pass on the Time Warp. So you can save for major Time Warp. You can spend all 4 currency on minor Time Warp or pass it to major Time Warp. So I basically... I played... who did I play? I played the T7 guy, Ethereum or something. And I passed on the Time Warp pause and then spent the 4 in the major Time Warp shop. You would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling Makus. Listen. Honestly, my first thought is, how many things have I done that could be taken out of context for misconduct? Oh, which T7? The T7 guy. No, the T7 hero guy. And the T7 I picked up was... Oh, I lied. I spent one of the time warp currencies. The play was the T7 guy. I had 3. I picked the legendary that had Battle Cry, Death Rattle, and Rally, give you a T6, right? And then during the first time warp purchase, I picked the Snicker Snack, and then I passed the other time warp, and then I basically had a field of T6's undead, T6 undead, and then I sold the guy, and then ran to the end of the game, right? It was fairly quick when you're just pumping out T6s in turn, like when you are still at like T4 or T5. Statements. What the statement? Singular, specific idea, or... Oh, okay.
文章を書く。
Alright. Oh, I did 7 and 13. That's weird. Alright, so we did do our 20 today. And I think that's where we're gonna stop for the day. I understand that there's like 151 reviews, but because of our conversation, we'll just catch up another time. I think I'm quite flexible nowadays for this up. It does say that I only learned 13 out of 20, but we actually did 20. 7 of them was before midnight, and 13 of them was after midnight. And this happens quite often. We're gonna be switching over to WaniKani, and then HanziHero, we might just do the lessons and then catch up. I kind of like these long days. These long days are kind of fun. So tomorrow maybe we'll have like 300, 400. We'll see how the upper limit goes. I do want to play Kiwami though. So maybe one of these days there's gonna be like 4,000 reviews, and I'm like, let's go see what we can do. I haven't ever decided to let reviews pile up and see how we can go. What games is that? Kiwami? Kiwami 3 is Yakuza 3. It was released 2 days ago. We played the Dark Tides parts, the MSQ. Just the MSQ focused. So the main story quest of Dark Tides, which was like 6 to 8 hours for me, and then we still have to play Kiwami 3. This is Kiwami 3 is the name. This is their quote-unquote remake series name. That's their keyword, Kiwami. For Yakuza. It's Yakuza 3. But today I can't do reviews and stuff because we have to keep on moving, because today is the Persona 5X Valentine's Day special. Oh, which by the way, happy Valentine's. It's 20 minutes into Valentine's Day, so happy Valentine's Day to anyone who observes. You're already like 5 hours into Valentine's Day. Japanese culture has a very specific way of celebrating happy Valentine. Thank you, you'll reciprocate in 20 minutes. Oh, no. Wait, it's already 20 minutes after. It's 20 minutes after already. It's past midnight. February 14th, Valentine's Day. Oh, sorry, are we 4 hours apart right now or 5 hours apart? I was rounding up. Yeah, happy Valentine's Day. Yes. If you're interested, Procall, like to make it a little bit more about Japanese to relate back to Bunpro and whatnot. Have you ever wondered? I'm sure you might have. This might come across your mind recently. Have you ever wondered what is Valentine's like in a incredibly strong face culture that is entirely strict and routine in formalities. Japanese Valentine's Day is very interesting. There's quite a formality to, I mean, Japan in general, there's quite a lot of formality in the adoption of westernized celebratory events. Christmas is very interesting too. Christmas is very interesting in Japanese. So if you're ever interested in, you know, not necessarily the language, but if you wanted a fun little read of Valentine's Day, Japanese Valentine's Day, I'll be talking about that during the P5X thing as they show Valentine's Day. You imagine it would share similarities with the general approach Oriental Asians have towards present giving? Absolutely. There is even a gender bias and gender roles to them, expected gender roles. Oh, and also you found that the English version of you I told you about, you can send their social media if you're still interested. Yeah, DM me it, Proko. I would love to. It's kind of, honestly, it's kind of flattering to know. Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot here. But hear me out. A lot of times when someone says, you know, on NetSpeak, there's this tendency of when someone says like, oh yeah, you are just like someone, right? And that can come off as like, we're not describing this yet. This is a setup. Why I think about this. NetSpeak, you are just like, you know, X, but I don't know, maybe like budget or something like that, right? Often this is implied, like your budget version of something, right? And then that's kind of like, it flows to the ego of the person. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is I'm not like this. I want to tell you, this might sound a little cringy, but whenever someone says, oh, someone, you'll be back in a minute. Oh boy. Someone reminds you of me. I just want to say it's flattering because it also means that you are reminded. You are reminded of me when I wasn't even there, which is what I was going to say. But be back in a minute then. I will finish this topic. He'll be able to see it back. No worries. Let's end this section of Bunpro. We didn't do any reviews, so we're not gonna review anything here. Anyways, kind of a non-traditional Bunpro session, but that's what we're here for, right? So let's end this. That's a wrap for our Bunpro. We did our lessons. I think the lessons are the most important. It's the bottom line for Bunpro. We do the lessons. And then the reviews, no matter how much they stack up, they will be fairly quick because of outside the grammar. So I imagine I don't have any grammar reviews. Yeah. So these are vocabulary reviews. So we're taking February in a pace as we're going. HanziHero, maybe a little less optional, but we'll probably do the same thing in HanziHero today to make room for P5X. So for now, that's the end of Bunpro. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along with Bunpro, right? Pick it up, give it a try, go at your own pace. The most important thing to me is what I'm going to say next. You are more than welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, talk about things, multiculturalism. I'll make it somewhat about language learning. I know how being distracted or talking about other things that can't foreseeably be germane to the current task at hand. I assure you, I really do mean this. sometimes when you're in the hustle bustle of improving skills and skills with language learning or whatnot, I think one of the greatest things about sharing stories and communicating is that when you're language learning, there still requires a practice and output of communication skills. So despite me using communication in English, the discussions and stuff are every reason, like one of the foundations of trying to learn another language, because you talk about those things too. You're back. Oh, so to finish off the statement, right? During NetSpeak, right? Let's end this part here. During NetSpeak, a lot of times people are saying like, you're just like this, or you remind me like this. That's kind of how like the egocentric way of looking at things. But for myself, whenever someone says, oh, someone reminds you, right? You, Procol, of me, like me, I actually find that incredibly flattering, because the way I look at it is that somehow you decided to think about characteristics that you understand about me when I'm not actually there. You see what I mean? Like, that doesn't happen very often in my line of work, like in a lot of times in my line of work, because generally the environment that I typically find is when people are focused on their performance, right? They're typically younger people, and younger people have enough things to juggle about themselves. So if the things that they typically focus on is not the human or the person behind all of that, they're still trying to acquire all the experiences and contexts and results that they need at that, at a younger age. And I'm not suggesting you do this. The idea is, I tend to think that most of the greatest reward from interacting with someone is putting into action the things we talk about. But occasionally when this stuff happens, it's often like, I find it a very different interpretation, right? You remember the idiom flattery, right? Flattery or imitation is one of the imitation is a great form of flattery or something like that, right? Imitation flattery. Now this is coincidence, but this is not because the person that you said is imitating me. It's the idea that you are making the connection to something that I am, or I am to you, without me being there. So that's greater than object permanence and objective observation. That's sentimentalism. So oftentimes whenever people say that, it actually comes from people who, how should I say this, are healthier, like overall, because they have the luxury, and which is good, they have the luxury and the privilege to be able to think of humans and characteristics of humans, as opposed to consistently focusing on the idea of things serving them. So that's kind of neat. It's both flattering and also reassuring that you're able to appreciate like people, because I honestly think that is what later in life helps people excel. You see people, you don't see specifically, exclusively, right? Exclusively what their work is trying to tell you about that person, right? And I'm not saying you shouldn't at all do that. You should be like, one is able to do both. So it's quite flattering. And of course, I would be interested in seeing what you think about me, because it's wrong. I'm kidding. Okay. I'm actually kind of genuinely curious in what aspect is this English version of me is like. I'm curious what the particularities are if it's about saying 67 and doing this motion and sticking out your tongue, you know, right? That's not it. If you tell me that English version of me did actually do that, I don't believe you. Maybe they did. Who knows? I'm actually genuinely curious. If you ever find out that that person says 67 that way, that'd be grand. All right, that's the end. I'm gonna take a quick break. So until you think the initial interest came from you both sharing general similarities in terms of tone, deadpan way of talking, which you guess is somewhat, but you guess mostly due to a culturally similar upbringing, specifically in the household. And then the more you notice, the more specific similarities between. Oh, interesting. I'll keep that in mind. All right, folks. Again, you are more than welcome to come on by and yap, talk, exchange ideas. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick break. Take a quick break, stretch, walk around, bathroom break, and I will be back for WaniKani today. So be right back. Thank you. The more you watch, the more you notice. I see. All right, I'll be back. Alrighty, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は404日目です。It's day 404. We got some stuff. As you can see, I was buying my time today. We started with Bunpro, but then we had a great discussion with Protocol as per our usual weekend ritual nowadays. So that's kind of lovely. We are somewhat behind schedule, but we have become quite flexible as of late. There's also a P5X Valentine's Day update. Later this evening, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. It is officially local time. Valentine's Day, February 14th, 38 minutes after midnight. Hopefully everyone is having their thing. Very I'm looking forward to looking at P5X's representation of your foreigner, like kind of foreigner friendly generalization of the ritual that is Valentine's Day. And it's that the ritualistic Valentine's Day as typically shown or depicted to a foreigner is high school context, but there might be a little bit of a wrinkle because there might be other representations, because P5X actually has other characters that aren't in school, so older and vocational places. So I'm kind of curious how much of them going to depict it, and well, I'll provide commentary on that, obviously. You would really like to have a Valentine's? Can I relate? You would really like to have a Valentine's? I don't know. I've had Valentine's before. Yes and no. I'm actually kind of curious. Hold up. I don't want to dox myself, but so Valentine's, like the literal Valentine's idea of Valentine's, is not exchanged very similarly anymore. For I guess for my modern life, usually people just wish each other Valentine's in some sort of digital way. You do have a guaranteed way to have a Valentine's? Oh yeah? How's that go? Alright, and I'll do this while we're going. But this shouldn't take too long. So we have like 2 stacks, and then when I refresh, there we go. There's 141. So we're gonna do those things. If you have money and know some dodgy streets, oh god, please. Actually, I don't know if you're aware of this, and I'm not sure, like, I'm gonna take this with a grain of salt and foreigners leniency, but in Japan you can have a temporary Valentine's, so you don't have to be a dodgy street. It's actually a fairly common practice to pay for companionship. And hear me out, that's more of a cultural sensitivity thing. It's a practice that does happen, where like you can, on Christmas Day and stuff, you can find companionship in that way. So there are countries that it's very difficult to find time for one's own like personal upkeep and whatnot, and then during holidays it is customary and standard expectation to spend time with the company of others. So you can actually have money and do that normally, or like kind of like almost socially expected. I was going to talk about that, and I'm curious if there's allusions to that in P5X, because that is actually a thing. I'm not sure what the word on the street is in the United States or in various states or whatnot, but we're not talking about that type of thing. We're not talking about like, I specifically do mean companionship, like the act of finding companionship. That's in the United States. Let's do a little generalization. Procol, you and I had talked about pubs, right? Like local watering holes. And I think that's kind of, if you have money, go to a local watering hole and you might be able to find companionship in that momentary like exchange. But this is a little bit more than that, I suppose, in Japan. Things like rental families and whatnot do come as a practice. Like surrogacy for temporary companionship, or the idea of trying to uphold status opinions and then feeling good about oneself, right? At least momentarily. Very real thing. No dodgy streets involved. Actually, a lot of them are organizational. They're like institutionalized, actually. Oh, that's an interesting thought. And my feelings about that, like when someone asks, well, that sounds like that's kind of weird, like paying someone for companionship. It's like, well, I do it for free. I mean, is it because it's free that makes it more dodgy or not dodgy? Like, cultural, I'm trying to like be a little bit culturally, I'm riffing off of cultural expectations. Like, so what do you get for free? Friends? Family? Like, so whenever you ask, like, would I really like to have a Valentine's? Can I relate? This is going to come from sounding like I'm taking something for granted, but I'm going to say this with the utmost appreciation. I don't think I really like to have a Valentine's. I think I have lots of loving people around in my life that I don't usually pine or believe that I require or like have a desire for Valentine's. It would be nice if I was privileged and be offered the opportunity to have Valentine's. That's something I would take with open arms and a happy smile. However, when I think about things I really like, I don't necessarily think that I have a shortage of human connection and willingness for companionship. In fact, sometimes I'm all too familiar with unrequited and unreciprocated interest in others. Like, you know, cue the Japanese drama situation, right? Like the Japanese rom-com will use Japanese culture for this very purpose. The idea like unrequited love, right? Or one-sided love situation. It becomes very different when you simply want other people to be happy. So when it comes to Valentine's, I understand that Valentine's Day is heavily commercialized from the United States perspective, and in a way, when some people say that, they think about the lack of money, the corporate greed and all that stuff, but I think of it as a really funny way to tell people, hey, at least spend money on each other. And I understand that the reason why I paid that disclaimer is there's a bit of a privilege and luck involved in that. I think it is, when you say you would really like to have a Valentine's and then you combined it with a guaranteed way to have Valentine's by having money, I like spending money on people that I know well enough that they don't misinterpret the intent, because watching people be happy is what I kind of think the whole balance between commercializing Valentine's Day and what money can bring. money can bring that momentary feeling of catharsis. Obviously, whenever someone takes something for granted, for example, so to contrast it with why I don't think what I'm saying is being too privileged, is the idea that I don't think people even get that most of the time. That's why I brought up the Japanese thing. I think people don't even give themselves that chance to be happy in a moment's time. So when I think of Valentine's Day, that's kind of what I think about. So if I worked in a place like now, right? Like if I am employed in a place, I would be the guy who basically would find a euphemism specifically for contrast. I would go to the grocery store. I would have a reason to buy like 10 boxes of chocolate, bring it to work, and give everyone a box of chocolate. So then we go back to the original question about, would I really like to have a Valentine's? I don't need to wait for someone to be my Valentine's. I prefer to be the Valentine. So like, and this is non-indiscriminate. I'm not talking about intimacy or anything like that. I'm talking about platonic sharing of love. So workplaces filled with stress, sucky times, and if anyone's at work during Valentine's Day, they probably would like to have a Valentine's, whether that's like a bromance or a platonic thing or like, you know, a heterosexual relationship, etc. I hope that I am able to give people something, even if it's some chocolate with some money, that gives them even a momentary break from that. I think that's what brings great joy to me. So if I do receive that and reciprocate it sometime down the road or something like that, that's absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, I don't really think about it. I think sometimes when people say they don't really think about things, it's like, oh, it's easy for you to say because you have those things. It's like, I don't have a significant other. Actually, the last time I did anything Valentine's related, I don't remember when was the last time I did anything Valentine related. Maybe high school? That was like 20 years ago. So the reality is I can't take something for granted if I don't usually have it. However, I like to still show my appreciation of what it can be able to do, right? To keep it in touch. It's not to write off not knowing that other people may desire it, right? This is a great Valentine's. Like, wishing people a happy Valentine's Day is great. That's one of your privileges. Although I do have to admit though, since we're talking, is that assuming you don't have a Valentine's pro call? What were you doing on Valentine's Day, huh? Pro call? Not those dodgy streets are we talking about now? Alright, let's get into this stuff. Hopefully good. Able. Okay.
クラス 一致する
I get this blanketed response a lot. Whenever someone asks me, do I want something? Like, do I like something, or, you know, something I desire? I'm kind of a very desireless kind of person. And that has become a problem a lot when it comes to having like close relationships with people. Because it also leaves no room to be satisfied, or no room for someone to reciprocate and want to give something, because I rarely ever ask for anything. And It's crazy to think about, but this is and continue to be an open problem that my best friends and I talk about. It's like an unexpected problem where when you have people who care about you, they legitimately feel guilt or like have issues about always taking when you're sharing it with some empathetic people, right? And that goes both ways. Like when I meet someone and they rarely ever request anything, then I'm less and less involved in their life, right? So it's one of the quintessential paradox of like independent empathizing people, where you enter this situation where it feels it's a detached relationship because one, both are incredibly independent, and then two, if they're empathetic, they usually are more engaged in interest when there is a source that demands their attention. However, when it comes to like forming long-standing partnership and whatnot, you have to negotiate when to feel comfortable asking for things or like going out of your way to do things. And that romanticism, I almost want to say it's uncharacteristic of like Asian cultures in general. Like asking for things is different than knowing what to do, right? Like because of the monocultural homogeneity, strong homogeneity of dominant like patriarchal values and matriarchal values and whatnot, you don't have to approach those questions like, hey, do you want chocolate for Valentine's? Men buy chocolates for their significant other or people they like, or like no, in certain places, and then women do the other way. Like in Japan, like in school, for example, women give chocolate to men. So like the idea is that these questions don't typically come up, and it doesn't come up in like Chinese backgrounds often too. Like there's a rule and there's a homogeneity on it. So whenever it's asked as a question, like in Western society, like Western, where there's a choice, right? Like, do you want one? Do they want one? Oh, sometimes I don't. Like, it's more like this is a tradition, so you do it. Like Lunar New Year. Whether you want or do not want or do something, you simply do it because it's adherent to tradition. And Valentine's, that's what I meant by reading on Japanese Valentines. It's interesting because the majority do it largely because they don't have to ask or not ask. And whenever I occasionally get those questions, I often think to myself, like, you know what? I think the most straightforward answer is I don't think about it. The more and more you listen, the less and less guilty you feel for the time you take away from studies. I guess that's a working trade-off, huh, Pro-Con? It's Valentine's Day. We gotta live it up. Hopefully I think it's really cute to watch. So I like watching Valentine's Day things because it's kind of cute to watch people share their PSA, their public show of affection, honestly, like in the westernized world. In the westernized world, I don't think it's cringy. I think it's brilliant. And it's because, and one of the major reasons why I think it's brilliant and not cringy is because it's such a startling contrast between cultures. Like, public show of affection is incredibly like questionable, and you know, we're gonna use the word progressive. And the reason why I'm using the word progressive is because some of that does exist now in like Japan and possibly China and whatnot, but that is not the social norm, public show of affection. So in the net world, you know, the internet world, the only way I would experience Valentine's or like vicariously understand how Valentine's are, or like get in touch, you know, get in touch with the Gen Z crew, is embracing and participating in the Gen Z thing, which is spectating other people's demonstration of affection. There's some wild ones. I mean, hear me out. To relate to the 67 thing, I'm sure there's some couple out there now, you know, your little bouncy new Gen Z couples doing like a 67 themed thing to show how they're like connected at the hip with their 67 interpretations or something like that. And it's not cringe for the sake of human connection. I don't think, like, it's very difficult for me to ever view two people, a group of people trying to come together and relate and communicate to each other as anything, as pretty much anything but cringy. So, I mean, in a way, you could kind of say I'm a bit of a romantic, ironically, in that sense, where if it's ever an attempt to form connections between two human beings, really there is very few things I've ever find cringy, because it's entirely sweet. It's incredibly unnecessary, like it's unparalleledly sweet, the lengths people will try to go to, at least in my opinion, like mentally, like trying to overcome hurdles to connect with each other. I'm sweet. Well, I am you know, pulling in the sugar right now. I think that's why, that's my association with Valentine's. Whenever someone says like, oh, you know, we're sitting around and then it's like, man, bachelors forever, guys, right? It's like, why don't we just go and bowl some games, or go and hit the arcades or something. Human connection. I don't imagine this is how people think about Valentine's, but that's perfectly all right. I once sat down and listened to someone for 3 hours to as they tried to gaslight me about the corporate greed, and that Valentine's was a construction of right-wing capitalism as a way to tax the insecure people who are holding on to their tenuous, cynical, slightly negligent ways of human emotion and intimacy, or something like that. The person was really like not having a good time, so we sat down and listened to the person's story. That the person was very unhappy. They had, like, they broke up, like there was a breakup a little bit before. That person didn't sound that elegant. It was more like yelling and swearing and being very unhappy with someone who they decide to break up like right before Valentine's Day, or on Valentine's Day, sort of. Yeah, you do hear a lot of that. I often thought, like, if I could be like a mixologist or something, like I think being a bartender would be like something that could give my life some really lively floral notes when it comes to these things, because in most cases the anecdote that I'm sharing non-specifically, that usually happens around a bar. Like, what I mean is, I happen to be the company in a bar situation when someone talks about their like regrets and their remorse and how they acted, or what could have been, and ifs and thens about relationships. I'm trying to sound as deadpan as possible for the discretion of the person. So I'm not gonna like talk about the details of the nature of it, who's wrong, who's right. Typically, both a breakup means that two humans lose. So regardless of who's right or who's wrong, there's a loss at both ends. I like to think there's a mutual sense of loss, right? In both good and bad. Loss is part of the whole living humans and interacting with humans. As much as there are good, there's our bad experiences.
Shokun.
Shokun. Speaking of Shokun, this means gentleman. If there's anything I think if there's anything I would say I'm fairly conservative in saying comfortably is that I think I'm fairly good 9 out of 10 times at being a gentleman. And that's in both possibly the chauvinistic way or chivalrous way, and as well as the feminine way, right? In both cases, I think I'm able to oblige. If one wants to talk about feelings, by all means. If one wants to bro it up, by all means, we can do that. My life has given me enough experience to do both, and most of the things in between. Okay, we want to spill the beans, spill the tea over a pint or two. That's perfectly fine. I have been privileged to have the opportunity to be a secret keeper of many, many things. And a gentle man, but never a gentleman. All right, I see what you did. Yeah, I wouldn't know, actually. Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Shintaku.
Intaku. Speaking of this, Shintaku is trust, by the way. If you're wondering how this connects to the vocabulary, a lot of this vocabulary is kind of like, I'm kind of riffing off of some of this vocabulary right now. This one would deal with the this character, right? This word would deal with the dodgy streets. Hiza kashira. It means kneecap, by the way. You know, you're hitting those dodgy streets, you might you better be worried about your kneecaps. Yabo. Yabo is related too. It's vulgar or unrefined. We'll just go with unrefined. Yabo. Ura, get kicked in the backside. This is backside. It's really not that type of backside. It's more like out back, but fine. Sentaku, make a choice, a selection. All right, gotta select your Valentines.
Sentaku.
This is selection. Do you think that people telling you it's your personality behavior that holds you back, not your physical appearance, is better than the other way around? You have to choose between the two? I don't know. Which one do you think is harder for you personally? Your physical appearance or your personality and behavior? Because earnestly, when it comes to the better way around, for me, like if you're thinking about it, it's whichever one's harder for the person you're asking. And then like the person you're interested in. So since I'm not particularly interested in any person, I'm kind of agnostic to this. However, when it comes to if we're gonna do this like objectively, observationally, it would probably be physical. A physical appearance. If I were to be agnostic to my own feelings and take on a more objective role, a physical appearance would be in the United States. It would be physical appearance, especially for males. And you might be thinking, wait, I thought there was this whole female thing. Like right now, there's kind of a leveling trend, and one of the things is physical appearance is prominent. The trend in physical appearance is incredibly prominent. It's almost hyper emphasized now. Personality and behavior requires nuances that skills don't perpetuate anymore. So when you're thinking about like, so in a way, the hard thing is to do something about behavior and personality. Not because it's hard from the sake of it's objectively hard, it's less practiced. So what can appear easy is the one that's difficult to master. Physical appearance. So online, or like looking at the trends, the more time, right? To me, this is how I think about it. The more time people are fixated on something, the less room for tolerance. That's kind of like perfectionism. And for me, that would be physical appearance right now. So a physical appearance comes easier because there's more time fixated on it. So because of that, there's less room for tolerance. So if I were to, if you were to ask me, what do I think would be better? It would probably be being physically appealing than personality and behavior. Largely due to if I were to take what is most fixated in reality right now, personally. It might not be true in the future or in the past or cultural differences, but for the landscape that I am typically involved in, the fixation is on appearance. Because of that fixation, it typically means there's less room for tolerance. So the distance between ugly or like unattractive, like friend zone material, to like attractive is like a really small margin. And yet to get that small margin is very difficult because there's lots of examples of it, right? You're constantly blasted in the face for that. Meanwhile, when you have personality and behavior, this is niche. So when it's niche, there's a lot of range. Like the range is big. So you can circumvent that by demonstrating your eccentricity. And that can become charming. So there's lots of ways to be charming that isn't low tolerance or small ranged. There's a larger range. So the idea is that if someone says it's your personality that's holding you back, it could also be another person could tell you it's the personality that shines. In physical appearance, there's less range for that. So when someone says you're physically attractive, you are more likely to get that over time. That's my thought process. This is my thought process. So you have spuriousness working to your advantage. So like there's a chance you can, spin. There are more odds of winning on personality and behavior because it's all over the place. It's like people don't know because they don't discover it, they don't fixate it on it and whatnot. So you can have very lows but you can also have very highs. Physical appearance is a constant. It's often constant. There's uniformed standards, basically. Uniform standards, right? Is this guy's delt too big? Is this guy's, dad bod too big? There's less tolerance because there's more consistency in exposure. So that's kind of my way of evaluating which is better, the other way around, or I would take it from a human exposure and what their response is. I think you can get away with highlighting and elevating your personality without necessarily changing it. Because if you're able to highlight it, it can be a charming effect because there's no standardization. Like, what is considered a good personality? Right now, like, try to characterize it very confidently. It would be very difficult for me. However, when you think about the exposure to physical appearance, like health, appearance of fitness, athletes, it's very high, it's low in range, it has a low tolerance, but it's also consistent. So achieving that is if you have that, it gives you consistent results. Probably. Behavior, if you think you have a good personality, that doesn't guarantee that someone's going to tell you, oh yeah, your personality is the most shining thing. You can turn someone off, and then you can absolutely, like, you might be thinking, wasn't this always the case? No, not for all cultures. Right? If we use Japan as an example, or even my upbringing as Chinese person, personality is probably arguably more consistent than appearance for quite a long time. And then it's kind of a little bit progressive. So being progressive in Japan, for example, and in China is that looks is also important, but looks had often been secondary to success. Work ethic, security, title, legacy, parents, right? So those things have become secondary. However, since they're in their line, becoming more progressive is the other way around. In my opinion, in the United States, or like some westernized things, prioritizing personality and behavior and things like that it's still a bit more progressive. It involves what's considered, relatively speaking, progressive behavior. So if I sit there and this girl talks about her, we're gonna use like gender roles for this, to illustrate social norms. I can sit there and listen to this girl talk about all the things that are bugging her for the last 5 hours, and then we would end our hangout and stuff, and it's like, thanks, you're a really good friend. Because inherently the relative thing is attraction is often more born out of physical appearance. That is what they practice. You could say, oh, well, there's genetics involved. It's like, yeah, there's also genetics involved. You can throw in genetics, right? Some argue that personality and behavior is also genetically selected as well. So, it's all of it. But if I had to take a gamble, it would be physical appearance, at least in a Western sense. Not so much personality and behavior. I don't think this changed that much dramatically. When I was younger, most of my friends were female. Like most of the people that I hang out with were female. And like, if you're thinking about which conversation I have more often, it's with the mother of the family, not the father. Although, without a doubt, the ones that have loving parents both their parents are awesome. They're like, they kind of bank off each other, but you can kind of see like which family has like traditional patriarchal like things. Like you can see that sometimes the father like rolls their eyes when the mother starts talking about something, and then the you can notice these things. And I would approach them very similarly. Like I would talk to the father in that classical gender role, and it does deal a lot with the physical appearance or the outward appearance, and then versus like the behavioral things. But just because you desire those things, like it would be nice to have like a good personality or something, it's hard to ignore how much more weighted the physical appearance is. Whether you like to hear that or not, I'm trying to be as realistic as I can be. Physical appearance still becomes the most obvious thing that someone will observe. And I'm not talking about specifically being like butched or jacked or something. Having a good smile, smiling with your eyes, big bright eyes, right? You don't look sleepy all the time. There's a lot of things that go into physical appearance that simply isn't simply I bench 250 or something like that, right? The ability to raise your child, right? Having healthy eating habits, right? You're not about to keel over with a like have a heart attack all of a sudden from your diet. Those things do contribute to physical appearance. So behavior is still somewhat tied to both of them, right? When you see someone who's like moderately built, have like, let's say 25% body fat, 20 to 25%, it means this person likes to eat but also maintain a healthy mid weight. They have sufficient flexibility. They're not like hammering at the gym all day. All those do tell you a little bit about the person's behavior as well. If you're like looking at someone who's like 5% body fat lean, very particular person. So if I had to do my normal thing, both are important. They tell you about each. Like when you look at a person's physical appearance, it does tell you a bit about their personality and their behavior. The question is, how consistent is that? It's not as consistent as looking at physical appearance and like physical appearance sake, like physical appearance for performance sake. It's that relationship is far more accurate than trying to ascertain, but you'll still do it because it's informative. Looking at a person's physical appearance and inferring their personality and their behavior. So like, what do I look like? If someone saw me outside, I look like a runner. That's what I look like. I'm largely, my arms are like wet noodles. My calves are kind of like wet noodles, despite what runners may look like. And I'm kind of like skinny fat in a way. So I look more like a runner. So whenever someone looks at their physical appearance, it's like, well, at least that person might have good heart health in their run or something like that, right? It's interesting. If you were to ask the question, you would say the former, and you cringe typing this, but you don't know how best to phrase it. But you think you're the former. It has all the roadblocks, and that you wouldn't have that thought exist. I see. You could tell. Okay. If I am in the former as I think I am, you've got to capitalize quick because the widow's peak is really back by the minute. There are air treatments. Like you could have, I don't know what it's like in the UK, but there are like, you know, routine procedures for hair things. The main reason you think of yourself like that is because you can remember many instances where your initial interaction with new people had an equal or even even you being up power dynamics, then over time there's a clear drastic switch after they observe you. Yeah. So when you talk about consistency, right? Here's the double edge, right? Something that's consistent doesn't require maintenance. And what I mean by that is when you're physically attractive, right? Once you get through the door of physical attractiveness, there's a what is the more than 50% after? Is it the physical attractiveness? It's probably your behavior and personality. And largely due to the nature that when we think about how negativity works, the most salient thing over the lifespan of a relationship is how consistently not negative it is. So whenever there's negative things, where do most of the negative things come from? It comes from one of the most inconsistent sources that you're using for selection. You select it based on physicality. So then this leaves this as the can of worms, right? And then when people select on physicality, you would also make a presumption that this is secondary. This is something that they have less experience with. So it might not even be just you. It's both. We have to remember that a relationship is the combined experience, right? We're talking about the roles of both. So you have to be up for that. When, like, in my opinion, when someone says, "Oh, you look really nice," it's like, what do you think of my personality? And then that person will say, "I think you look really nice too. May I tell you something about what I see in your personality?" Because eventually you're going to have to practice both. Like, I mean, at least in my opinion, there are not quite a lot of people who stand the test of time where they are only interested in part of the person and then just choose to ignore the rest of the person. Like, yeah, who cares if their personality is bad or not? Their physical appearance makes up for it. So inevitably, right, you will have to explore both. And it's not specifically to the detriment of one person or the other person. It's both. Someone who is constantly relying on physical appearance is also someone who's inexperienced with learning about personality and behavior. And if you yourself are going out to interact based on physical appearance, the two of you can find reason to work on each other's personality and behavior, like talk it out, right? Because both of you could share empathy in exploring each other's personality and behavior due to inexperience, as opposed to letting it happen and then responding to it. At least that's kind of, I'm not a therapist, by the way, and I'm not a marriage counselor or anything like that. However, I would probably say that's probably the first thing they do, which is you start talking about the things each other have not communicated, because that would probably be the thing that they're both inexperienced in. As in, one person communicates a specific way, which is not analogous to another person's communication skills. So then, at some point, they have to talk to each other in order to find the handshake. If it was physical appearance, then you would say things like, "Oh, okay, let's both go to the gym. The gym's good. Like, do that," right? But when it comes to personalities and behavior, if it was selected based on physical attraction in the first place, you're not expecting someone to have more experience in personality and behavior distinction. So whenever someone tells you, which now you can use this as an example. Does this person talk about physical appearance a lot? If they do, and they tell you your personality is holding you back, what is the person's weight in that advice? I talk about this when it comes to learning Japanese. When someone comes to me and say, oh yeah, translational methods are awful in Japanese. And I'm like, oh, okay, can you tell me what makes you think that? And if they say like, well, most people say this, I'm like, what do you think about it? Have you tried to do this? Or have you even looked at the people that made it work? Or are you telling me that there are no people in the world that use the translational method to learn Japanese? If that's true, then I'll take your word for it. But if you have personal experience, I think that's the most valuable thing, because you're giving me advice right now. So if you have no experience with something and you avoided something entirely based on the experience of others, then how can I take your advice at all if you have no experience in it? Relationships, in my opinion, are somewhat analogous to that. And you can get ahead of it, in my opinion, by addressing the elephant in the room. It's like, hey, you know, Missy, you look really attractive. And I imagine I look pretty attractive to you as well. But I look around and I look at relationships, and there's the whole idea of we have to live together, right? I don't know how to do this. And the odds are the other person might not also, right? But the idea here is you're using it as a way to understand that the two of you will have to work on it. And working on things together is far more successful when it comes to behavior and personality than saying, oh, you have a problem, I don't, so I'm sorry. It's your problem, not my problem. It's like, I don't think that person understands that it's also their problem, right? That's kind of the idea. Physical, I think it's one of those double standards. Physical is like, you look at the person, it's like, oh, okay. There are some nuances to physical appearance, like what that person's able to do by appearing that way. Like if someone's really big, you don't know if they're flexible. So there's those kind of things that could happen. Or like someone's really big, you don't know if they have knee problems, right? There is some underlying nuance in physical appearance, but I think it's it's far more consistent than the elephant in the room. The reverse is still true, by the way. There are people with wonderful, beautiful personalities, and they met based on personalities. However, they neglect their physical appearance. So what happens then? They are really tired. They aren't healthy enough to raise children. They're not healthy enough to be there for their partners. So the opposite is very well true as well. However, the reason why I said physical appearance is because it happens, when it gets to that stage, it happens less than happens less often than the other way around. For now. In the future, it could be, oh yeah, everyone selects, you know, in the future it could change. Everyone selects based on personality. Well then, what are we gonna have? We're gonna have problems with things tying to physical appearance, because physical appearance deal with people's health. So yes, you could have all the great personality in the world, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't go running every once in a while so you can stay alive and protect your heart and raise children. I say this because I'm 40 now, or like I'm almost 40, right? And the people that I'm with, they have wonderful personalities. They're really loving, compassionate, almost like somewhat progressive. They're very progressive as like father figures, but their health is really concerning, right? So oftentimes the thing that I usually talk to them is they would say things like, yeah, well, you know, like I've been meaning to get to the gym, like my cholesterol's off the charts, and but work is, you know, you gotta work long hours, there's not enough time. And the idea is like, you gotta get to the gym sometime. You want to live long, right? You want to live long. Like they all often talk about how much they like to hang out with their child, like their daughter and whatnot, and be there for their children. It's like that's also the same as getting into a gym, like going for those walks. Gotta find a way to like when your daughter like grows a little bit older, maybe you guys can go for a walk, go walk the dog together or something, right? Because personality and behavior, like personality which is tied to behavior, sometimes doesn't necessarily translate to physical appearance. And but the times it does, it also means that if you appear unhealthy, there's not a lot of personality quirks or behavior that can compensate for your lack of health, right? So nice guys, they don't, like, nice people, compassionate people, they don't necessarily live very long. Like if you're predominant in one, like for example, you can meet comedians, funny people a lot of times, and this is such a unfortunate coincidence, but when you think about funny, there's a lot of correlations. These are correlations, so take it with a grain of salt. People who are funny often have a trade-off. People who are funny often has a trade-off in physical appearance, right? And what makes them funny requires time. What makes them physically appear healthy and whatnot as well, it also takes time. So trying to find a balance between these things are something that humans may not like to do. If they think they're funny, they might double down on being funny. But how many times have you heard where someone's very funny, but turns out they're very unhealthy in other ways, right? Like be it their own insecurities and whatnot. So there is a trade-off, and these are related. So I wouldn't necessarily make them like compete with each other. Both of these, like personality and behavior, are two sides of the same coin. They're related. So yes, try to work on your personality and communicate your beauty and, you know, your inner beauty and whatnot, as well as your physical appearance. So someone who is somewhat kept, right? Like people often comment about my hair going really crazy, and usually I'm very low maintenance, so oftentimes when my hair gets very long, I look like I'm always in chaos when my hair goes crazy. So I take some measures to keep my hair down, right? And then I don't want to appear like skinny fat, so I still do pull-ups, push-ups and dips. I mean, there's quite a lot of people who have great personalities who can't do any of those things, right? Or like run a 10K or something like that. Like if anyone wants to run 10K, we could just go. We can do it right now if they wanted. I can just lace up and go and run a 10K. When I still was working on my personality and whatnot, I didn't. It took me like in my mid-20s to not neglect my physical health as well. Like I was a rail, very, very, very thin rail. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's fortunate or not. At least if I had to, based on your description protocol, at least that's something you might be able to work on. If you hear me out here, if you're like getting some consistent feedback and stuff, maybe that can be reassuring to know that you kind of know what it is. Oftentimes it's very daunting whenever you get some feedback, and then when you go to do something, it like does the opposite. Like you know, not knowing at least a general idea of what you can work on and whatnot. if I had to use an analogy or an anecdote, it's like some people who approach me and they say, why does everyone lie to me? And I'm like, that's a lot of type of people. Can you elaborate? Like, are you able to elaborate a little bit? Like, well, yeah, why does everyone say, like, hold their truths from me? And I'm like, I still don't understand how that's possible. If everyone's doing that, there's got to be some really nitpicky consistency between all of them. Because if there's a lot of different people doing the same thing to you, there are very few things that are common to a lot of different people. So that can be very helpful if you're able to narrow it down. It's far, far harder. And this is why I have a problem with statistics. How people view statistics. When you say everyone tells me this, my assumption is that this is a large sample. If it's a large sample, oftentimes that leads to information that is very actionable. But most of the time, when people say everyone, they're talking about like an end of 2. And the thing about end of 2 is that's a small sample, right? And that means you can explain it way too many ways. And that's kind of how I feel when people are talking to me about these things. And when I mean people, I mean like hundreds. We're in the neighborhood of hundreds of people yearly. My interactions with hundreds of people anyways. And then maybe like tens in a more in-depth way. However, the ones when they're talking about it's like, oh yeah, everyone in my class is doing well, for example. I'm like, are you sure? Because as far as I know, your grades are probably relative. So at least half your class isn't doing well relatively, and then half your class is doing well, right? If they wanted to do a objective thing, unless it's not based on a relative grading scale, then you could say, well, if everyone's doing well, then everyone has to have a better grade than you, right? And usually what it comes down to is they notice that there are 2 out of the 30 who they don't measure, so it's either 2 out of 2, and that's confirmation bias on statistics. They saw 2 people, they talked to 2 people, and those 2 people are doing better than them, and therefore everyone in their class is doing better. That's kind of modern statistics. That's like the modern way of arguments in NetSpeak. When you're on the online, that's how it works. So in my opinion, it's probably both. Protocol. Might as well spin your wheels and then give it another shot, right? Hopefully something works out and you find something that's consistent that you can work with.
来る
And I'm not saying you're saying everyone. It's nice that to talk to someone who doesn't like generalize every confirmation that they have. It's nice and refreshing. However, it's also the thing that I don't highlight too much because my main focus is to try to communicate through confirmation bias. It's so difficult to communicate otherwise if you're not used to interpreting what the way people speak. When someone says everyone, they mean everyone they know and only the things they observe. So the first couple questions you would ask is what are the things they're avoiding, and what are the things they choose not to notice or measure. And that's kind of where I start, right? Like I asked them, okay, so everyone in your class, do you know of anybody that has a lower grade than you? What are they doing? And how do you think, did you ask them if they think they're doing well in the class or not? Right? The null hypothesis test, right? Talked about this quite a bit. How do you, it's not the antithesis of confirmation bias, like it, but it does help. It does help challenge oneself against confirmation bias, which is to use that confirmation bias, but for the opposite. So when someone tells you, like if you are under the impression 3 people told you your personality is holding you back, all right, and if you believe that your personality is holding you back, then challenge it. Is like, if you believe your personality is not holding you back, then you would try to support the idea that it is. If you think it's your personality that's holding you back, then use your personality as the selection to see if it is holding you back. So you would want to seek supporting, or like the other way around, like you will use your physical appearance, right? If you believe it's your personality, and you would see if it is where your personality is where it's failing to support the null hypothesis. So that's my indirect way. So whenever someone asks me, oh yeah, I pretty much just suck at math. Okay, what if you're good at math? Can you tell me all the evidence that you can collect that tells me you are good at math? If the evidence is like 0, then all right, I'm more likely to believe you. But you actually have to try to look for those things, right? That's the idea. You have to actually test and try to look for those things before saying it. You're looking for evidence that you didn't focus on. Like when someone says, oh, I suck at life, okay? What are the evidence that you have that makes you good at life? And doing that exercise allows you to look at the things you might not look at, which is not for the sake of proving the hypotheses wrong or right. The exercise I'm focusing on is getting someone to think about all the things that they have to take into consideration. Because if you're not taking all the things into consideration, it doesn't matter if someone tells you the truth or they're right or wrong. You have no way of working with it. You have no way of like, okay, someone tells you have a personality problem. What does that mean? Like, you weren't focused on it at first, so what do you do now? And there's no way another stranger can answer it because it's your experiment, right? It's between you and that person. It's the vicarious nature. So you're kind of left to your own devices. So generally speaking, null hypothesis testing can help. I call it null hypothesis testing, but you can call it whatever you want. Just thinking the opposite, right? You're trying to argue and counter argue. And what happens is you're putting yourself in their shoes in order to understand if their advice is relevant. If you can understand their advice, you're able to use it. If you can't understand their advice and you disagree with them, then there's no chance that advice is useful. At least there's a very rare chance that advice is useful. And then if you do it that way and you're testing random things, it might as well just be luck. Because what you're testing may not even be related. You're testing luck in determining whether you understood that person without actually understanding them. The very nature of getting a criticism that tells you nothing about the problem that they have with you is the very nature that you really don't understand what they're trying to say, and therefore you shouldn't even take their advice, because if you don't understand what they're saying, how's it advice? That's kind of what the internet is like. However, it is also true when you have friends as well, to varying degrees, right? How well you know each other, how relevant their experience is, it's something that needs to be taken into account.
Tsuba.
What time is it? All right. Okay.
観光する
Cool. Not professional advice, by the way, disclaimer, right? Exercise in logic, or I'm merely pointing out logical things that I would consider. At least I think they're logical. Uh,
肺がん
Okay. Power dynamic is very interesting. I don't think I've ever considered myself to have any form of power. So talk about power dynamics. That is definitely something that I'm not too great with.
宣言
And I genuinely don't know how one measures power dynamic. Uh-oh. This is armor. Or arms. Oh, please.
「装置
Or armed. Oh no, equipment. Equipment.
抑圧
No. Ura.
裏通り
Yo, what? Kotonaru.
異なる
委託 股関節
Uh-oh. 予想。おい。
装い
装い。 Okay.
膝、
一緒。家賃。
無糖、噂、総額、
Sorry, my when I stop talking after a while, my all that like vocal fatigue just comes back a lot. We're just kind of
抑止、
trying to be a little bit more conservative. Herikutsu.
へりくつ、
Herik. Mm. What? Ow, that kind of hurt my voice there. Uh,
併合、灰、受託、
Jitaku.
宣伝。
Oh, uragiri.
裏切り、
Yo, what?
暖房。夕刊。
Evening. Evening. Oh,
奥深い、
upukai.
垂らす。著者。意義。
意義、意義。That's kind of a weird one.
送る、
変換。筋肉。
託す、妊婦、尊い、
Okay, hold up. Um. Uh. Like noble? Okay.
異常
How do we different condition this? Yo. Different situation. It's not no. Like. Abnormality. Okay.
著作
還元
ね。
肺病
尊敬
Can we just respect? Oh, okay, it's fine. So it's okay. Whoops,
症
that's not okay.
扱う
Heck.
描写
ふさ
Sa. Excuse me.
円盤
Ban. What are you? Oops. You. Oh, a disc with a K. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what's the difference between. Oh, hold up. Disc versus disc. Disc both refers to flat circular objects and are often used interchangeably, but generally, disc is referred in American English and for magnetic computer storage hard disks, while disc is used in British English and for optical audio or video CD. Interesting. In the same exercise, I have an example of disc with a C and disc with a K. Just English things.
へ
Eh. Kind of funny because it's flatulence.
描画
Yoga. What? Oh,
賃貸
Chintai. Dojitsu? Oh no, Chujitsu?
忠実
Jujitsu wa yai. Oh, Mado.
窓
妊娠する
否定
Eh,
傾向
Echo.
変装
雑誌
Dashi. Yo, what? お、あ、よ
由
いしょ。
緒
I'm gonna go with oh no. Wait.
皇族。
抑制
抑制。
長官股間
必需品。
必需品。Okay.
帰
帰
っ
ってて。
一人称
You're going to head off now. Best of luck with your studies. Thanks. Okay. Good luck. Good luck. It was a pleasure as usual. I'll definitely give you my thoughts about this person at a later time. It'll be an interesting study.
皇室逃亡
逃げる。
Yo, what? Like a company plus like there's definitely like the tunnel. So like oh no, like no, that sounds rife with Omo? Omo no.
伴う。奥底。
Osoko. Osoko.
灰皿。
盛る
Oh wait. Not like to pile up. Oh, okay.
異常。
裏切る
はい
Oh. What? Oh.
同伴する
Oops.
歌唱
Kasho.
裏口 生還
Oh.
緩む
Oh, yurumu. Ah. Sometimes I say uru instead of yuru.
Enso.
Yo, what?
武装
傾く 需要 月間
Oh.
天皇
Tenno.
秘訣 基盤
奥さん
よろしい
灰色
敬語
Oh, that's honorific. Okay, okay. Dang you! Hang on. It's not that one. I can only think of no. Yeah. Hold up. Is it? Oh no. Oh no. Why is a problem?
却下
Akka. Kyakka. The heck?
服装
Kanemoke.
番
We're getting there. We're getting there.
皇太子。
子。え Oh no. 著しい。著しい。著しい。
著しい。
著しい。
忠告。砂糖。
日韓いや緩やか
筋。
Oh, my T.
対象。
My keyboard T didn't register. What? Hold up. What is that? I'm gonna say
垂直。
垂直。
異性。内緒。
儲ける。Hmm.
窓口。
What the heck? Oh. 窓口。
角。
ゆるい致命的
Oh, not fatal. Fatal. Eh?
いたす。奥。
Okay.
加藤。
Alright, well, we did it. Oh, that is a push if I ever seen one. Alright. We have a leap day tomorrow to catch up, so no worries. We'll do our HanziHero lessons and then just leave the reviews for the next day. And then we gotta get into our P5X Valentine's Day update. Let's go over these. Kaban, bag, Iki, disc, Ka, Chu, Ju, demand, age, yodel, and regards, it, spin, eat, dodge, neen, pregnant, gene, pregnant, chi, do, on, addition, soul, play music, on, accompany, it, join, lean, aku, contrary, oku, or ok, wife, far side, interior, yo, consider, and suspend, ball, cluster, atsuka, handle, yoku, suppress, daku, select, yo, draw, un, gray, sho, title, sho, board, yuru, loose, kaku, unsigned, why, bribe, do, bribe, zo, presence, or escape, on, send back, Iza, ni. All right, that's a wrap for our WaniKani today. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. So as always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a go. You're more than welcome. Come on by, yap a little, chat, right? And yeah, so until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第397天 It is day 397. We are gonna do something slightly different today. I'm like way over my time budget, so we're gonna do the lessons, come what may, and reviews will shift off to tomorrow. There's no shortage of reviews. Like nowadays, whatever is past this, the characters will speak for themselves quite often now. So we're trying to be a little bit more flexible. Like Bunpro and HanziHero will be in the flex spot in order to make time for a little Valentine's update in P5X today. So let's go over the two things from yesterday. Okay. It was Hoangwan macroscopic. So Hoangwan. Made a little TLC on Hoang. Hoang was the problem. Moving things with magic instead of the arms and the elbows, I suppose. Not the greatest. And then Shy. Commander. Did a TLC on that too. Yeah, it's about the commander of the high school gang hiding the gnome figurine under a bunch of towels, wrapped in towels. Alright, so this is gonna be probably the shortest HanziHero. We're just gonna do the lesson and then move on to our last thing. We'll catch up pretty quickly tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a short day on WaniKani as well. The thing I enjoy about Bunpro and HanziHero that fits my schedule is that they reset at fixed times. So Bunpro resets at midnight local time, and then HanziHero resets at 4 a.m. Local time. And lessons are not bound by reviews. Lessons keep going. So WaniKani is the rate limiting step most of the time because of reviews must clear. It's a different system. However, for that reason, WaniKani does not have flexibility in terms of arranging for reviews, but Bunpro and HanziHero does. That's kind of where we're at.
钦佩
钦佩. Qing is the admire and pei admire.
钦佩服食
五十 rotten shi road, yeah, fair enough. Road.
服食派遣
派遣 that's that's dispatch, all right. I can 派遣 just dispatch the faction or dispatch people dispatch.
派遣波涛
波涛 wave and then large wave. Look at large wave.
窝桃，乔装，
乔装，乔. Oh, Chow is weak because it's just bridge. Chow disguise strong. Yeah, disguise attire. So go disguise.
乔装，
Sorry, excuse me, had to sneeze there.
新配，波涛，
Oh heck.
服食，
Oh man, that doesn't look like shi, but oh, it kind of does. The left side's kind of shi. That the insect though.
乔装， 派遣，
派遣.
趁早，
趁早. 趁 right, to take advantage early, so as soon as possible. Yeah. Is this still at first chance? Okay, that's I kind of like it at the first chance. To take advantage early is good enough, honestly. Okay. 趁早. Okay. 趁早.
趁早，
趁早.
橘子，
橘子. Yeah. The tangerine life.
橘子，遣返，
I wonder where gun come from. Gun. I don't know. Guns. Like gun for orange. I'm actually not trying to say Mandarin here. I don't know where. I doubt it's a gun. I don't know. Wait. Doubt it is. 遣返. Oh no, 遣返. 遣返. Dispatch. Return. Or go back. 遣返. Repatriate. That one is interesting. Repatriate or repatriate is to like go back to their country, right? Like, I started repatriating illegal immigrants. These individuals will be repatriated next week. He was repatriated because he did not have a visa. Like to send back, right? Dispatch and send back. Kinda close to deport, sort of. But deport doesn't technically have a direct insistence that they're going back. Tian, what? I lost it. 钱. Oh, no. Oh no. Drew a blank. What did I? Oh, I added a G.
遣返
That's a little bad.
侵蚀
侵蚀. So 侵 like invade and then erode, so or corrode, so eroding, getting in and then corroding something.
侵蚀堵
堵. 堵. I see it. Sort of. How do I see this? I mean, I know it says C. That's a coincidence. Maybe like block? No, that's jewel. And then we have J. Which duel am I thinking of? Gamble. Wait, what is this? Oh. Oh. Well, that's close to gamble. Alright. Dumbledore is in the basement of the house where it is pitch black. He casts a spell to summon an intra sun that lights up the entire basement shore. Finally, he can see what's inside. There's a strange elder and a floating eye. Both also see him. They stand there not moving, just okay. Dumbledore is in the basement of his house, welcoming his elder to see with his own eyes a special, I don't know, magical relic he procured from the new wizards. Quite dark eyes to see, so he summoned sunlight to illuminate the magical relic to allow the elder to see it. Sure. Okay. Oh, to turn a blind eye. Interesting. 视入. 视弱. 视弱. Oh, 无睹. 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 So, see as though you can't see. That's good. To turn a blind eye. And 目睹. Fair enough. To witness. 目睹.
堵堵侵蚀趁早橘子遣返曹
Oh boy, yeah, that is Cao, alright. Oh no. It's a one character Cao too. Casper is inside the barn where he comes across secret agent Mr. Chow. Of course, Chow. He was hiding in the hay. He says to Casper that he is on a secret agent. He's on a secret mission, I'll say, to find out what the cows are up to, which is why he's painted white with black spots. Casper asks for his autograph as he's a big fan of Mr. Tao, who is the most famous secret agent in the world. Well, maybe he isn't that secret if everyone knows about him, but Casper's... Yeah. I mean, we'll let it fly. Yeah, Cao Cao. Cao Cao? Oh. That's the Cao that they have. Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with Cao Cao. Cao Cao is one of the... Cao Cao is one of the Three Kingdoms generals. Or was he an or was he king? I think he was one of the generals. You know, one of the lead generals. General is like the idea. Shogun. Shogun generals is the English equivalent. I forgot. Oh, Chinese says it. Da, maybe like something. Maybe like Da Guan, or something like that. I don't remember what the title of general is called. Actually, let's Oh yeah, that's right. We can use Jiang, right? Jiang Jiangling. That's a rank. I guess you could just say Jiang or Shanjiang. No, Shanjiang doesn't sound right. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Jiangguan. Or maybe it might even be like Jiangguan or something like that. They're the military leaders. I think Cao Cao was a military leader. Because during the Three Kingdoms, actually, let's go find out. Was he the military leader? Yeah, I mean, like, Dynasty Warriors covered the three. What was the other one? Liu Bei? Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and... it's not... I don't think Cao was the leader. Cao... Maybe he was? Zhao Yun? No. He was under Liu Bei's. I don't remember. Pretty sure they're all generals. Yeah, we're talking still about like the 5 tiger generals. Probably. Oh no. Oh, they're considered warlords. Oh, because they're in a warring period? Oh, that does make sense. I still remember some of this stuff. Their names, but I don't remember their ranks. I've been watching a lot of Kingdoms, which is an earlier warring period. It's well before the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The warring period is the time of the Seven Kingdoms, and then the Seven Kingdoms right after that period, Qing Dynasty starts, which is the first unification of Middle Kingdom. And I believe the Three Kingdom conflict came after, right? Yeah, it came right after. I think. Oh, no, wait. No, it didn't came right after. It's just a coincidence. It came many years after, like 400 years after. The Three Kingdoms was around 220 AD, and the first Qing Dynasty was 221 BC. Yeah, by Qing Shi Hoang or something. The official title of that person's name. I think the Three Kingdom period was after the the long Han reign. So interesting. I have another desire now to read through all of this stuff. Anyways.
曹
That's all.
半
Bun. Oh, that looks like a bun too. Now with a pedal. Like a... Oh, it doesn't have flour in it. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, which is full of peppers and melon plants that grow like a jungle over the tile floor. Bart runs around picking the petals off of all the plants, thinking that he could probably sell them to some sucker or maybe even to the pawn shop itself. Or damaging them, I suppose. Oh, garlic cloves. Swan bun. Alright. And hua bun. Okay. It does look like a bun.
半
It kinda sorta looks like a bien as well.
岛
It's either a bien or a bun. Oh, pray. I'm kinda curious if this can line up with qi. Qi dao, dao qi. Dao qi? Yeah, there's that beard again. With an entirely different sound. How could this large thing not carry a sound? Come on. Actually, does it? I don't think so. Oh, no, not really. Dracula is in the cellar of the barn wearing a suit. He is on his knees praying to a gigantic cow statue that is stored there in the cellar. He has been praying so long that he has grown a beard. Okay. Okay. So Dracula is in the cellar of the barn in disguise as a distinguished bearded gentleman in a suit. He is offering he is offering services of prayer to I don't know, guarantee the safety of the farm animals from any any vampiric disasters. You know? Did we get it? Yeah, 祈祷. 祈祷, okay, fair enough.
岛灾
Zai. Oh, this is the Zai I was thinking of. Not the other Zai. Oh, interesting. So there are two Zais. Wait. What was the other Zai pick? Yeah. Was it this? No, the other Zai. There are too many Zais. Or Zai. Yeah, or Zai. Yeah, wait. It's not this one. Oh no. Thai. Was it Thai? It's not Thai. Was it Thai? No. Oh, but there is another Thai. Oh no, is it this Thai? Are we looking at the right Thai? Oh yeah, it is this Thai. Hang on. No. Yeah, I don't know where it is. It had something to do with like to pull flowers. Is it really pluck? Chai. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, chai. Chai Hua. I often thought Chai Hua was Zai Hua versus Chai Hua. It's kind of, I'm not really great with the age, so Chai Hua versus Zai Hua. So I often like just say Zai Hua for both. This is the Zai I was thinking of. For planting, as opposed to like pulling. And they're kind of like separate. They're almost opposite ends of the meaning. Like one is to put the flower into ground, you know? Zai Hua. And Chai Hua is to pull them out. Zelda's in front of the high school where she is a teacher. She is currently teaching kids how to plant trees. She gets a holy spade. Why a holy spade? And digs a hole in the... Then plants a small tree there. Afterwards, she uses her triforce. Okay, alright. Doesn't have to be holy. To plant... Zai Zhi. Yeah. Zai, right? Zai versus Zai. Zai Zhi. Zai Zhi. Pen. Pen Zai. I see. Pan. Okay. Okay, fair enough. And then there's the other one, Zhi, the plant. Checks out.
栽
Zai.
送
Song. Oh, extol. Man, I haven't used the word extol in a while. And that does kind of look like song. Why does that look like song? Because it looks like song, a recent song, or read out loud song. Oh no, wait, it looks like ban as well. Wait, am I going crazy? Oh, I was thinking of... Oh no, I was thinking of ban. Wait, what does the recent song look like? There was word involved, no? Am I going crazy? Oh, is that litigation? To litigate? No, no, no. Let me think. Whoops. Oh no, it's not even close. I was thinking of litigate though, in a way, but the closest one that I'm thinking of is bun. And how was bun different from, was it fins? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. SpongeBob, this carries a song and a gong. SpongeBob is in the bathroom of the temple next to the hot spring. He takes out a page and begins to read from it and extol the benefits of praise, eulogize. Takes out a page and begins to extol the benefits of elbows, like his little yellow ones, and stupid fins. You know, maybe just public. Alright, SpongeBob is in the bathroom of the temple. After he was litigated, we're gonna connect it with the other song. After he was litigated for publicly with words of disapproval of him, I don't know, soaking up and disrupting the hot springs with his sponginess. He is now reading a page for the public in apology and extolling the wonderful hot spring establishment. It's a little meta. A little bit.
宋曹栽岛办宋
Alright, 5 more characters. Han. Okay. You look more like a fun, but then there's the pun next to the fun, so I'll take the pun. Alright, I got you. Tray. Pun. Yeah. That kind of looks like betray as well. Patrick is in the bathroom of the pawn shop taking a break from work. He's swinging on his favorite bathroom swing that hangs in the corner opposite of the toilet. However, he slips off and falls on the towel. Patrick thinks that the swing has betrayed him somehow, so he decides to betray the swing by breaking it in half. It's good enough. I'll take it. Hey, pun. Yeah, that's backstab. Or betrayal. A pun. Pun tool. Interesting.
盼仓
Tongue. Looks like a tongue. Now equipped with the boat. Asper is in front of the chapel where he's living in a boat that is next to the storehouse. He peacefully sleeps in the cabin of the boat away from the crazy priest who distrusts him because he's a ghost. It works for me. Ji Chang. Okay. Chuang Chang. Yep. Gotcha.
仓蟹
Shit. Oh, that's a diarrhea. It does look like a shit though. Yeah. Okay. Xena's in the bathroom with the electricity plant hungry. She uses a mortar to grind a dollhouse. Oh, we also have multiple containers. Okay. Xena is in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Taking a break from guard duty. Or let's just say on guard duty. She noticed that there is a employee that doesn't feel so hot. Turns out the employee has a bit of diarrhea. Right. Diarrhea. And it's aggressively sprayed. However, she just happens to have a container. Oh, they're double containers. That's fine. Special container of some medicinal extract she prepared with a mortar and burner in case, just in case for herself. She was able to help mitigate the spraying diarrhea. Alright. That's enough fun with that. Oh shit. Ooh. Shit. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Shit, yao. Laxative. Diarrhea medicine.
蟹
Shit. Diarrhea is such a
Chu.
weird word. Chu? I see a ooh. I'm not sure if I see a chu. Let's go with drums. How did the drum life go? Yeah, I see more of a oh, chu. Oh yeah, that is so weak. Okay, I have another reason to recognize kitchen though. Chu. Alright. I got you, chu. Can we do the kitchen cabinet? Chucky is inside the living room of the house where he has set up his own shack. Inside has an attached drum to a tree and poked out into the couch to make a cabinet inside. Okay. No. We got this. So Chucky is inside the house where he converted a cabinet maybe where he is hiding in a cabinet. Maybe he converted a wooden drum into a shack-like cabinet using his trusty caliper with a trusty caliper, and also wait in the kitchen where he waits to ambush someone from the makeshift written from shack with his caliber. Right. Okay. 橱窗, okay. 衣橱. Wardrobe. Oh, okay, I got you.
厨
This doesn't line up with what was the other one? 柜, right? 橱柜. I think 柜 was oh, it was a cupboard.
略
略. How many 略s do I have? That looks more like a 梁 or a 介 or 就. A long as well. Wow, that's so unique. 略 to plunder. Alright, but we have Louis. Louis is in the bathroom of the electricity plant where there's a small electrified capital building. Okay. Pillage and plunder. Alright, Louis is in the bathroom of the electricity plants. Maybe like at his leisure, instructing his subjects to plunder, commanding his subjects by pointing his fingers. Or at the Capitol building of a competing electricity plant, instructing them to plunder it and report back as he is taking a break bathroom of his plant. Sure. Oh, 夺? 掠夺? Oh wait, is 夺 what I think it is? To take by force? Okay. Interesting. That's good. I kind of forgot 夺 a bit there.
略 判 除 仓
With the tongue.
略 谢
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, or I guess kind of fortunately, that's all we have time for today. So we're just gonna double down sometime, or maybe do like a 30% encroachment next time. So we're just gonna go over the new stuff today, and then it will be an exercise in separating it from the old stuff, I suppose. I guess we can just go over the mnemonics for the new stuff and go over all of this. The Templar, or Templar Knight. Zai. Ying. Or I saw Hoang. Oops. I wrote Hoang. Hoang. Jing. Bang. Bang. Chi. Yeah. Those are all from yesterday. And now our new stuff. Ooh. All. Jai. Fun. Oh. Song. Lue. Xie. An. Chu. A song. Was a song? Was a sun? Song. A song. Da xia. Bu shui. Dang you, coyote. Shenzhen. 芦花。前夫。鸟粪。马粪。航下。Alright, now the new stuff. 钦佩。波涛。腐蚀。桥砖。爱钱。侵蚀。趁早。橘子。遣返。Alright, and then let's go over the mnemonics of just the new ones. Okay. So we got the Dumbledore. The Dumbledore walking into the basement house, showing the elder, getting the elder to see, right, see the new relic for himself. Come in some sunlight to illuminate the dark basement. Okay. Now we have Casper in the barn. Oh boy, in the barn. Trying to help out Mr. Tao, who tries to entertain Casper by saying that he's a secret agent infiltrating a barn, something like that. Or maybe Casper is pretending to be a secret agent while trying to help out Tao, Mr. Tao in the barn. Kind of Casper-like. Got Zelda front of high school, where she is teaching the kids, right? Kids how to plant a tree using a spade. It's good enough, honestly. Okay, then we have Bart Simpson. Bart Simpson sneaking into the bathroom of the pawn shop, where the bathroom has a bunch of tome, a bunch of pepper and melon. Oh no, how do we do melon? Uh-oh. It's like, okay, yeah. Oh, melon. Melon plant, pet plants, where he basically just decided to rip all the petals out and ruin the pawn shop's produce, or maybe repurpose it. Hustle, whichever. We have Casper, who's outside of the chapel, residing peacefully in a boat cabin. Whoops. Cabin that's serving as his storehouse. Do not disturb the priest. Okay. Patrick. Bathroom, office, building, right? No, that's wrong. Something else. I'm thinking of pool. Dracula going to the cellar of the barn. In a nice looking suit. Disguised as a bearded gentleman. What was it? I think it was soldier, weird ground, crossbeam, and then like mouth and caliper, like for beard, offering like different prayer services to keep the vampires away. I guess he is a vampire. Hey, SpongeBob. This is a meta layer one. SpongeBob back in the bathroom of the temple, reading an apology page to the public. Extolling apologies and then extolling the hot spring for its importance to make up for his transgressions. And we got Louis. Bathroom. Chillin'. Bathroom of his electricity plant. Pointing, commanding at plundering the opponent's Capitol building. And supplying the competing plants. I don't know. Funding. Got Xena finding herself in a bathroom of the electricity plant, still on guard duty. Noticed someone is having a bit. Oops. Someone's having a bit of a diarrhea. Explosive diarrhea spraying everywhere. It happens to keep a container of some medicinal relief that she prepared ahead of time for just the occasion, using a burner and a mortar. All right. Patrick in the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he noticed where he's working. He likes to recline on a swing in the bathroom. But the goofball fell and took his anger out on the swing, thinking it betrayed him, right? And I'm splitting it in half. Okay, and then we have Chucky inside the house in the kitchen. He's doing his normal thing like the other time, converting a wooden drum into some sort of makeshift shack that serves as a hiding cabinet in which he can wait and lay low to take someone out with his caliber. All right. Probably it's a good place to stop. Oh, it's 3:30 a.m. already. All right, folks. That's a wrap for my. That's a wrap for my HanziHero session today. All right, if you're gonna watch this later, as always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by. Yap. Doesn't really have to be about language learning, but some stuff. Weekends seem to be the yap days now. We'll catch up on the weekdays. Right now we're kind of focused on, well, we gotta cover this P5X and then trying to make as much room as possible for Kiwami 3 before the end of February, right? So some of these sessions will be negotiated in that way. You're more than welcome. Come on by Yap. About Kiwami 3, that's perfectly fine too. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Right, thank you for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for a Valentine's Day update. A 3.2 Valentine's Day update for P5X. Thank you.
セガ
アトラス
ピースブラックウィング。
All right, folks, welcome back. It is not a 3.3 patch update, but we have a seasonal event. It's the Valentine's Day seasonal event. Happy Valentine's to all the people that observe. Valentine's Day is kind of an interesting ritualistic thing that happens in Japan too, despite it not being necessarily of Japanese origin, right? So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how this is depicted. Of course, this game is not necessarily a harem, right? However, there are vastly many qualities of like a visual novel game or things that are inspired by the Japanese industry when it comes to like video game light graphic novel situations. So in this case, it's not unexpected, which is also kind of interesting to think about too, because Lunar New Year, the Chinese Lunar New Year, which is not the same as Japanese Lunar New Year, right? As I have been come to understand, New Year's is on the Gregorian calendar in Japan, which we had already done the New Year's like a celebration thing. There is something else that's kind of lined up to a different kind of lunarish thing, but generally in Japan, as far as I know from an outside perspective, like a foreigner perspective, it's the Gregorian New Year, or Gregorian calendar, right? So in this case, it looks like they're doing Valentine's, because the Lunar New Year is going to happen soon. It's actually very soon. This year, hang on, let me double check. It's February 17th. So that means that they're not planning on like a Lunar New Year, I don't think. I'm not entirely sure how lunar, like the Chinese Lunar New Year or like various other places, but the Chinese dominant Lunar New Year's is kind of observed in Japan, or if it is at all. But it is actually 3 days from now by coincidence, because Lunar New Year, it moves around from the end of January to like halfway through February. So that's interesting, and it has themes of red and whatnot. It's purely coincidental, I would imagine, like historically. However, their take is going to be Valentine's. I did read a little bit about this Valentine's. As a bit of a spoiler, I only have one soulmate designated for my character, and that is Tomoko. Tomoko is the one However, if you're looking at this screen right now, it covers everyone except for Merope. I don't think Merope is one. All of these other ones are actually choices, with the newest being Runa, and actually I don't know about Minami. I'm pretty sure Minami is not one either, but I imagine whatever is happening, this is just themed around them. I don't know whether they take a part in it, but all of these other characters, and then Kotone is the one before it, and then you can see that Mio is missing, which is the most recent one. With this update, Mio is, or actually technically 3.2 was the update for Mio, so Mio is missing. But all these other choices, you can be soulmates with them or friends, and you can be soulmates with multiple characters. But I did read somewhere where the outcome is a little different when you have more than one soulmate as opposed to one soulmate. And then there is a sidebar thing. There's also not having a soulmate at all, which I'm kind of curious what they do. I'm guessing it's shun, you know, your bro, right? Your bro is the other choice to spend Valentine's Day. So I'm kind of curious if you what they distinguish between them. But anyways, this event comes with an event story, which I have a feeling I'm going to read through. So bear with me on that. I feel like these events are kind of like the New Year's event, where it's a flavor text to celebrate the Valentine's Day, right? For those who observe. And then boss battles, I don't know in what way this is going to happen. Last time we had that robo thing, like the robo thing, so it might be something like that where there's special conditions and whatnot, so that'll be fun. And side stories, let's see, some Valentine points. And then this says, during the event, you will also receive metagems based on the number of accomplices you have at Synergy rank 15. You will receive 50 for every accomplice at that rank, so please use this chance to delve deeper. Okay, so I'm guessing, oh, here it is. Here's the list. So Motoha is, Motoha Arai, right? Motoha is at 15 plus already. Riko is new, and I think she's at 12, so we'll definitely be able to get her to, because this is going to last till the day after my birthday, so March 5th. Technically it's March 4th because that's when the maintenance happens. Anyway, Riko is newly added, but we'll definitely get her to 15. Yao Ling or Yao Ling, I don't actually know without seeing the character name. We're just gonna call her Yao Ling. Yao Ling for like the English pronunciation. Yao Ling. So Yao Ling is at 15 plus because she's one of the originals, and Tomoko Noge. Tomoko Noge was the one that we chose for our solo soulmate, and then Kotone is the newest adding. I think she's at 12. Something. Oh no, Riko is well below. Riko is the next new one, so she's at like 4. Maybe we can get her to 15. And then Kotone is at 12. Miyu is at 15. Ayaka 15 plus. Yumi was the earlier one, and Luna is like 6 and 4. So these two we gotta boost, because if you get 50, what is that? 50 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 450. That is pretty nice, honestly. On a different news that wasn't mentioned, I know that this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but it does look like we got 10 tickets, gold tickets, because P5X received the DICE Mobile Game of the Year award. They did not get the Google Play one. The Google Play one was given to, I don't know. I'm gonna take a jab maybe like Weathering Waves. Oh no, or Umasumi, possibly the worst thing. I don't know. It's a different one, but it's great that at least in my opinion, you know, outside the gacha thing, I think there's a lot of emotional negativity around things as opposed to like playing things. And I recently started the Kiwami 3 thing. That's very similar. I'm not going to touch like political and ideological and like it's political ideology, like protesting in terms of that. So I won't necessarily touch those things. It's fine if you want to discuss, like if anyone wants to discuss those things, but it does revolve around ideological review bombing and whatnot. And P5X is one of them because it's a gacha game, right? And when you take a gacha game and expand it and generalize it to a larger audience, when you have a hardcore niche audience that pre-exists, it creates political ideological protest. So that's kind of what this is, although the DICE award does not represent that, right? Because as far as I know, the DICE award is not a popularity contest, foreseeably in that. And recently, kind of Sega related, because Sega ATLUS, Kiwami 3 is suffering from the same thing, ideological review bombing, which honestly, there is one going on right now that is kind of dealing with advertisements and like corporate speech, and that's Reanimal. Reanimal is experiencing a review bombing as well. So these things, in my opinion, now has been a common fixture of privileged and self-entitlement video gaming, and I usually refer to the self-entitlement part. I believe gaming is a privilege, so take it for what it's worth. I'm not going to touch upon those things. Anyways, congrats to Blockwing Studio, Perfect World, along with Sega and ATLUS on their award for the DICE Mobile Game of the Year. Right. We have our new Thief, which our new Phantom Thief, we're skipping. We're basically skipping the next two based on their new order, because now the new Yaoling, I'm gonna go with Yaoling. I feel like Yaoling sounds a little bit nicer off the tongue. So Yaoling is gonna be the next one, the Dragon Dance one, which is going to be related to the Chinese New Year, Lunar New Year thing, but it's happening in March. It's like basically on my birthday. That's when it's happening, like March 4th, 5th. And it's a little bit delayed because they're trying to stack all these updates, right? And try to space them out. So they were trying to like move the things around to account for maybe Valentine's Day, and then the flow into the Chinese New Year's related thing, because the lion dance, right? It's a lion dance theme. So I imagine that's how they were trying to jostle around, and then shifted Violet to the end. We'll be drawing Violet, but we're going to be skipping Matoi and Rin, because we're also planning, we've already skipped Howler, and we're planning on skipping Goro. All of those are kind of sort of related cluster of synergistic groups, and I'm pretty much, we've already went over how the gacha works, and no resources. Even if I wanted to, it's not gonna happen. So we'll look at her little thing. Like as far as I know, she is a technical support, so she benefits technical peeps, and technically we don't have that many. An would be one that can trigger technical, so is Motoha, outside of the ones that we would use. Those are the two main technical ones that would really use, and those aren't very strong. And I skipped all the others, really, if there is any more technicals. So anyways, and then we have the puzzle thing. Puzzle thing is a novelty. You collect puzzles for doing regular things, and then you put them together, which we'll see them, but it would take the whole period to go over. And then, of course, new shop, Valentine sets. There's a Valentine set for each person's synergy. Makes sense with the Valentine stuff. Hang on. Another one rolled away. Okay. What's happening here? Oh, right. The Valentine's gift. So we got 10 of each, which is very generous for Valentine's. Yoink. And then, what is this? The special messages for Tomoko. Oh, yeah. So she, this is my soulmate choice, right? So she is sending me, your soulmate is supposed to give you their preferred gift, right? But I only have one. Foreseeably, in theory, if you had all of them as your soulmate, right? A proper harem, I suppose, they would all give you a preferred gift. But we're gonna do it retroactively. You can change the status of all of your relations, but I think we'll see how they acknowledge that. But sorry, I actually wanted to come to talk to you in person after class, but I ended up having to cover a shift at work. For me, today feels special because it's the first Valentine's Day since we met. After I was injured, she didn't recover. So mean. And it couldn't continue baseball anymore. Yeah, this is kind of a downer. Things were really hard for you, but then you were there. You picked me up and helped me keep moving forward. I was able to put all that pain behind me because you were by my side. She has an incredibly rosy perspective despite saying this, right? Anyway, I'm just really glad I met you and getting to spend time to make me really happy. Sorry this message ended up being super long. What? That's not long. But there's just one more thing. I actually made you a little something for Valentine's Day. I was wondering if after work I could stop by and give it to you. Okay. Alright. Anyways, we'll see. Can I open it? Like, oh, I can. What? Okay, so her incense pretty much, and then the thing, item that's good for gifting her. Okay. And then now let's go into the event, right? So we have this, which is on our mission, so it's on a tracker. And let's take a look at these. So 1,240 meta gems is pretty much our standard for most of these events. What is this? Award for playing Take Your Love, which is probably the event itself. And then we got this, we got this. So there is a badge for confessing to 2 or more female characters, which we only have 1. So it says 2 or more, so we can like the second character, maybe like next year, maybe we'll pick up a second character, probably Riko and Tomoko for my choices. And this must be the single one, my one and only. So this is the badge for the solo female character. So I'm guessing you can't actually get both at the same time. That's kind of weird. And then we have one more. This is, yes, so choosing Shun to hang out with your bro. Right, got your back, bro, right? Which it's kind of funny. It would be kind of humorous if he was like just chilling in the background. Okay. Oh, that's cute. I didn't notice this. Yui, he has Yui right here. Because Yui is a virtual avatar and you're not quite sure until you do. I didn't finish her accomplished line yet, but she does exist in the, like, it's kind of like, oh, I'm speaking for a friend, but it might be her. So Yui's right there. So shout outs to Yui. You can't actually choose Yui as a as a soulmate. So all of these, except for Minami, Merope, and Yui. Alright, and then Mio is also a choice. But Mio was added very recently, so they're not included. And then here's your puzzle thing, which you do dailies and seasonals, and then you fill in the puzzle pieces, right? Which this is the thing. Oh, that's really cute. Oh wait, is this? So there was a like social media related thing that for artists, and then they were gonna, whoever won might have had a chance to feature their artwork. I wonder if this had anything to do with some of those things. So it's not, sometimes there's different art pieces, right? And it is distinctively in like a different art style. I'm kind of curious if any of the fan art things, like the campaigns that they have, are featured. I don't know if this is one of them, right? And then we have our login bonus as per usual. And then let's go look at this. And then obviously new Thief Secret. I think this is, this bugs me a little. So her Thief's Secret was supposed to run longer, and I invested in this character. So this means these both have the same Thief's Secret. But the thing about Thief's Secret is you get bonuses based on the characters you have. So it kind of missed me a little bit that the Thief's Secret durations are not treated equal. So whenever you're like pulling something, you can get the short end of the stick because of how they moved it. I was really thinking they would extend like her Thief's Secret or something like that, but I think that missed me just a bit, because that would imply that you would pull Matoi to do this. So that's kind of a bummer there. Anyways, let's go in and look at what she does. So Mio possesses powerful support compatibilities. During the battle, she can inflict debuff on foes that decrease. So she's a saboteur, right? Saboteur, so she debuffs, increase damage taken, and make them unable to act. Interesting. During battle, she can activate ice technicals. With Scald, she can increase technical precision when allies attack and strengthen technical with additional effects. Scald. Okay. She can grant light shields, raising her ability her allies' survivability. Oh, interesting. Alright. So let's take a look at her stuff. Okay. That's pretty standard. Sub-Zero Torrent. Gain 1 extinguish stack. She's a firefighter. Her weapon reminds me of a priestess staff. Anyways, so gain 1 extinguish stack, deal ice damage to all foes. Interesting. So she can deal ice damage. I wonder if this was changed. Anyways, 40% chance to inflict freeze, fair enough, which diminishes enemy attack. Also decrease defense by 7.4% for 3 turns for every. Okay, she worked on element accuracy. Decrease defense by 1 more. Okay, when you exceed. When an ally attacks a foe whose defense have been decreased by the skill, increase technical precision. Additional effect, activated veto technos. For every 100 points of technical precision, gain the following effect. Oh, okay. So she has a bunch of selective, and it's probably random. So she does have buffs based on technical precision. If at least 1 foe is inflicted with burn, remove burn and inflict scald on all foes. Cannot be inflicted if Skull is already active. Skull counts as burn, lasts for 3 turns. When allies attack the affected bow, increased technical precision by 1118. Interesting. And I don't know if this has a scaling or not. Freezing Prison. This is the solo attack. What is a deep freeze? 2% to inflict Iceborne on target for 1. Unable to act. Oh, okay. That's pretty straightforward. Can be used at 2 or more extinguished stacks. Okay. Spend 2 extinguished stacks to deal. Okay, ice to all. Decrease. Activate ice technical, which Iceborne is guaranteed to evolve into cold flames. That must be described in her talents or something. Highlight ice damage to all. Same attacking effect. Also activates ice technical. Deep freeze. Iceborne. Oh no, sorry. Iceborne. Wait. What was the thing I was? Cold flames. Oh no, there's more. Cold flames increase damage taken by 11%. I see. So like she's technical, right? So you need technical characters. Each time she activates a technical, grant ally shields. Oh, okay. Biting cold. When Natsukawa is present, increased damage foes inflicted with freeze by, okay, so more damage. Incoming damage. Or incoming damage for the bad guy. The mobs. Some skills and highlights can activate ice technical. Also when, okay. So having a technical team procs most of her things. What does entropy do? Increase element accuracy. That's her scaling stats. And during battle, for every 66% increase attack intensity. After each time an ice technical is activated, decrease. Okay. Yeah, so everything's off triggering technicals. Which I don't really even have something that I don't even have a complementary team members that triggers technicals. And I think the most available technical in the future is probably Yao, right? Yao Ling. And she's fire. So I'm skipping Yao as well, so we're not going to be using them. Probably not going to be using them at all for like the foreseeable future, largely because of free-to-play. We'll see if there's ever an opportunity. So yeah, so you would probably need burn. So that would be Throne. Throne was also added as a persona. And Throne also creates technical possibilities. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, wait. He can trigger technical off of non... Wait, how is this a technical... Do they have... Oh, Scald? I thought this only triggers off if the... Oh, this must be telling me that it triggers Skull... Matoi's technical, not his technical. Oh no, it does. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting combination. It's interesting, but we won't be using it, so... strategists and elucidators are the primary things that I typically pick up because of the limited chance to play with all the characters. What else we got? Oh. Oh, here's Throne. Verifying. That's interesting. Huh.
検証を鳴らせ。
And then let's look at this. Spend, right?
これ以上火の手は広げさせない。
Rigid. There's so many terms in this game. That must be one of the like 4 technical. She must have 4 unique names for all the buffs upon trigger of. Ooh, that looks really cool. Upon the trigger of her ice technical. So that's neat. Unfortunately, that's about it. So we did a little highlight on her. Alright. So now let's get into this, whatever this is. And yeah, it'll take us to the event. Alright. Second floor hallway of the school? Yeah, okay. Valentine's Day in high school. As a personal reflection, I guess there were moments with had some personal experiences with Valentine's Day. Well, generally in high school, it was a very different time. At least for me. We were like hopping on the multicultural bus, so I kind of felt like out of place, out of time situation. I don't particularly have a very large association with Valentine's Day. We talked about Valentine's Day a little bit earlier in this stream session. Maybe I'll dredge up some wholesome or anecdotal commentary as we go through them. Hey, Shun.
Yo, 朝から悪いんだけどよ。ちょっと相談いいか?
There's voice acting. Nani?
おう、まあ大したことじゃねえんだけどさ。ほら、そろそろバレンタインが近いだろ?
Mm-hmm.
そういえばもうそんな時期か。それにしてもお前がバレンタインに興味を持つとは少々意外だな。は
あ？どういう意味だよそりゃ。
いや、てっきりラーメンにしか興味がないものだと。
ルフェル、お前、俺のことそんな風に見てたのかよ。
I mean,
念のため確認しとくけどよ。お前はそんなことねえよな。
I mean, you also like gyoza. Comment. I mean, you do make fried rice too.
そうそう。
Gahan.
ちげえよ。俺をなんだと思ってんだ。まあいいや。で、本題なんだけどよ。最近のバレンタインチョコって昔と違っていろいろあんだろ?
Oh yeah?
本命と義理だけじゃなくて、友チョコとかあるらしいじゃねえか。
Yeah, the friendship chocolate.
ってことはつまり、チョコを使ったレシピを研究する絶好の機会ってことだ。
Okay.
そうなる。
この時期にしか出回らない成果の材料とかあったりすんだよ。
そういうことか。なるほど。
Can you even consume chocolate? ウフェル。
チョコパーティーでもやらねえか。
チョコパーティー。はいはい。Sounds good.
よっしゃ。
いいですね。
決まりだな。
待て待て。もとはやリコの意見も聞く必要があるだろう。
そんなこと分かってるよ。お、 噂をすりゃ。
Uasho Uaso Surya?
よ、二人ともちょっとい
Give
い
it
か。
out.
おはよう。どうしたの？
Proposition time.
そろそろバレンタインだろ。せっかくだし、チョコパーティーでもやらねえか。
チョコパーティー？
おう、みんなでチョコを使った。
いいよ、そんなの。めんどくさいし。
Dang.
そうね。たかがバレンタインくらいで。大騒ぎする必要
Oh,
はないと思う。
yeah.
ですよね。パーティーなんてはしゃぎすぎでしょ。
What?
いや、けどよ。
What?
要件はそれだけ？それなら私たちはもう行くわね。
Dang.
二人ともまた後でね。
Oh gosh. Dang. That's kind of cold.
なんだよありゃ。
Hmm.
断るにしたってあんな言い方しなくていいだろ
シュンの誘い方が悪かったのではないか。
Hmm.
んなことねえだろ。な。
Sorry, Shun. Your Riz is not there, man.
お前まで別に何も変なこと言ってねえだろ。
少し。
まあ、
少しです。
冗談はこのくらいにしておくとして。確かに妙だったな。二人ともいつもとは様子が違った。
It is true. They are a little bit more peppier
単
than
に虫
usual.
の居所が悪かっただけか。
Or they don't have a
それにして
Valentine's.
も
What's going on?
実はよ、少し前から気になってたことがあんだけど。
Desire.
今
Their
年
desire was
バレン
sapped.
タインのこと話してるやつが少なくねえか。
Yeah. There's a culprit. So they're gonna make it like a summertime thing. There's a menace. There's a menace going around. So I guess we gotta enter the metaverse to get their desire back. Because they seem very unenthusiastic and you can kind of look around, you know, read the room situation. Now then you mention it. Good point.
だろ。教室で全然話題になってねえし、テレビとか雑誌とかでもよ。
Yeah, so they're gonna make it a metaverse
つま
thing.
りシュンは人間たちがバレンタインに対する興味を失っていると言いたいのか。
まあ考えすぎだとは思うけどよ。
いや、ありえんことではない。わしらは一度似たような現象を見たことがあるだろ
う。そうか。臨海学校の時の。
Hmm. There it is. Yeah, the
あの時
beach.
と同じ現象が起きているとすれば、もとはやリコのあの態度にも説明がつく。
Right on point.
もちろんまだ確証はないが、調べてみる価値はあるだろう。
Time to check out. Off to Mementos.
おう。けど、もとはやリコ先輩はどうする？
Ah, don't worry about
あの
them.
二人も影響を受けているとすれば、話をしても信じてもらえないかもしれん。ひとまず調査するだけなら、わしらだけで十分だろう。
わかった。じゃ、また放課後にな。
Just the guys. Flourishing bromance.
さて、そんじゃ行くか。頼むぜ、リーダー。
Hi, hi. Let's go.
あれお兄様
Cheerful woman's voice. Is that Runa? Oh, Miyu. And Ayaka.
偶然ですね。こんなところで入るとは思いませんでした。こんにちは。
知り合いか？てか、お前妹いたの？
Yes, multiple sisters. Yes, she's my secret sister. Mama. Yeah, yeah.
どういうわけだよ。あだ名みてえなやつか。
あ お兄様のお友達ですか？
お兄様の。
はじめまして佐原美恵です。私、酒井彩香。よろしく。
おう、加納俊だ。よろしくな。
お兄様たちも用事があってここに？お買い物とか？
まあそんなとこだ。そっち
お
は？
兄様。
私はちょっと彼女に相談してたんだ。路上ライブでやる曲のこと。そろそろ新曲増やしたいって思ってるんだけど、どんなのがいいか。
Oh, Shin is gonna.
浮かばなくて。
I wonder if Shin gets jealous or something for
で
fun.
も私も音楽に詳しいわけじゃないので、なかなかアイデア。
Oh, that's a good matchup.
そうだ。
Miyu and
何か
Ayaka.
ないですか？そうだね。君の意見も聞かせてほしい。
Miyu and Ayaka help each other. Oh, that's adorable. How about a love song?
お、いいんじゃねえか。もうすぐバレンタインだし。
悪いんだけど、そういうのはあんまり。
Shin has like negative riz.
そうですね。
Negative
バ
aura.
レンタインとか今時頼らなさそうですし。
Oh, yeah,
お
they're
兄
they're
様には悪いですけど、
their passion.
他のアイデアがいいと思います。
Yeah,
うん。
something's
せっ
off.
かくだし、もう少しお客さんに喜んでもらえるものを選びたい。
No enthusiasm from Valentine. I wonder who it is. If there's a
買い
reason.
物中に引き止めちゃってごめん。あとはミュウと二人で考えるから心配しないで。そうですね。あんまり邪魔しちゃ悪いですし。それじゃあお兄様、また今度。
ふむ、あの二人の態度も少々おかしかったな。
How do you
や
know?
はり
You don't
世
hang
界
out.
で何かが起きている可能性が高い。すぐにでも調査に向かった方が良さそうだ。
だな。今度こそ行こうぜ、リーダー。
That's kind of cute. All the female characters are gonna show up in pairs.
出
Possibly.
発進行。
Okay, I barely moved.
見た感じ、いつもと変わんねえ気がするけどな。
だが油断は禁物だ。ひとまずはこれはシャドウの気配が
That
近づ
goopy
いてく
sound.
る。全員構えろ。
いきなりかよ。
No, I didn't adjust my party. It's gonna be fine, right? Oh my gosh, they're adorable.
おい、
The heck?
こいつら、なんかいつもと違くねえか。
姿だけではない。普段とは比べ物にならん気迫だ。
There are.
怒りや悲しみ、そして深い憎しみを感じる。
I don't know. They look very cute.
君、どういうことだよ。
喋っている暇はない。来るぞ。
Wait, did we get access to our party or is it just Shun and
俺がいます。大丈夫ですか？
Oh, that's awkward.
始まり始まり。
ペルソナ
Are there special conditions? Probably not. So let's just
これでどうだ。
アルビルだ。ペルソナ。いや。
Okay.
ゾロ。ペルソナ。決まった。このまま行きましょう。
ありがとうございます。
来とれ、我がハンジ。よい、血祭りだ。一丁上がりだ。
なんとか倒せたな。それにしても、何だったんだありゃ。
普通のシャドウではなかったな。やはり何か問題が起きているようだ。
they have cute little bows on them.
少し待ってくれ。わしがメメントスに漂う心の声を聞いてみるとしよう。これはま んなことが。
Hmm.
なんだよ、そんなやべえのか。
二人ともよく聞け。今メメントスには
Love. Do it.
バレンタインにチョコをもらえない男たちの連鎖の声が渦巻いている。
Of course. That's a lot of hatred.
はあ、なんだそりゃ。
That's weird.
聞いての通りだ。わしが拾った心の声をいくつか紹介すると、
Yeah, lots of male
バ
angst,
レ
I
ンタインなん
suppose.
て滅びればいい。バレンタインはお菓子メーカーの陰謀。モテを死すべし、慈悲はない。
Oh
友
my
チョコがあり
goodness.
なら母チョコもありじゃね。そのような声で溢れていた。
だらね、心配して損したぜ。
いや、事態はそう楽観視できぬ。メメントス
That's
に
a
こういった声
weird
が溢れている結果、
vulgar word. All of a
影
sudden.
響されたシャドウが凶暴化しているだけでなく、現実の女性たちの欲望まで奪われているのだ。バレンタインを楽しみたいという欲望がな。
Convenient.
マジかよ。けど、クローザーやウィンドはもう欲望を奪われなくなったはずじゃ。
確かに、ペルソナに目覚めたお前たちは欲望の搾取に抗う力を持っている。
Plot device.
だが今、メメントスに漂う怨嗟の叫びはその力をも凌駕しているのだ。
Convenient. That's wild. Valentine's is truly all this over chocolate.
そうだな。いや、そうか。この場合ちょっと意味が違くねえか。
この
No.
事態を放っておくわけにはいかん。このまま欲望を奪われ続ければ、バレンタインの愛の告白が行われなくなり、人間たちの運命が大きく変わってしまう。
けど
That's a
よ、
bit dramatic.
バレンタインの日が過ぎたら、その怨嗟の声
Yeah.
でもなくなるんだろう。
That's my thought immediately.
別に放っておいてもいいんじゃねえか。告白の時期がちょっと遅くなるってだけで。
I mean, isn't it just Valentine's Day though?
まったく。そういえばまるで女心が分かっておらぬな。
は
バレンタインというきっかけがあるからこそ勇気を出せる人間が大勢いるのだ。そのタイミングを逃した
I
ら
don't think so, Luferu.
一生告白できないかもしれないのだぞ。
Nah.
大げさすぎんだろう。なあ、ワンダー。
I'm kind of on Shun's side. I can teach you about women. Yeah, I'm on Shun's side on this
ほ
one.
ら、ワンダーもこう言ってるぜ。
I not necessarily agree, but
まあ確かに少々大げさすぎたかもしれんが、
you're crossing the line, Luferu.
ともかく怪盗団として欲望が奪われているのを傍観するわけにもいくまい。
Yeah, that's fair.
暴走しているシャドウを倒し、人間たちの欲望を取り戻すのだ。
結局こうなんのかよ。ま、仕方ねえな。やってやろうぜリーダー。チョコパーティーのために。
for Valentine's Day. Just the guys. Oh, you get chocolate pieces. Wonder what that's for. Alright, hold up. In case we have other things going on.
さっさと行く。私の力が必要。
Hmm.
任せてくれて嬉しいよ。
さっさと行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。ええ、早く片付けてし。命の輝きを解き放つ。任しとけ。
Okay. Oh, wait. That's it? Oh, so we have to go into the event now. I see. That's it? Oh, I was kind of hoping for more, like, dialogue stuff. Fair enough. Oh, okay, so collect chocolate pieces when you defeat enemies. Okay. Oh, this is very similar to the bots thing. Wait, I didn't read the thing, but I guess we'll just figure it out along the way. In the boss battle section, you can obtain powerful buffs by accumulating choco power. Okay, there's nothing there. Okay. Alright. Clear with no KOs. Clear within 20 actions. And there's an action counter here. Gain 25 or more choco power. Letters. How do I know how to qualify for choco power? Do you have secret modifiers? Oh, alright.
私の思いに応えて強め。
準備はいい？誰も傷つけさせない。
強め。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナー！ディオニソス！いただいていく。
A boom, right?
制裁の時間だ。オッケー。そっちを急ごう。
Okay, so we cleared that. I don't know how it's determined that we have choco power. So let's just play the next stage until I encounter. Is there like a special condition? Okay, in the boss fight section, you can obtain powerful buffs by accumulating choco power points. Choco power is limited to 75 points in this stage. Each shadow absorbs particular attributes by fully restoring a shadow's HP gain. Oh, yeah, we can't do that yet. I gotta see what they are. So let's go read. Time to read. Okay. So this one just clears itself. Okay, that's fine. What was it? Defeat all shadow to gain 25. Okay. Gain buffs based on the choco power you gain. It's limited to 25. By gaining choco power, you'll be able to use the love bomb. Deal almighty damage to all foes and change all affinities to weak for 1 turn. Interesting. So we got love bomb. Is that limited use or is that per encounter? We'll see. Okay, so we got to okay, so we have bless, win, psycho, and psychic, and bless. Moodle, ice, and okay. Okay, they're both the same. So she's different from... Okay. Wait. I don't think I have... Oh, actually... No, I think this is okay. Pretty sure the other one was win. I don't really have a strong single target. Let's just actually probably can do this. Right? We clear the win one quickly and then swap to, let's try this.
私が追い風になるわ。必ず。
面倒なことになりましたね。
敵発見。舞い踊れ。禁物だぞ。強め。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナ。
ナルキッソス。
Oh, the win one is, oh yeah, yeah.
受けてみろ。
レウコテオ。進撃です。ペルソナ。
Oh, it's only like, oh.
切った。ペルソナ。
Oh, it doesn't do the, okay. So it doesn't do like the normal when they're absorbed. Interesting. 20 actions? Oh no. That's a problem. Wait, does this increase their absorption rate? I don't think this does. I don't think it does. Oh, so this stuff doesn't actually work because... Wait, there is a 5, but the 5 is probably... Huh. Hmm.
信念を持って敵を貫く。
Oh no, it still does damage afterwards. Oh yeah, and that doesn't actually work either. That's awkward. Oh, okay, it does do that, but there's still also harmony and velocity that triggers. Oh no. Oh no. Hold up. Clear within... I wonder if you can do them separately, right? We'll see if you have to do them all at once or not. Oh, that doesn't do what I think it does. Oh, this is awkward. Oh wait, you can still physically attack. That wasn't enough? Okay, alright, hold up. We gotta rethink this. Hold up, is there a common... ice? There isn't. Alright. Huh. Oh wait. No, there's 75 choco power. Oh, I only need to gain 50 or more. Oh, okay. That's actually reasonable now. I only need 50 or more. But I could gain the 75. How would I be able to do that? Someone that acts very strongly. Oh, I can totally see why they chose those. things. Dang, I legitimately don't have... I legitimately have no way of doing this well. Maybe if we increase the amount of damage?
リードは私に任せて。行きましょう。
受けてみろ。力を示せ。エルソナ。ディオ。いた。
レウコテア。進撃です。ペルソナデュオ。キャプテンキッド。決めんぞペルソナ。
行きますよ。これで。行くよ。動きづらくさせられちゃってる。最高のショー見せてあげる。神秘の英知酔いしれなさい。
ペルソナ。ナルキストス。
Yeah, it's just whatever strongest we have, so this is the strongest I have.
エリュテイヤ。封印解除。ペルソナデュオ。
そろそろ決めちゃう？
信念を持って敵を貫く。終わらせよう。で、進撃です。ペルソナデュオ。
Nice. Oh, wait.
引くわけねえだろクソが。
Okay. So wait. Yeah, that should be enough.
受けてみろ。
Okay.
降臨せよ。エリュデリスナ。
I think. Oh no.
なんだ？私もいけるよ。
この調子。
早くしてよ。ここは私に任せて。
Oh no, it's too long.
そろそろ決めちゃう？
Oh, we're one turn off.
そろそろお姉さんの出番。
Oh wait. Maybe not. Hold up.
やーいった。うっしゃ見たか。
ここは私に任せて。
That's not enough.
義経いただいていく。
そろそろお姉さんの出番かな。
I got it. It's fine.
逃げるが勝ちってことで。
We just have to shuffle the order a little bit. Oh, how am I gonna do? How am I gonna get him faster?
お、交代す。さて、どれがいいかなと。
Do you have? You don't.
ワームアップ。頑張るよ。君に。
Can I slow you down? Where's your speed coming from? Don't be the space card, please. Wait, how are you faster than 100? Are you slower than 100? Okay.
いろんな効果があるみてえだな。
Well, that's very unfortunate. Oh, I'm sure I have something. I'm sure I have something. Whoops. That's not what I... Do I not have enough? Okay. I'm sure there's a speed thing. Okay. What's your speed at? 106? Alright. 100.6. That's good enough. So... Oh no. Now he's... hold up. I know he's gonna go... He shouldn't go first. I need Leo to go first. I know I have... Where are you? There's gotta be a speed one. Okay, that works. I don't need anything else. Yeah. Okay. And this should work out. This should work in terms of... It would be exactly on turn 20.
行きましょう。
キャプテンキッド決めんぞペルソナ。ペルソナ、これでどうだ。構えろレウコテア。進撃です。ペルソナデュオ。行くよ。
これでまだまだ。私もいけるよ。最高のショー見せてあげる。神秘の英知に酔いしれなさい。
力を示せ。エリュテ封印解除。ペルソナデュオ。
引くわけねえだろクソが。
そろそろ決めちゃう。
信念を持って敵を貫く。ペルソナ、これでどうだ。
It works. It's good enough. This always brings her, I think, below the max. Yeah, because of that one tick, probably. But this should work. That's... Oh, this is kind of fun. Oh, I love these little things.
見せてあげる。神秘の英知に酔いしれなさい。
ペルソナ、受けてみろ。
Okay.
弱点をつ。
どんなショーになるのかな。無駄だ。楽しみ。
I don't need to do any of this, but
力を示せ。エリュテイヤ。
I just ensure. Flat. What? Wait, no. No. What? How does that count as 2 actions? Wait. Oh, do you have... You don't have to do them... Wait. You might not have to do them simultaneously, now that I think about it. I didn't even test if you have to do them simultaneously. So... You probably don't. Let's just hang on. That's annoying. I'm annoyed. Yeah, I'm very annoyed. Oh no. If I put him first, it won't be enough. What if I... No. I was gonna say, what if I just... Yeah, let's just like
みんな一緒に頑張ろ
like take out
う。リードは私に任せて。行きましょう。
降臨せよエリュテイヤペルソナデュオーいた
ぶっ放せキッド決めんぞペルソナペルソナナルキッソス義経ティシュヌこれでどうだ
期待してるよ。やっちゃ
信念を持って敵を貫くレウコテア進撃ですペルソナデュオ
おう。これで
俺を甘く見るなよ
これで。ここは私に任せて。
エリュテイヤペルソナデュオ引くわけねえだろクソが
そろそろお姉さんの出番かな。
ナルキッソス義経
Oh, that's awkward.
ナルキッソス義経
Dang
ティ
it.
シュヌ
I thought I could,
動きづらくさせられちゃってる。
レウコテア進撃ですペルソナデュオ
どうですか。行くよ。ここは私に任せて。
降臨せよエリュテイヤペルソナデュオ
どんなショーになるのかな。楽しみ。
no, that still ends on his turn though.
さあどうぞこちらへ
ここは私に任せて。
ぶっ放せキッドペルソナ
Oh, that does like nothing.
私もいけるよ。
ナルキッソス義経いただいていく
Yeah.
ここは
Okay.
私に任せて。
レウコテアこの調子あいた
なんだ私もいけるよ。
ジャスティス
そろそろお姉さんの出番かな。
Yeah, so it counts as a separate turn. That's kind of annoying.
私
I think that's BS.
逃げ
It
るが
counts as an extra action. It counted as 2 actions as opposed to 1 action. Huh. Well. Oh, that's annoying. I'm kind of triggered. But let's clear it. Oh, I gotta reset the...
選手交代だな俺にぴったりの選んでくれよな
I think this should get the only... There should be... Oh. Intriguing.
おらおら行くぜ
俺の出番か
I'm annoyed.
俺に新たな力が
I am kind of annoyed. Okay.
俺の出番か
Let's just clear them. Right? Clear them and see if I don't need to do them all in one place.
よろしくお願いします。
Let's
治療は任せて。出番のようだな。ジュスティーヌ行きますよ。カロリーヌ私の出番だな。私の力が必要。
It's okay if you don't have to do them all at once, but I think that kind of defeats the purpose of them being listed all at the same time. We'll see. Wait, I didn't need this. I didn't need court there, but that's okay. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, you don't. You just need to complete them separately. Okay, I mean, that's fine. And defeats it. It's not as challenging. Alright, so defeat all 3 to get 25, right? Gain buffs based on... Alright. There's no special conditions that will prevent me from eating, so I guess we eat. Maybe we'll throw in this way in case something else comes up. It was fun trying to do it all in 20 actions though. I can definitely see a way. Just have to clear the 3rd one with a different set of actions. Okay. Do we just YOLO the next one? Let's just YOLO the next one and see what happens. 25 and... okay, what is it? In this boss section you obtain... yeah, sure. Does it say anything? Oh no, it doesn't. Alright. We'll just nuke them. Alright, let's nuke them and see what happens. Almighty damage. Nuke the heck out of them. Oh. Okay, so... oh. Do we proceed to nuking? Only 15. Okay, we got 50. Wait, so what happens now? Wait, what's happening? Surprisingly, oh, she can't be downed. Ow. I don't know what the modifiers are, but I think it's irrelevant. Oh, okay. I guess they came in waves. Wait, I gotta read what this is about. When you defeat, gain 5 upon defeating... oh, okay. They just give you different value amounts. Okay. Defeat 20... okay. Gain buffs based on choco power you gain is limited to 25 per stage. By gaining... okay. So same deal. Alright. It's become less interesting. I really like the second stage. The second stage is really cute. Let's see if there's like something in the waves of the guys or something. But yeah, almighty damage is almighty. Okay. There's a reason why I'm using almighty damage is because I had to figure out a way to clear an astrolabe thing, and it turned out that we leaned on almighty damage from the twins. At the beginning of Lilith's turn, if this one? Amo ribbon. Oh, like love. Or something like that. Embodies the suffering created by gaps between expectations and reality. Okay. Lilith will summon Amo if not present. Defeat Amo to gain. If Amo captures a Phantom Thief, it will drain 10 Choco Point gain during this battle. Defeat all. I mean, we just blitz the heck out of it, right? Does it act first? It's a really cute mob, though. Are there higher difficulty scaling? I imagine there's gonna be higher difficulty scaling. At least the boss will have it, I think. Because this is just a setup. Alright. I imagine the boss will have difficulty scaling. Yes, there is difficulty scaling. Okay, so we got all the Choco Points, I suppose. Wait, why are we missing 2? Why is it 275 out of 300? Am I getting 25 from this? Okay, Vasky has different weaknesses and resistance than normal. All the affinities are resist. When Linen Cd or Lamia, I don't know how to pronounce it, so excuse me, use skills, they will steal 15 Choco Point power from the Phantom Thieves and grant 20 to Vasky. When Vasky's Choco power reaches 100, it will spend its Choco power to unleash a Makajanmon against all Phantom Thieves. Defeat to gain 25. You can use Love Bomb by spending 100 Choco Points. By using Love Bomb, you can change all the target's affinities to weak. At the start of your battle, you will have to have the total amount of Choco Power points you earned in the previous 6 stage, and you can gain buffs based on Choco Power. Why does that? Okay, you know, that sounds like we're just gonna blitz them anyways, right? Stamina is not available for this. Oh, you have to do the separate things? You can't just start on difficulty 5? Oh, okay. Stamina. Wait, what does stamina mode give you? Alright, anyways, let's do the diff one. Why not? What time is it? It's almost 5 AM. Dang it. Alright. First trial, we just blitz it. So there is summoning of cats, so spend 100 to use Love Bomb and deal heavy.
Happy Valentine!
That's cute. But do we have to use it now? It's fine. I think we just... It's just gonna explode. Even if it's solo. I have them set on Sweeper, but even if it's solo, this will deal a lot of damage. 50%? That's kind of weaker than I thought. Okay. Yep. Oh, whoops. I clicked on the wrong ability. That's awkward. It's fine. I have plenty of time.
必ず守るからね。
準備完了だ。
アマルテ、
私に任せろ。
効率け。
Excuse me.
息を合わせて。
So we can try the other.
強め。受けてみなさい。いつでもいける。
The other diffs? What happens when I click next stage? Oh, it auto advances? Okay. Is there anything new? I don't see anything change. Okay.
私の思いに応えて。強め。
アマルテや、誰も傷つけさせない。
舞い踊れ。強め。追い風を。今ここに。
Nothing observable at the moment.
そら、ディオニュソス、これでどうだ。
JC is like kind of breaking the continuum because JC was not meant to be released. Is how I feel about this. Oh, there's resistance. Oh yeah, I don't have love bomb up. But almighty damage is sufficient. Like I don't need to use love bomb if I don't need to. So we'll try not to use love bomb.
アマルテや、効率け。
その調子。その程度か。
Because you can't be resistant to almighty.
強め。
Which then that means I can just tap this and apply.
そら、受けてみろ。
Yeah, I don't even think we need this.
行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
This should take them all out.
制裁の時間だ。オッケー、先を急ごう。
Yeah. My JC has like 90 100% crit on the second round plus.
出番のようだな。ジュスティーヌ。行きますよ。
Alright, let's see if there's anything noticeably changed.
油断は禁物だぞ。
Decrease percentage damage taken on max HP. Decrease percentage damage taken based on max HP. Strong. Don't see anything noticeably changing.
私の思いに応えて。
準備はいい？誰も傷つけさせない。
Yeah, regardless of what the resistance is. Almighty damage. Whoops. Almighty damage with 100% crit. And that scaling's not too bad. It's like maybe 10-15%. Ooh, the damage is kinda saucy though.
準備はいい？アマルテや、効率け。
The Astral Lab is like tough. So coming from the Astral Lab prep is very sobering. I still think this is enough. Ooh, slightly off.
必ず守るからね。アマルテや、誰も傷つけさせない。
強め。ハック完了。いつでも行ける。今ここに。
ペルソナ、ドミニオン。
See, this would be the power turn. Even without using the highlight. So, okay. Now, what's happening on the last one? This should be the last iteration. I don't see anything. No. Okay. This time we go all out and use the full rotation.
誰も傷つけさせない。
強め。
We can pump out more damage
追い風を
of replacing Cherish.
ペルソナーディオニュソス受けてみろ。
制裁の時間だ。
How much is this?
見せてやろう。行くぞ、ジュスティ
About
ー
the same,
すぐに
really.
排除します。
Ow.
オッケー。ムッシッシン。パスワード解除。
準備はいい？アマルテア
I'll switch it up.
効率化。
Cohesion, second turn.
続けます。舞い踊れ。受けてみなさい。大技発動チャンス。
Actually, we just do cohesion here.
いただいていく。
早くしてよ。随分と抗って
Proc the buff and the AoE.
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。
I could have used fire and ice actually. It's probably more overall.
制裁の時間だ。オッケー。
Yep. Alright. Is there one more? Wait, there's one more? Oh, wait, hold up. I thought that was the last one. Oh no. There's one more. Oh. Okay. What do you get for this? You get flower points? Oh, there must be a shop. So we'll have to check out the shop. I thought that was the last one. But there's still one more. Oh, is that the... No, it's not.
誰も傷つけさせない。
Okay, we don't have full rotation this time.
追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナーディオニュソス
いただいていく。
制裁の時間だ。
It's like another 10%.
行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。チャージ完了だ。ぶっ放せ。やるだよ。支援準備完了だ。私に任せろ。私の思いに応えて。強め。ムッシッシン。パスワード解除。
準備はいい？アマルテア効率化。
敵ダウン。その調子。
Ooh, that freeze is nice.
その程度か。強め。受けてみなさい。
We're using this on the hardest target. The other one's perish by default.
受けてみろ。
Oh, I could have.
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。
Yeah.
来ましたか。
That's a lot of damage, even with freeze.
オッケー。ムッシッシン。私の出番だな。
アマルテア
Uh,
誰も傷つけさせない。
支援準備完了だ。舞い踊れ。私に任せろ。追い風を今ここに。
どうしたビビってんのか。ドミニオン。この技じゃない。
ムッシッシン。私の出番だ。バトルデータ解析。どれどれ。
ペルソナ。これでどうだ。
oh, it doesn't change the resistance. That's interesting.
我らの力を貸しましょう。
Wait. Oh yeah, it does. It does.
見せてやろう。我らの力を。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Well, that's awkward. I was off turn. Wrong turn.
準備はいい？
I screwed up in the first one, but that's okay.
いいよ、敵ダウンだ。
Oh. Did JC get knocked down?
強め咲き誇りなさい受けてみなさい
That's fine. Oh, JC has forgot.
サンダルフォン
Uh-oh. That's awkward.
受けてみろ
見せてやろう我らの力を
That is so awkward.
随分と痛そうだな聞いたみたいですやるなどうですか
Wow. I got punished for being out of order. And then is that forget
守るからね
is that forget 2 turns?
アマルテ誰も傷つけさせない
It looks like it's 2 turns.
チャージ完了だぶっ放せ
Well, I'm a bit annoyed now.
追い風を今ここに
I'm a wee bit annoyed.
ペルソナやめよ
無視しんパスワード解除
うペルソナディオニュソスこれでどうだ
お仕置きの時間です私の思いに応え
It
て
doesn't matter, I only need one return.
どうですかどうですか狙いが甘いわねはあはあ
Okay.
準備はいい
That was a little
アマルテ
concerning.
凍りつけ
いいよ敵ダウンだガキに追い詰められるとはもう一度だ舞い踊れ強めまともじゃなくなってるぞ
ペルソナこの技じゃない
無視しん私の出番だな
ドミニオンやめよう
無視しん私の出番だなバトルデータ解析どれどれ
ペルソ
Oh,
ナ
I don't think
やめよう
the highlight is gonna come back in
見
time.
せ
though.
てやろう
It's fine.
我らの力を行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
Did I use the wrong thing again? Oh my gosh, I used the wrong thing. I'm not paying attention to
これで
JC's current
必ず守るから
current
ね
use.
準備はいいアマルテア
That's
誰も
awkward.
傷つけさせない
大技発動チャンス随分と抗ってはいたようだが
Oh, that wasn't enough. That's awkward.
やめよ
Man, that's so toxic.
お仕置きの時間です行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
このチャンス逃さない
その程度か
Okay, I mean, it's fine.
生産
Took
の
like
時間だ
30 extra turns, but looks pretty good. Yep. Okay. I mean, that was okay. Seems fine. So, can I... Wait. So there's no stamina. It's not available for this diff. Okay. So you get 500, right? Let's go look at the store now. Why does this say out of 275? How have I... Okay. I guess 275 is the most. Okay, so we got our goals. Nice. Lots of these, whatever these flower things are. Right? Event missions. Oh. Wait. Okay. Only one can be cleared based on first confession. I see. So that means we have to come back the next year, right? I think, and then try do the others. I guess. Reach 100. Wait. Reach 100 Valentine's points per character. Oh, we have side stories. Awaiting chocolates. I see. What about store? What do we have? We have gold tickets, retrograde. Your standard stuff. So many of this is no longer adequate. Like many of these things, they no longer have any value, which is kind of disappointing. Unless there's another reason for these. Because like now there's a surplus because of free to play. You don't have enough characters to be upgrading. Okay. So we can empty this. We can empty this as we go. Event stories. Are these timed? No. Watch the prologue. Reach 100 for one character and watch day 2. Reach for 3 characters. Oh, there is a final one. Unlock in 12 days. Watch the prologue, complete the first mission. Complete? Oh, that's interesting. Cafe LeBlanc. I don't know if I'm gonna stream for this very specific reason. Like, this one thing. Nothing's lined up. There's no thing that's supposed to happen in 11 days. Is there? I guess I can cover Astrolab then. We'll cover Astrolab with this. Right, in 12 days. Does that lead us? Yeah, we'll record Astrolab for that then. Alright, awaiting chocolates. Select a character. Okay. How many chocolates do I have? I have 84. Okay, and how much Valentine points do I get per chocolate? When you reach a certain amount, more of the event will be unlocked. Okay. So we have 5 for 50, so it's 10. Okay. And we have 84. View gifts. Available after you complete the first confession. Interesting. So, hold up. Reach 50, reach 100 with... Okay. So what happens when I... Okay, and then I get that. Let's just say it's a cheat day, yeah? Okay. Oh! Ah! This looks so yummy! Oh, these are the things I was talking about. Yep. Nandesho? Ne? A baking video. One of those where it shows them making it from above. Oh. That's a deep cut. Once you watch one, your feed just gets flooded with them, but they all look so good that I can't stop watching while randomly standing in the hallway. Look, you know, Valentine's Day is coming up, right? So now all the videos are about handmade chocolate and cakes. There's a million videos like these, and they're all perfect length for mindless viewing. That's a deep cut. Which I'm gonna do this evening, by the way. I do like watching wholesome Valentine's things. So I hope like some of the content creators do like Valentine's things. I like watching people be happy, at least for the day. Can I see it? Yeah, that's me. Here, take a look. All that smooth, glossy chocolate. Chocolate glaze. Or maybe it's a mirror cake. The powdered sugar feeling like snow. Falling like snow. The fruit looking juicy as heck. It looks so freaking good. Just watching it make you hungry, doesn't it? Yeah? I'm sure I'm not as good as Shun, but I'm actually really into cooking too. It's not more like baking. Seeing these make me want to try making them myself. That reminds me. Back when I played baseball, the whole team used to swap homemade chocolates. Like our own choco swapping celebration of friendship. I baked a bajillion cookies for it one year. Oh, okay. Otoha has my vote right there. Anoshi desu. Desho. It was super fun. We'll get all riled up trying all the different kinds we've made. Alright. Ah, this one looks amazing too. Chocolate lava cake? Man. Hey, Nagisa, check this one out. Can I see it? See it? Otoha and I watch all sorts of baking videos together. She's such a... You know, okay. So... Wait. Okay. How many characters are there? Oh my goodness. Okay, okay, hold on, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 12, 13. Okay, I see why they're collected now. So 13. And then our man asked someone special on a date. My man, Shun. That's not enough chocolates. I guess you're gonna earn chocolates through the next couple days, right? Alright, so let's... Right. Okay, we get coins, jewels, fair enough. That's where all that calculations were. And then the gifts must be their preferred item. Okay. To help them. Okay, so that's... There you go. Alright, let's see their second chapter. And it's after the confession. Oh, we're in the hallway again. Perfect timing. Remember those baking videos from the other day? Could you take a look at a few for me? Okay. What do we got? Toha showed me a handful of recipe videos. What do you think? What is what she said. They look hard to make. About what? Koichi. Koichi. What she said. I practically drooled on the screen. So here's my next question. Which would you want to eat the most? Nice choice. That's the one I wanted to try most too. Alright. I'm definitely making those for Valentine's Day. Chotto. Yeah, for you. For you, Nagisa. Okay. Since I'm making chocolates specifically for you, I want to make sure you'll like them. Okay, so just gotta jot down the recipe. Gonna buy the stuff for it too. I'll do my best, but sorry in advance if they don't come out great. Expect something good, but not perfect. I guess these are all gonna be teases, huh? Just like the beach episode. Otoha seems really fired up about making chocolate. Portion. Okay. Except chocolate. Okay, okay, hold up. So we're gonna be confessing to our one and only, right? That's kind of how that works. Okay, Riko. Just gonna... Right. Oink. Uh-huh. Standing randomly in the hallway, of course. Huh. I cannot believe it's already that time of year. Oh, Nagisa. Sorry, I didn't mean to greet you with a sigh. Eh? It's nothing serious. It's just that... Well, Valentine's Day is coming up. Students tend to get overly excited. It can be a bit troubling as a member of the disciplinary committee. Some bring full bags of sweet to hand out to friends. Others bring expensive chocolates. There are even those who bake whole cakes and start cutting them up in the classroom. Wow. Our school doesn't technically forbid bringing sweets, but if things get too out of hand, the teachers will not be pleased. Not looking forward to it. Something like that. I've only ever given anything to my father after all. Do you happen to be looking forward to Valentine's, Nagisa? If so, I'm sorry. I probably made it sound unpleasant. Anoshimi desu. Does that mean you want to be given chocolate? I see. So you feel that way too. Well, it's still something like a festival and the students enjoy it. I suppose constantly complaining about it isn't very admirable. Maybe I should try thinking about how I might enjoy it too. Gonna be filled with chocolate, right? Alright. Disciplinary committee's chair secret. Oh, here we go. Here's the tease. Ah! Okay. Why so surprised? Yaki desu ka? I wasn't startled. I wasn't startled. Now I'm curious. It's nothing important. I was just on my way back from the library with a book. What kind of book? A recipe book for chocolates. Not that it means anything. It's my duty as head of the disciplinary committee. I thought I should try to understand why students enjoy Valentine's so much. And also, you know, the chocolate party everyone talked about doing together. If we're going to have one, I thought maybe I could try making something by hand. That was the idea, but I want your chocolate. Anato choco? Chocolate ga suki? Ne? For the party, huh? Yes, definitely for the party. But Akisa, would you want some personalized chocolate as well? Oh, I see. I suppose I can give it my all then. Don't expect much, but I'll have something ready. Yep. Second teases, I tell ya. Alright. And then we're gonna accept this. Actually, hold up. Okay, so now we can enjoy Icy. So this is supposed to cover the two before Valentine. Before what happened here? I still don't understand why they're... Oh, it's because they wanted to do something for the Persona 5 cast, right? This is specifically for the Persona 5 cast. Is there more? No, there. Alright, well, let's see what happens when you accept chocolate. Are they marked? They're not marked. They are nicely color-coded. Ooh. That could be a better combination of colors, I can honestly. Anyways, so Tomoko is our confession, right? We're confessing to Tomoko. Or I don't know how this works. 'Cause I kind of want that badge. It's just too embarrassing. Okay. Randomly in the hallway. Once again. Hello. Daijoubu desu ka? Daijoubu. Huh? I'm fine. I mean, I am fine, but sorry, I'm not feeling sick or anything. It's just lately people in my class have been making fun of Valentine's Day stuff. Like today, some girl gave chocolate to boys and just for that got teased all day, like non-stop. It feels so childish. I'm not good with that kind of energy. So desu ka? So desu ne. Yeah, I don't think it's right to laugh at people's feelings. It just feels wrong that people can't give gifts without worrying about being teased. No one will be able to give chocolates at this rate. That is really a shame. Huh. Oh, I know! What are you gonna do? It should be fine if it's sweets other than chocolate. I mean, giving someone sweets isn't something to be embarrassed about, right? I should think about what to give before Valentine's Day comes. I have to go to work. I have to go to work. I hope I make it on time. Sorry, I have to go now. See you. Okay, alright. Her bit overly concerned, right? She's an empathizer. Alright. We're in the hallway again. Yo. I'm just kidding. Hi, okay? I was just deep in thoughts, so I got a little startled. It's about Valentine's Day. Say, you were going to give something other than chocolate. What if you were going to give someone other than chocolate? What would it be? Who are you giving it to? What? I can't really say who it's for, but it's a special event that only comes once a year, so I want to make them happy. And I thought they might like to get something I can make by hand. Sorry, I must sound like such a control freak. But just to get an idea, if it were you, what kind of sweets would you be happy to give for Valentine's Day? I'll be happy with anything. I'm just kidding. Sweets that show your feelings, I suppose. Something that shows how I feel. I see. You're right. It's the thought behind it that matters most after all. Okay, I'll make sweets that show how I really feel. Ganbatte. I might contact you on Valentine's Day. So I really appreciate if you keep your schedule open. Anyway, oh, there's a typo. Or anyway, see you later. It's fine. All right. And then let's just accept the chocolate. See what happens if we click on this. Oh, cannot during. Okay, so we do have to. Okay. Wait, why is this? Oh. So, holy moly. Alright. The question is, where do I get these chocolates at? Alright, so we got 2, 3, you need 6, 8, and 10. So all 10. Oh, minus 2. 10 minus 2. Okay. We don't have enough chocolates to do that. So now let's go and do you give chocolates? Oh. Here's 20 chocolates. That gives us 105, so we're still short. Where are the other chocolates? Oh, does this give chocolates? No. Wait, does it? Again? Yeah, I see chocolates there. I don't see chocolates there. Does the store have chocolates? No. Huh. Intriguing. Because what do we have? We have 50, 20, 40, oh, that's 70. So get 20 more. And then we're short 16. That's assuming Shun doesn't require complimentary chocolates. And I don't see chocolates here. Interesting. Let's go do the story. We only need 3 characters. Yeah, only 3 characters. So we have 3 characters, right? Yes. The first 3. Oh no, yeah. Well, not really. Okay. Well, let's go and watch this. It's been a while since we defeated those shadows. Let's head to school and see. Oh, here's the chocolate. Oh, here's the other. Here's a 10. 10 chocolates here. And then I'm guessing this is 10. So 20. That's all of them. Okay. It's been a while since we defeated those shadows. Let's head to school and see if there's any change. Oh, this finishes up the... Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I'm guessing these are the voiced cutscenes. Oh, has it really been 2 hours? Okay. Alright. Oh no, it's not voiced. It's been a few days since we began our shadow hunting expedition. I say, we've made good progress.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been hearing more people at school discuss their Valentine's plans lately. Ooh, good to hear. Our efforts have not been in vain. Ganbaro? Ne? You said it. Let's head to Shibuya again after school tonight. Oh, there you are. Okay. Just in time. We were looking all over for you. For us? What for? You mentioned something about a chocolate party, yes? We turned you down at the time, but... I don't know what we were thinking, saying no. Do you still want to do it?
No.
Oh yeah, of course, right? Oh yeah, of course, right? いいでしょ? Ne? Thanks, sounds like a plan then. In that case, we better hurry and start getting ready. What do you suppose we'll need? Yeah, for starters. Say the words and it shall be done. Whatever you need, I'll leverage my influence at Umetane to make it happen. Whoa. Huh? Everything. Me too! I'm ready to move mountains to get this party started. Well, whoa. Hold on a sec. You don't need to go that far. We should reserve our venue first. I wonder which hotel would be most suitable. And we better invite some more people too, starting with the entire class. Oh, goodness gracious. Kamate, por favor. What he said, you don't have to do anything. I'll handle all the prep. But... Hear that? Better get to class. Oh boy. Yes, I suppose so. Motoha, how about we leave this to them? If you say so, alright then. But if there is anything that we can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Sure, thanks. It looks like their stolen desires must have been returned. Do you think we overdid it? Maybe they got back a bit too much desire? Well, Motoha's usually like that, but I've never imagined Riko being so energetic. Abun? Well, maybe they just felt bad for turning us down before. I wonder, could it be Muferu? No, I must be overthinking it again. In any case, it's clear that the stolen desires are being returned. We must continue our efforts to take down the shadows within mementos. Right with ya. Let's talk again after class. Okay. Are you two ready to depart? Just say the word. Let's go, leader. Boop. Wait. Uh-oh. I got a text from Yui. Huh? What's up? Oh, the other girls. Chotto matte. Sure, we're not in too much of a hurry. I almost feel like he was just being sarcastic. Sure. Good day. It's almost Valentine, isn't it? I just happen to feel like talking to you for some reason. By the way, do you have any plans for this evening? Yes. Sure. Like, thank you so kindly. Okay. Then I shall be waiting for you at the farm as always. Oh, do you have any plans with this? Oh, that's weird. So weird. Response. You good now? You good now then? Oh, it's that sensei. Oh no, is that a pint-sized girl? Haru? Oh no, it's Yao. Yao, that's fine. I knew it! What a coincidence running into you here. Shibuya is such a huge place, and yet I run into you. It must be fate. Fate, huh? I wouldn't go that far. No. It definitely is fate. Right. Actually, I came here today to buy some chocolate making supplies for Valentine's Day. I was hoping to give a present to my ever dependable sensei. So I might as well just ask, what kind of chocolates do you like, sensei? Extra spicy chocolate? Maybe something Chinese inspired? That might be a bit tough, but since it's you, I'll see what I can come up with. Actually, chocolate is not that wild in China. There you go. Gotta wait until actual Valentine's Day to see what I'm cooking up though. Anyways, see you later. They deliberately made it sound very like they accented the Japanese. Because she's foreign exchange. She seems interesting. It was like she only had eyes for Nagisa. Sumimasen. No need to apologize. I was just gomen nasai. I was just surprised is all. Okay, for real this time. Let's go. Interrupt. Oh, isn't that... Wait, elegant girl. Oh yeah, Kotone. It is you, Nagisa-kun. What brings you here? I'm with a friend. Tomodachi to ne? I see, but this is perfect timing. tell you the truth, I'm here in Shibuya to buy some ingredients for making chocolate. Although I'm actually never made chocolate myself before. But you're always done so much to help me, so I wanted to give you something special this Valentine's Day. I hope it wouldn't be a bother to give you something like that. Would it? Yeah. 大丈夫です, right? Is that so? That's a relief. I'll do everything I can to meet your expectations then. Oh, I should probably be going now. I'll be going then. I'll see you later. Bye. Famous figure skater, by the way. So, expecting anyone else? I apologize for keeping them waiting for so long. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Why would I be mad? No. But that last girl, I feel like I've seen her on TV or something. How'd you meet someone like her? Well, you know, it's a long story. Yeah, anyways, ready to get going now? If we keep standing here, the sun's gonna go down. Oh, isn't that... Oh, is this Runa? Yeah. Oh gosh. Oh, we're not doing the whoa. It is Nagisa-kun. What a coincidence meeting you here. Is it really? I fear no coincidence at all. I suspect her objective in coming here must be making chocolate? Chocolate? No, I wasn't. I just finished my shichiku. I mean, I finished school. I just happened to pass through this way. Wait, so it really is just a coincidence that she's here. Seriously? I can hardly believe it's something like that. What? 大丈夫? No? 大丈夫ですね. 大丈夫か? Right, then that's okay. But chocolate, you said. Oh boy. Well, this is just hypothetical. But if someone were to give you Valentine chocolate, would you be happy? Woof woof, alright. Oh, you didn't do the hand waving thing. The arm thing. Okay. I've got no idea what's going on, and I'm kind of scared to ask. I guess I could buy some chocolate supplies since I'm out here. I don't know if it'll turn out any good, but I'll do my best. Ganbatte. Oh, sorry, I guess you two had something you were doing. I better get going. See you. Yane. Oh wait, why are you heading that way? As I was saying, I'm definitely ain't jealous or anything. Portion. After what I just saw, it looks like you've got a lot on your plate for sure. But I felt like none of them ever looked in my direction. Oh, it's just as Shun said. Perhaps my fears were not unfounded. There. I can only imagine, like, Bufetter trying to, like, cover him. By defeating the shadow in mementos, we have succeeded in returning their stolen desires. However, as a result of the sudden influx of emotion, it seems those desires have spun out of control. That would explain why the woman we just met didn't seem to notice Shun or me. What? Wait, is this really gonna be okay then? Is it really what's happening? If we manage to return that much desire, maybe this will be a good place to stop.
そうではない。
No, there are still a few days left before Valentine's. If we were to stop now, those desires would likely be stolen again by the time Valentine's Day arrives. While the situation may be out of balance, it is nothing too serious. There's no need for us to hold back now. Really now? Well, I guess it's okay then. Then let's get going. Quick, before Nagisa gets grabbed by anyone else. How many do we have left? Like really, how many are left? Wait, what's happening? What's happening? Sorry if this is Sun. Sorry for texting you out of blue. Would it be okay if I came over to your place today? There's something I want to give you. Oh, that's where the phone call thing is. Yeah, we are going to accept Tomoko's thing, right?
欲望に忠実で何よりだ。
It is good to see you're embracing your desires. Tomoko's chocolate. Do you want to spend Valentine's Day with Tomoko Noge? You will receive special chocolate for the first person you choose, which you can display at home. You will not be able to receive special chocolates from other people. Aw, that's really cute. Yeah, sure. 4 people have invited you out. Would you like to spend time with Tomoko Noge? Noge, you will be dressed in your loungewear. Please set your outfit beforehand. Your choice will affect the event direction and the chocolate you acquire. What am I wearing at the moment? Oh no, I'm fine. Okay. Thank you. It might be a little late, but I promise I'll be there, okay? My funny Valentine?
ごめんね。こんな遅くになっちゃうなんて。早速なんだけど、これ受け取ってくれるかな？
Want me to be your Valentine?
その、
There it is.
いろいろなお菓子を作って放送の方もちょっと凝ったものにしてみたの。でもいざ始めたら凝りすぎちゃってこんな時間に。もしよかったら開けてみて。君の口に合うといいんだけど。
Open it. Aw, this one's really cute. Best one.
チョコそのものじゃなくてチョコを使ったお菓子を頑張ってみたんだけど。ほら、このココアクッキーとか結構上手にできた気がするんだ。ありがとう。そういえばバレンタイン用のクッキーってお店じゃあまり見ないよね。なんでだろう。調べてみよう。 バレンタインに送るクッキーには友達でいたいという意味が含まれるので、
あ、
本命の相手に送るのはやめましょう。
あ、Nah, it's fine.
ごめん、そのクッキー返して。今からチョコ作ってくるから。
Silly goober. Don't worry about it. 大丈夫です。大丈夫でしょ。大丈夫だ、大丈夫だ。
チョコってちゃんと意味あるんだ。来年こそは恥ずかしがらずにちゃんとチョコ作るから。今 更だけど、来年ももらってね。
Oh no, next year is gonna be complicated. Next year is gonna be a little bit complicated just for the humor.
ありがとう。
There's apparently a separate scene when you have more than one romantic evening. Alright. It gets to get... I'm gonna think of it. I forgot to respond to my messages. I have multiple notifications.
欲望に忠実なのは喜ばしいことなのだが、何かを選ぶとはそれ以外を選ばなかったという事実をも受け入れるということだ。お前、覚悟はできているのだろうな。
Yeah, but we only have one. Don't worry, I'm ready.
そうか。ならばもう何も言うまい。
私は準備？
何やら外が騒がしいな。おい、これはまさか。
That's not what he said. Great hitting heavens. But I only have one. How crazy could it be? Oh, does it like... Oh, does it mean I can only give chocolate to one person?
昨夜返信がなかったから気になって様子を見に来たんだけど、先客がいたみたいね。
チョコ、本命。君に選んでもらったやつ。好きなだけ食べていいよ。
What?
一応チョコレート。いらなかったら捨てて。
Oh, is it?
なんとか言ったらどうだ。
Is that how that's supposed to work? You were only supposed to give chocolate to the one person, but it's not like separate things. That instruction was not clear. Wait, so do you do it after? That's weird. I thought it was already predetermined who your soulmate is based on who you... I don't think that was very clear.
あの者たちの怒りはチョコを渡したかった欲望の裏返しでもある。いやや暴走気味だったのは否めんが、しばらくすればあの者たちの高ぶりも収まることだろう。お前はバレンタインにまつわる欲望をすべて取り戻したのだ。ご苦労だったな。だがこれに懲りたら日頃の言動にも気をつけることだ。
Hey, you know that chocolate miso ramen? Perhaps that Pops absolutely loved it. Next Valentine we'll all be meeting up at Heritage Kitchen. There. I don't think the instructions were clear. in this event. Yeah, I think this event was completely mislabeled. Like, because...
どうも。
That is so weird.
私も回せて。
Or does that always happen? I'm so confused. Okay. I guess. That is so confusing. Wow, that's actually kind of upsetting. I'm kind of upset about how this is designed. So it's really not based on who you... So does that mean... Yeah, so I guess we do it next year. That's kind of cryptic. So you're not filling these in. You have to fill them in. You have to fill the one. Take the phone call. Yeah, I think that's kind of misleading. So you have to take the phone call. You have to fill the chocolate. You have to take the phone call, and then afterwards, maybe let's find out.
どうも。
Oh.
こんにちは。
Oh, you need to refuse? Determine it will receive a... Okay, determine the character will enter a special story. If enabled, you'll receive a message on the confession. Requires certain affection levels and first hangout. If disabled, you will not receive. After the convention is over, you can use the Switch to re-watch as many times. Oh! Wait. Hold up. No, but you can only clear... You can only clear one at a time, though. Okay. Yeah. So that is... I'm sorry, but that is not good. That is not an excellent design. I do not like that at all. Well, I guess we wait till next year for that. I think that's poorly designed. That you have to click on here as opposed to like elsewhere. Okay, so I guess now what you do is wrapping. So it doesn't matter who you actually chose at all. It matters here. This is the only time it matters. Man, I really thought it only mattered. Okay, well, I guess I read too much into it. So now, like, if you refuse, right? Or what happens if you... Oh, whoops. Okay. I'm a little disappointed how that worked out. Okay.
こんな時間に異性の部屋にいるのは風紀的に良くないから、要件だけ。これ約束のものよ。一応、手作りだから。
Let's see what it looks like. I'm a little disappointed by that design.
そう。そっか。ならよかった。
They should have highlighted the box.
10人も元葉にもあげてないから。あなただけ特別だから。
Okay. Let's see what it looks like.
じゃあその渡すものは渡したし、私はこれで。食べてみてくれる？よかった。ちょっと不安だったの。もちろん味見はしているわよ。大丈夫だとは分かっていたけど、口に合ってよかったわ。風紀委員長としてはあるまじきことだと思うけど、もう少しここにいていい？
Cheat on. Okay. And then if you leave them active, there'll be a follow-up, I guess. The same follow-up? Oh no. Okay. Alright.
Konnichiwa.
No. So... Okay, you complete the collection, I see. Okay. Dang, who's... Oh, that's Runa. Okay. It does label who it is. That is... Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Let's see what hers look like. What is that? Are those like red? Oh.
まあ、さっきのチョコケーキからもわかるとは思うんだけど、私結構雑なところあるっていうか、ケーキと違って味は変じゃなかったんだけど、でもちょっと形が微妙で動画みたいにやるの難しいね。
Are those like individual blocks of the cake?
君だから甘えちゃってるってとこもあるなって自覚はしてるんだけどね。まあいいや、とにかく食べてみて。
Crunchy? Oh, okay. Incredible. I shouldn't have forgiven her. It sounded so crunchy. It sounded like a crunchy cake.
チョコ作ってる間、君のことを考えちゃったりもして、楽しかったな。
Samesies? Oh my gosh, I haven't ever seen that spelled out like that. Like I don't even know if that's how you spell it out like that. Samesies? Hmm? Oh, that's a Japanese rice cake? Oh, summit? How does that work? Huh. Oh, you're talking about the Japanese rock cake. I want to swappo some choco. What is happening with you? What is happening with you? I made some for you too. I want to swappo some choco. That ain't no Gen Z speak. So. Oh, this is the same scene. It's the same scene. It's triggered when there are multiple, yeah. Oh, I wonder what they say actually. Okay, she says the same thing.
昨日届けたいものがあって勝手にお家に来ちゃったんだけど、その誰かと一緒にいるって思わなくて。
一応チョコレートいらなかったら捨てて。
これ
Actually
食べなくていいから。
なんとか言ったらどうだ。
Please wait. What happens when I say I was with Shin? Okay. Oh, that is so unnecessary.
やれやれ、忠告したはずだったのだがな。
This is what happens to Casca all the time too. Alright, and I'm guessing this sequence is the same.
おい、生きているか？あの者たちの怒りはチョコを割って、いやや。
Yeah, that's the same. So, so it doesn't occur. So it didn't occur with Rico because Rico's like, yeah, see, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't like how they did it. I don't like this part. Like, this part should be highlighted as a mandatory check. Have you watched Yuri-chan? It's pretty good. Yuri Camp is not for everyone. But it is very comfy. Yeah, it's like super slice of life. I think if I had to think about something like, instead of Yuri Camp, what is that one? I don't know if you've seen this. A Place Farther Than the Universe? What was it called? What is the title of the Japanese? Sora yorimo toi, toi basho. That one I would say, probably, it's kind of, sort of like Yuri Camp, but Yuru Camp is like really super slice of life. I think it's very comfy. It's kind of like a little. It's kind of like K-On! K-On! Is another one. So, for the future, I understand, James. I understand. Thank you for clarifying my miss referring to something else. I think that was a bit of a, I'm not sure how well that was the timing for. Okay, so next year I'm gonna have to make sure to not do this in like a specific order, because we totally did not get the explanatory on how to explain this. So that's kind of annoying. I think this part, I'm definitely miffed by this part in design choice, because I figured you would auto reject the people that you are not our friends in, and you would exchange friends, but you had to go here and toggle this despite it not highlighting it as you're going. And then it's like a whole year. You have to wait a whole year to let's see. We have 60 now. So let's see, 5th. Let's complete this. Do we get 10 here? We do get 10 here. Let's see, this would be Valentine's Day. We don't have to wait for this. I'll probably highlight this and save it for the astrolabe thing. Shibuya. What? Oh, underground? Huh. What? Wait. Oh, do I need to change the time of day? Nope. Oh. Just kidding. Okay. Oh no, the other girls. Alright, Valentine's Day has finally arrived. Here we go again. How do I say this? Love is in the air? Almost suffocatingly so. I can't breathe. Well, it's good they're all regained their desire for Valentine's Day, but things are still out of whack, aren't they? Can we really leave them like this, Luferu? Perhaps things are somewhat unusual, but I'm sure it's only temporary. By the time Valentine's Day has concluded, I'm confident that most of them will be unharmed. What do you mean, most of them? I didn't like the way you said any of that. Yes, for example, if one were to have many acquaintances of the opposite sex, it's likely that they will receive multiple advances throughout the day, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Why are you looking at me?
Oh.
大丈夫だ. Oh, never mind. Well, nothing's happened yet, so you might be okay. I'm doing this stuff out of sequence. It's kind of weird. I'll say our mission here is complete. Good work, both of you. Same to you, Luferu. Now, then, oh, there you are. Oh, which cheerful girl is this? Which one is it? Oh, Tomoko. I'm glad I found you. Actually, I was looking all over for you. What for? Oh, it's nothing important. I just wanted to talk. If it's okay, could I have a moment? It shouldn't take too long. Okay. So, Nagisa, do you prefer sweeter flavors or... Hello there, Sumi. Oh, Nagisa-kun, I finally found you. I've been back and forth all over Shibuya, you know? Oh, sorry, were you talking to your friends? It's just... Now that I found you, I don't want to miss this chance. It's Valentine's after all, so instead of just mocktails, I thought I'd prepare some food as well. So I was hoping you could be my taste tester. And then afterwards... Hello, Minami. Pardon the interruption. This can wait until later if you're busy, but I actually wanted to talk to you about something. Oh, that's a typo. But I might not be able to find you later, so it'd be okay. So is it okay if we talk now? It's about the kids, actually. They said they really missed you. They were fighting again, but they are agreed on one thing. They all wanted to see Amisiro again. Okay. Yep. Where's Merope and Yui and... Dry your tears, Shun. Dry your tears. I wasn't crying, but life can be hard for a young man. So it is. Soka. Well, looks like you've got your fair share of challenges, Nagisa. Gomenasai. Gomen. It's best if we don't linger here any longer. We should get Nagisa somewhere safe before... Yep, got a text from Motoha and Riko-senpai. And they said they're on the way to your place.
Oh.
Let's go to the choco party. Start. Okay. Looks like we're all here. Everybody ready? Yes, of course. I was able to secure the finest ingredients for today. And I bought my absolute best energy too. You sure did. So, what do you two plan to make? Chocolate cake? Sure. Ooh, cake is it? And that does sound quite delectable. Wait, do you even eat cake? Anoshimi. Oh yeah, just you wait. I'm gonna make something that'll melt your face off. Uh-oh. I hope you meant melt in your mouth. Alright, let's get cooking. Or baking. I guess, Nagisa, I'll be using the kitchen. I made that joke earlier about them saying making instead of baking. Fair enough. Everyone seems quite spirited. By the way, do you plan to make anything? Ooh, that's a nice picture. I might as well prepare something myself. You can actually cook. Or bake. Now that they're busy baking, Riko and Motoha seem to have calmed down. Making chocolate must have satisfied some of their desire to enjoy Valentine's Day. Okay, chocolate ramen, the cake, the cookies, and yeah, okay, those are the things. What a line. The room is filled with a fusion of sweet scents and everything looks delicious. Looks great! Go ahead and dig in. Chocolate ramen. Ooh, I got my eye on that chocolate cake for starters. Okay. You got your eyes on the prize, huh? Well, that's fine. Sounds good to you, Nagisa? Nagisa? Huh? Wait, for real? Shouldn't we save the cake for last? Let it go, Motoha. It won't make a difference whether it's first or last. Wait, what's happening here? I guess you're right. Well, it is what it is. I'm not sure what that was about, but let us dig in. Okay. It's good, but not bad, but it's a little sweet, isn't it? Oh, it is, I got a little too fired up in there, and I guess my hand must have been shaking. Oh, it's her cake. Okay, Motoha made the cake. She ended up adding far more sugar than the recipe called for. We tried to balance out the flavors, but I did the best I could. Sorry. Nah, that's nothing to apologize for. Failure's the mother of success. Wow. I've got a sweet tooth. Needs more salt. We'll go with. That's right. I used to make tons of mistakes in the kitchen, and Pops and Masa-san would always call me out on it. But that's not how I learned to be a better cook. So it's nothing to be. But that's how I learned to be a better cook. So it's nothing to be ashamed of. Oof. Thanks. Then I suppose I have no need to apologize, but I did prepare some tea for you as well. Oh, she's the tea. It may be a tad bitter, but I hope you enjoy. The bitterness of the tea perfectly balances the sweetness of chocolate cake. Nice. Yeah, that would be. With that, I was able to eat every last bite. Nice. Now we're eating the ramen. Okay, next up. Oh no. It double clicked. What's happening? Wait. I didn't read the thing. Dang it. What's with those reactions? Oh no. Wait, what's happening? It's just, even as much as I do love ramen, the thought of mixing it with chocolate is... The flavor sounds unimaginable, or rather, I just don't want to imagine it. Don't just say that before you tried it. Before you've tried it. The proof's in the pudding. Not that it's supposed to be pudding. But do you even realize how long I spent perfecting this recipe? Yeah, it's not that we doubt your skills, but in times like these, I believe that as our leader, Nagisa should take the vanguard. What are you saying? Okay. Slurp it up. You believe in me, right, man? I can feel the weight of everyone's gaze. They're counting on me. Final boss, activate. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You know? This is gonna be a tough decision. I feel like... What if these are actually different? Let's go with the last one. It's probably good. It's fine. The sweet chocolate and rich miso blend together, creating a strange sort of harmony. How is it? I never doubted you. Can I get it? Can I get second? I never doubted you, bro. Let's go. What he said? What? Are you serious? You weren't just saying that to be considerate, were you? I don't believe it. After all, Shin truly doesn't have eyes for anything besides ramen. Huh? You're one to talk, yeah. Alright. And it's gone. So who made the cookies? Oh, you made the cookies. That was delicious. I never would have expected chocolate and ramen to go so well together. The pairing is, I wouldn't say perfect, but certainly better than I anticipated. Feedback noted. Anyways, looks like all that's left are the chocolate chip cookies. These are yours, right, Nagisa? My masterpiece. Lufero made them, actually. Hold up. Yeah, they sure are. I had a feeling. They look super good. Chocolate chip cookies. Then, is it okay if we try them? Crunchy. Crunchy. Those are some crunchy cookies. They're so crispy and delicious. Indeed, just the right amount of sweetness. Yeah, they really are good. You'll have to share your recipe next time. I would like some too. Break off a small piece for me. He lost his cool. Weird. None for you. Alright. I wasn't sure how things would go, but this chocolate party turned out pretty fun. I agree. I've never had such a fun Valentine's Day before. Shin deserves all the credit. For sure. Thanks, Shin. Yes, thank you. Yeah, let's do it again next year and with less drama. Yes, hopefully next time we will be able to do it without incident. Incident? I thought the prep went pretty well. Was it really that much trouble? No, I was merely speaking for myself. Don't let it concern you. Yeah, it's talking about the double thing. Well, looks like I've still got ingredients left over. So who wants some more chocolate miso ramen? Help me out, Nagisa. Chocolate miso ramen. That sounds delicious. Oh, they're just gonna go back and eat some more. Alright. Afterwards, we all chatted over extra helpings of chocolate miso ramen. Okay. Yeah, without incident next year. Right? I'll say. Maybe I get lucky and I don't without incident. So, wait. So, let's see. We got 70 now, right? 20. Wait. The heck is my... Where's the rest of my chocolate? Is 10 here? Oh, we do have the seasonal stuff, right? So we have the seasonal stuff. What is that? 12, that's 16. 16 chocolates. Oh, that's exactly enough. So wait, what do I have to do for Nightmare Catcher, 2 recollections? I can't do the oh wait, I can. You know what? Let's do half of them and we'll come back to the other 4. Or to the other 7. How's that? Let's see, the event goes 18 days, right? When is the Astrolab? It's getting late. I should... When is the Astrolab? 4 days. That's a little long. Like the other thing is... Oh no, it's not that long. It'll be another week to record the Astrolab thing. Huh. The timing is so weird. Like, I don't understand their timing. Why they're using that type of timing. How much stamina it is? 1640 stamina. What we're gonna do is, I guess we're gonna wait. Right. Let's do the first 5. And then the last 8. At least. Yeah, with Shun. Right. So we'll do the weirdest 3 are the last 3. We'll do the next 8 after the after we come back from this, which is 12 days from now, right? And then I'll do the recording for the Astrolab stuff, which is greater than... I really need to think about this Astrolab thing. So Astrolab is every week. So in 5 days, that's 4 days. I'm planning on recording the entire Astrolab, like not a one take, but a completion of week 2's Astrolab. Or like season 2's of Astrolab from beginning to end, including like retries. So this is going to be present for 18 days. Yeah, that's fine. Oh wait, Astrolab will be present for 4 days. It's 5. So 4 days, and that's exactly 7 days. So I literally can't do that. I'm pretty sure I literally can't do that. Because this is the... Oh no, the event ends at... never mind. The event ends at 18, same timing. So yeah, we'll do it that way. Let's do the last... the second page or so. I think I'm still really triggered by the whole way they did this. So the question is then, can I only do the one and only if like... So can I only do the one and only if I have to have the soulmate in the same place? Which was not clear. It was definitely not clear how this was supposed to work. Hang on. You can help your companions regain their desire for Valentine's Day. Take on boss battles, right? Confession Day is on the this is supposed to say on the 14th. You'll receive confession invitation from companions with the highest Valentine's points. Choose your companion wisely to receive their special Valentine's chocolate. The first special chocolate you receive can be placed as decoration in your house, right? So we got the first. If you receive invitation from 3 or more girls, a special spine-tingling story will occur, which is what we saw. Use the confession switch available on the side story page to confirm which companion will send you an invitation on confession day. You can only obtain special rewards from confession story. Yeah, so the warning said that it would automatically reject the others, so I figured they didn't happen, so it wasn't clear to me. Because I don't know. So basically you have 3 choices you can make. You can deliberately confess to 2 or more people. You can confess to one and only. But the idea is, I don't know if this is now locked to the you're supposed to confess to your only soulmate, which that's a thing, and then I thought you could only be able to confess to your only soulmate. That's kind of weird. Now I'm all sorts of confused. I have a plan though. Next year, if I remember. Anyways, let's fill these in. So we give 10. I don't think you can get excess chocolate, or I don't think you can give excess chocolate. If you hit max, does it just 10 it up? Okay. Alright. Alright. I'm looking forward to what, oh, we're not in the school. That's right. She doesn't go to the same school. Oh, Sensei. Hello there. I ran out of snacks, so I came out to buy some, but I suddenly felt a little off once it became crowded. That sounds rough. No, I think I'm just a little tired. There's a Valentine's sale today, so there are lots of shoppers around. By the way, in China, Valentine's Day is called 情人节. 情人节. It means Lover's Day. Yeah, 情人, lover, and then 节 for festival. It's nice that they added the pinyin markers, actually. It would be kind of nice if they added the pinyin markers to her name. I'm specifically just calling her Yaoling. Yaoling, or maybe Yaoling. I can't tell because I don't know what the common characters are for a name like this. But it's kind of nice that they added one to here. At least it's recognizable enough. Quite literal. Yeah, it's quite literal. Well, that's basically the idea. Normally I get caught up in the mood too and feel a little excited, but... What about you, Sensei? Are you looking forward to Valentine's Day? People only gift chocolates, and usually from girls to boys, right? Japanese customs are so interesting. We talked about this earlier with like Protocol and others about Valentine's Day. Today is Valentine's Day. Local time. No chocolates in China? Not from women to men there? That's a good question. Huh. I'm actually kind of curious. Hi. Correct. Since it's Lover's Day, it doesn't mean only women gives gifts. Okay, that's fair enough. In fact, it's usually men who gives flowers or jewelry to women. Yes, that would be my social norm as well. You would give flowers and jewelry to women. Men would. That's usually the custom. You look so a little confused. Well, I'm in Japan now, so as they say, when in Japan, do as Japanese do, right? It might be my chance to experience a Japanese style Valentine's. I feel a little better already thinking about it that way. Okay, I think I'll look over all the chocolates in the shop before I head home. Bye-bye this. She refers to you as sensei all the time. One of them refer you as Oni-sama. Alright. She's the foreign exchange custom, so. Perfect timing. There's something I wanted to ask you. Would you be happy if a girl gave you handmade chocolate? Mochiron. Right. I see. That's what I thought. Where did that come from? Are you making some? Yeah, I got a recipe and ingredients and tried it at home, but it was harder than I thought. I thought melting chocolate and letting it set would be easy. I should have known better. Tempering chocolate and doing that is actually kind of tricky. It turns all rough and grainy. Yep, she failed to temper the chocolate. And sometimes the fat separates too. Yep. It was a new experience, sure, but that's not the point. It's fine. It's still chocolate. I can't give up now. If I'm going to make it myself, I want to achieve the right taste too. Leaving things half finished would defeat the purpose of studying abroad here. Is it really that serious? Yeah, but buying fancy chocolate at a department store is fine and all, but since I'm in Japan, I want to do Japanese Valentines properly. And I want to make you happy too, sensei. Ganbatte. Okay. Sorry, Kanbaro. Just you wait. By Valentine's Day, I will definitely become a master of tempering and create chocolate I can be proud of. For now, I'll buy more ingredients at the supermarket and keep practicing at home. Jane. Yep. Very energetic as usual. Alright, and then we just go and accept her chocolate. Mind if I ask you something? There's something I want to ask you. Would it be alright if I came by your place today? I finally finished a batch of chocolate I'm really happy with. Alright. Let's go see what her chocolate looks like. She's supposed to sound like a little bit... They do make an attempt to make her sound... Oh, they're so cute! Sorry. I will savor it. I don't know how to say that.
送る側は他人任せにせず自分なりに頑張って作りますし、もらう側もそれをプロの作ったものと比べたりしないんです。
I don't know if it's the tonation, like intonation of the actress that they had, or that the voice actress is deliberately like enunciating like that, but it does make it kind of coincidentally easier to know what she's saying, but because she's so like sharply enunciating compared to like the other characters. I don't know if that's the direction that they were, like if she was given direction to sound like that, but I feel like these type of things do occur where they deliberately speak, right, much like English voice acting and whatnot, where their like the actors would imbue a little bit of their idiosyncrasies of the characters that they have. And honestly, her like she has an accent, at least to my ears. She has an accent outside of simply that her voice is higher in tone, right? Like overall, her overall pitch is higher compared to the other. That sounds about right.
つまり先生も納得ってことですね。私にとっては日本式のバレンタイン自体初めての体験でしたから、素材用のチョコを探して実際に湯煎で溶かしてみてってやるうちに、こうやって誰かのために頑張ることがきっと手作りチョコの意味なんだと思ったですよ。そんなわけでこのチョコが私の先生の気持ちです。ちょっと不格好なところとかあるかもですけど、味わって食べてください。
So cute. The heck, man. It's a little bittersweet. Is this bitter chocolate?
そうなんですよ。そこが肝心なんで
Nice.
す。
Bitter chocolate.
私の気持ちの表現として甘さを大切にしようと思ったですが、中国には最上の甘味は甘すぎないという言葉があります。
That is certainly I can resonate with.
ただ甘いよりもむしろ甘さを
Dark
強
chocolate
く
that
意
it
識
is.
できるセミビターチョコに仕上げ
To
てみま
enhance
し
the
た。
sweetness. Makes sense?
分かってもらえてすごく嬉しいです。そこが私なりのもてなしの心ですから。あ、それで思い出しました。チョコと合わせるならって考えて、中国紅茶と味の濃い緑茶の葉を家から持ってきたですよ。先生はどっちがいいですか？
Tea.
なるほど。でも中国では一口に紅茶といっても
Indeed.
いろいろありますからね。
Mm-hmm.
私が作ったチョコと私が選んだお茶の取り合わせ。今日はゆるっとゆるりとご堪能くださいってとこですね。
Dang, she had like a whole thing going. Oh. Yeah, so... Wait. Hold up.
あなた様の実績やればやるほど
No?
不甲斐なさに気
That
づく
doesn't explain... Oh, yeah, because of... I did it correctly, yes. Yes, I didn't, like, screw up and have both, two of them highlighted at the same time. Alright, so Sheena...
いらっしゃいませ。
Yumi. Interesting. We're not gonna spoil it. I looked at the gifts. You can kind of see the outline, right? So,
そうだな。
Yumi time. Yup. Oh, ha. Here we go. The virgin cocktails. Oh, good evening, Nagisa. Okay. New drink? And say limited cocktail for Valentine's. See all the bottle lined up behind me? Those are liqueurs. Liqueurs. They came in all kinds of flavors. The one I'm using right now is chocolate liqueur. Basically alcohol that tastes like chocolate. It's made by adding cream to cacao liqueur. Even the smell is pretty sweet. I'm thinking about mixing it with warm milk and gin to give it that Valentine's vibe.
ごめんね。
So yeah, in the end, it's just a regular cocktail with alcohol in it. Sorry, that means none for you today. I want to try something. You know? Yep. Once you're old enough to drink on
お姉
Valentine's,
さんに任せて。
I'll make every single Valentine's cocktail you missed and take real good care of you. Whoa. Well then, since you're here, Nagisa, I set the alcohol aside for
ね
now.
えね
What kind of mocktail do you feel like today? I get a choice. After enjoying a mocktail, Yumi recommended I headed home. Interesting.
え。いらっしゃいませ。
Huh. This chocolatey aroma, yeah, I see a lot here.
いらっしゃいませ。
I was just in the middle of making a Valentine's mocktail. I tried a few versions with different levels of sweetness, so if you don't mind, tell me which one you like best. Are those cups different sizes too? They just happen to be different sizes.
オッケー。
Thanks for the feedback. It'll be a huge help. Valentine's is in Japan really makes people think of chocolate, right? But overseas, it's also a day for giving flowers. So I was thinking decoration like that could be nice too. I didn't take her for someone overseas. That said, chocolate really is the classic. I don't do it anymore, but when I was around your age, I used to make really elaborate chocolates every year. Did you give them to someone? You're curious, huh? But don't worry, they were just chocolates for friends. With a wink? Did you maybe get a little jealous there? Yeah, winking though.
ダメ。
Hey, no sulking now. More importantly, your mouth's probably cloyingly sweet from that chocolate mocktail, right? I'll make you something refreshing this time. If there's something you're craving, just say the word. I enjoyed a grapefruit mocktail before heading home. Imagine.
いらっしゃいませ。
Okay. Hold up. Okay. Wait.
いらっしゃいませ。
Okay. Okay, good evening. Sure. Sorry for the sudden text. You're home right now. There's something I want to give you. Mind if I come over for okay? Great. I'll head over right away.
夜遅くにごめんね。お店の方どうしても手が離せなくて。でもオーナーが珍しく入ってくれたから、今頃バレンタインドリンクがいっぱい出てるよ。と、私の話は置いておいて、渡したかったものは、じゃーん。
Okay. Wow, that's fancy. Oh, that's a really classy box.
私からのチョコ モクテルの完成版だと思ってたでしょ。期待はいい意味で裏切ってかないとね。
I open it?
ご賞味くださいませ。
Oh, oh. Intriguing.
どうかな。
Chocolate covered oranges. Orange slices. Bitter and delicious. Bittersweet and delicious. Yeah, with a bit of acid on the side.
お気に召してもらえたみたいで何より。モクテル飲んでもらった時に君の好みの甘さ加減は分かったからね。あれをベースにチョコの味を調整したんだ。だからこれは正真正銘君専用。私からの本命チョコいっぱい食べてね。ところで私もう退勤してきてるんだけど、この後も一緒にいていい？
It's not entirely sure, like, what's the age gap here when it comes to Yumi. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do is, yeah, it's really late. Sorry, so 7 a.m. What we're gonna do is we're gonna reconvene, right, in 12 days' time, which will be also technically the very last week of the Astrolab. Oh, by then I will probably have sorted out hopefully a 13 willpower clear. And then we'll watch the rest, you know? Watch the rest, and then the Cafe LeBlanc special. Intriguing enough, they added something for the P5 cast. Yeah, I feel like I'm still a bit sour about this. Like, instead of making it front and center to know, I'm guessing these things stay the same. Actually, the second year might just be Shun. Who knows? And then we'll look at these. There's no hurry. Like, this stuff isn't going to change up anything that has occurred already. And we have the shop, right? We'll invest stamina, clear out the shop. Oh, actually, you know what? The shop... Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, there really isn't much since if you're not drawing banners, there really isn't much. And then you get the rest of the chocolates here, which would take the week for stamina and action points. So that lines up. Okie dokie. That was cute. There was a lot more voice lines than I was expecting. Actually, I was expecting it to be very similar. Actually, it's quite similar to the beach episode. And that means that in 18 days or 19 days, how does that make it? If it's 19 days, yep, that will bring it to March 4th or 5th. And that's when Yao's alternative 5-star will be released, and I'm guessing that's gonna coincide with some type of Lunar New Year's related thing, possibly, because Yao is the Chinese character, right? And they might have had to space it out largely because of the way timing works. Lunar New Year is in 3 days. Lunar New Year is on the 17th, I think. I just checked this. Yeah, it's on the 17th of this month, which that's my primary, like that's what my family does for family functions and whatnot. Yeah. Until then, we'll be back in the day. We'll be back in 12 days. Right, 12 days? And then we'll record the Astrolab things. A very cute side, right? Side little fun thing. I'm genuinely curious how the Yui part Merope and Minami. That's so interesting. Just watched the UI episode with Hank Green. Oh, how was it? How was the Hank Green episode? I need to make time to watch the QI episode with Hank Green. So if it's I don't know if it shows it, but Hank Green had something that he wanted to do and he got her card. Was good. Weird seeing two things from two different worlds come together like that. Yeah, I can see that because Hank Green. Yeah, see, it's interesting to think of Hank Green as more of a YouTuber now as opposed to what he did or what he does. He does. I'm not sure if he ever answered that question. If he does more in front of the camera for content than behind the camera. But yeah, such an interesting mix, right? And also like recently Iron Lung, right? Like Markiplier's movie came out. So that's another coming of two worlds, right? Two different worlds. We're talking about cinema and YouTube content, like content creator. I mean, if you think about the most corporate thing, he's an OG YouTuber. You watch Vlogbrothers in like 2009. I know he's an OG YouTuber, but he was a lot more even before then. Like he does way more than Vlogbrothers. It would be a disservice, in my opinion, to acknowledge that most of his work was Vlogbrothers. But it is quite a like it's not about origin, it's about the weight of his reputation. So he does quite a lot of things. Like he's a published author. He as of recently is no longer the owner of Complexly. Yeah, he's no longer the owner of Complexly, which was really interesting. Him and his brother gave it over to a non-profit organization, which was fantastic. And then apparently he's a consultant on video game design because he one of the top mobile apps to be relevant to P5X. One of the in the type of section the mobile app is. It's the top one in that section. It's interesting that it wasn't brought up during like it's not quite a game like would be in the same category as P5X, but so many things. Yeah, I'll have to watch the episode. I haven't watched too much QI in between like the second season and the current season because there's a lot, but we'll get into it at some point. All right, folks, that's a wrap. The sun is rising. This is almost as late as that one day where it was like 8 to 9 a.m. where like the sun was rising and it like overexposed everything. Yeah. Anyways, we'll be back and I will do the Astrolab run. Really quick about the Astrolab run. I'm sure most people, as they know, this one is a pain in the butt, which I did manage to clear this way. And this one while I don't have the willpower, like there's no willpower yet, we have to wait 4 days. There was already a team comp that was within 1% of completing this. So this took less brainstorming, which these two are tight. Like most of the last season 1's Astrolab was like by 1% too. So this stuff is really fun to try to optimize. All right. So yeah, that's a wrap. That's a wrap for now. I guess until next time, until roughly 12 days, right? 12 days, we'll come back to P5X to conclude this stuff. And meanwhile, during that time, we're going to be playing Kiwami 3, like the base game, Kiwami 3. We've did our initial stream and opening opinions for Dark Tides, or Dark Tides and Kiwami 3, as a related SEGA related announcement. Until then, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. I hope you didn't fumble like I did. I mean, it's kind of ironic, but I really felt the fumble. Like when Luferu said like, oh, in case an incident happens or something happens, literally fumbled on the UI, because the UI, this is not clear. The way like you answer the phone and stuff, I feel like if I had any criticisms, the phone should have been here. Like the phone should be attached to something here as opposed to out here, which you only answer one of them. Despite a huge block that said like, hey, if you click on, it would be to that person. It was very like, it's confusing. So for me, I fumbled. So not until next year. I mean, for the next 3 years, really, because we still have to hang out with our bro Shun, right? So until then, you're more than free to follow along. P5X is a free-to-play game, right, with a gacha component. And we've been playing this game free to play since then. We will be starting the Persona, like the Persona Legacy run of 2026. Basically going through 2 versions of P3 and then 1 version of P4, then P5, sometime before the end of 2026, right? And most of it is going to come before the P3 collaboration. And that will be our mainstay from now on. Like Persona games and Like a Dragon games will be nearly like Persona updates, and Like a Dragon stuff kind of happen nearly every year or so. And if not, we'll throw in some metaphor, like other like Studio Zero, right? Zero, Studio Zero, and as well as many of the Shin Megami Tensei games as well. There's lots of ATLUS, like multiple universes, like the expanded universe that Persona belongs to, as well as Like a Dragon. Apparently, I still got there was some thoughts about that, more on that in like the next coming days. So definitely feel free. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, share, talk about stuff that interests you, right? And mutually share and discuss, keep each other motivated and excited about our day-to-day. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Ite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.